And we are live in this moment. Okay.
Welcome everybody. Wow, what an incredible start for an incredible day, for an incredible week. We are so honored. We're so blessed to have all of you be joining us here. Many of you live, many of you afterwards, but all part of the community, all focused around how we can work together to have a better place in space for Earth. So this is a miraculous, incredible accomplishment this entire week. So many long hours by so many amazing people, and I am honored to introduce many of those to you just now today. This day is the kickoff keynote day for the entire week of the Space Renaissance International 4th World Congress. If you can imagine, 4 congresses that have been put together to bring together the best, most creative, and diverse minds from all over the world, where we come together and practice one of the oldest traditions that we have on Earth, and not just looking up at space and Earth and imagining our place in space, but bringing together our people to discuss that and to talk about that. And not everybody's going to agree. And you may not agree with everybody today. That's the point. What a rarity these days to have such a platform where we can have such diverse interests, diverse points of view, all coming together, but we all want the same thing. We all want to have a better place for us here on Earth and be able to have space as the driver for that. So I am really blessed to kick that off. I'm Robert Katz of World Innovation Network, and this is part of the Space Renaissance International, which has really focused on bringing together these minds and is focused on mitigating planetary risk, being able to create catalysts for global collaboration, championing the 18th SDG, and looking at the philosophical basis for us coming together and being able to use the vast resources of space for Earth. So again, this is the kickoff to 5 packed days where we're going to talk about the sovereignty and synergy of various aspects of space coming together, all us working together, tackling the hard technical problems, the hard diplomatic problems, and being able to look at what the paradigm shifts need to be able to have a huge expansion of our civilization into space to take advantage of that opportunities and vastness for Earth. Well, how better to kick that off with the founder of SRI, the brilliant gentleman who's been the champion of SRI, the champion of the Congress, the champion of the 18th SDG, so many initiatives. We could spend all 5 days talking about his hard work and accomplishments and brilliance that has brought all of this together, but we won't. We will hear from him very briefly, and then we'll hear from all the people that he has worked so hard to bring together. The architect, the godfather of this manifesto, and where better to find this a brilliant friend of mine, but in Italy, where it all started, where the philosophy and physics unite. No better person to kick off this incredible week and this incredible day and this incredible session than my dear friend Adriano Autino. Thank you so much, sir. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Robert, for your kind introduction. Nice introduction to this Congress. I will not take time. I was not expected to be among the keynote speakers. We have many, and I want to leave the floor to them. However, I want to welcome everybody to this fourth Congress of the Space Renaissance International. And yes, I just want to say that the title of this Congress is The Quality of Life on Earth and Beyond. And our quality of life is very bad in these days because too many wars, terrible wars are going on in this planet. And we run the risk of a very, very terrible civilization implosion with general conflict. And so we want to avoid that. And the only way to avoid is to civilian space development, to start humanity expansion into space that will revert the crisis and will give a new hope to all the people. So let's start a civilian space development before 2030. This is the only way to restart the civilization progress and to stop the war on Earth and give all the people a hope in the future again. So very welcome to this Congress, and that will be, I hope, a milestone on the road of the real space renaissance, renaissance of humanity into outer space. So let's go ahead. Robert, back.
Thank you so much, Adriano. And no one better to kick this off than the president of SRI, somebody whose visionary leadership has been working with Adriano to accelerate SRI since 2021. He's an astrophysics pioneer, astrophysicist like me, so of course I love him. He's worked for ESA, and as you know, he's very active working with our next generation and with youth and with scientists all over the world. And if you don't find him in a boardroom, you'll find him in a moon base, someplace championing the vision of space for all. Everybody, please welcome the amazing president of SRI, Barnhard Foing.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome from the moon, to our space renaissance, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to all of you that are present, but also that I have participated in the last 5 years in Space Renaissance. This is the time when we had our previous Congress, and also where I was elected president with some mission to develop some actions. And so we will discuss a bit later, some highlights and also some recommendations for the future. But I would like just to start and welcome you all. And welcome to the fourth SRI Congress. So let's remind you where we stand. Oh, yeah, okay, so that's...
Yep, looks great.
What is Space Renaissance International? Our mission to promote the expansion of civilization into outer space, to connect aerospace, the old space, traditional space, and the new space, individual institutions, space agencies, but also to promote all other aspects, economic, cultural, political, between our members, but also the rest of the world. And we have developed also some education and outreach initiatives worldwide together with some partners and integrating science, philosophy, and arts. And we have a vision of an open world, even toward the solar civilization, including the geolunar space and beyond. So it will be a great program. So thanks to our organizer-in-chief, Adriano, and that has really put together this program for a virtual event, which looks already as a success because we are so many in numbers and quality. And So this is what.
لا بغيت أسلم عليك باكر جاي.
Do you hear me? Is that good from the moon? Yeah. So every day we have a great program with different topics. So today keynotes. A bit later we talk about highlights of our activities with our partners. Also structure. Tomorrow we talk about philosophy, policy, SDG 18, astropolitics. We'll have a panel. Also no weapon in space, space for peace. And then we will have on the 2nd of July, dedicated to living in space, habitat, astronauts, SDGs, and we'll have also specific session for the organized by the young SRI members, and even towards the far future science fiction. Then on 3rd of July, technology, industry, how to protect life, and also we'll include other aspects of space, which is art and culture, in particular with our initiative, the Space Renaissance for All Gallery, you know, this little piece of payload that we have sent to space 2 years ago, building on some payload that we had developed before for space station. And then on Saturday, we'll have a shorter session with a recommendation from the Congress and a vote. So let's remember, yes, 5 years ago, we had another Space Renaissance Congress, civilian space development. We had a great presentation. I recognize some overlap with some of the speakers here, so it's good. We have a very loyal family of Space Renaissance, and we had even a final event party. But before that, we proposed a set of recommendations that was converted into an action plan that I was mandated to help to develop, like going forward to the moon, develop proper industrial infrastructure for fuel in space, space debris, not only recovery, but even reuse in space, enhance life protection in space, experimenting with simulated gravity, also developing action for younger generation, reusable space vehicle, food in space, space safety and protection, even supporting space tourism industries, space-based solar power, and space-related art. This were coming from the base and even proposing to add an 18 SDG to bootstrap the civilian space development, space for all on Earth and beyond. So this is one action where we have looked in various fora in the United Nations copios that we have actually joined, so under my presidency and also with Adriano as a key actor that we have pleaded SDG 18 for space, but not only in UN, also for the public, also in a series of events worldwide and activities where we have been active. So we have also been engaged in some partnership with a number of organizations. This is, for instance, a Eurospace Hub, a consortium that received some funding from the European Commission, and we have used that for some joint hands-on activities or capacity building activities where Space Renaissance was also inspiring some of the work and also supervising some of the young professionals involved. We even have developed an academy. So we have a Euromoon Mars Academy, which is more technical oriented, but also we have the Space Renaissance Academy, and we have organized a series of webinars, workshop, committee activities, and this now is converging towards the next phase where we could make that available to young professionals and even lifelong learning individual for Space Renaissance. So also some symbolic gesture. We have created this gallery, reusing some trays that we used before for the International Space Station to expose organics in space. And we have put there samples from all continents of Earth, also some seeds, some flowers, and even 25 pieces of art inspired by space, and also a tribute to some of the organizations with whom we work, like United Nations. You can see the movement Space Renaissance, Space for Peace, COSPA, IF, Space Generation Congress, NSS, our good friends, and a number of universities. So in terms of also hands-on activities, capacity building, we have supported some activities like payload in space, we have built a little habitat part that belongs half to Space Renaissance, that we have shown in Italy, in France, in Germany, to do research, but also for outreach and for engaging the public and the youngster into the next phase of robotic and human exploration. We also have participated and supported some campaign in areas on Earth that look like the Moon and Mars. Before we citizens will travel to the Moon and Mars, we find some equivalents. Mount Etna, we went to Mars in Utah, we went to Mars and the Moon on Hawaii, and we have some dedicated program with some grants we give to researchers and young professionals to go there. All this is supporting the definition of a sustainable lunar architecture that is developed worldwide. We have some program led by the US. We have some program, International Lunar Association. We had also a vision which was very much pushed in Europe with our Director General, Professor Wörner, that just gave a talk last Monday about Moon Village. So we have a number of challenges for the Moon Village implementation. Some of them are technical, some of them are operational, but mostly how humans work with robots, how we exploit resources, and how we live in the extreme environment, but also how we engage users on Earth for the benefit of all citizens of Earth. So we had some of these collaborators, and we have a dedicated session about partnership where we will develop that further about the future. So we developed some curriculum. Also, this was duplicated. This is our base in Hawaii, which is available with our SRI member, Hank Rogers, for also learning how to work in a place on Earth to prepare for future moon base. Now, also, we have been very active in taking part in events that are organized by other organizations. In particular, I see here Gabriella Arrigo, the president of IAF. We have an honor to have you. And also Space Renaissance has joined as a member of the Federation of IAF, but also we have been active in organizing a number of technical sessions, global networking forum in many events of IAF. This is every year for the IAF the main International Astronomical Congress, but also in some of the symposia, and we have done that in the last 20 years, also with those organizations. So it's a great partnership with IAF. We are looking towards to continue, but we have also collaborated with other organizations like COSPA, like European Geoscience Union, like also we have events in UN, and you see these are very well distributed over the world. International event or Asia Pacific event, EU event, also a few events in the US that we have contributed to organize or where we had a key role. This was from 2025. 2026, we are still in the middle, so we are preparing. Now we have our SRI Virtual Congress. We'll have International Moon Day. Also this period, the COSPA in Florence. We'll have the International Astronomical Congress in Antalya and a number of other events. And in the next 5 years, clearly, we are going to continue with our partners on this. So this is for my next talk. I want to keep it to 7 minutes. And really, it's a pleasure to have all you here, all the members of the Space Renaissance International family and partners towards civilian development in space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bernard. We appreciate those kickoff words. We appreciate hearing about the updates on everything going on with SRI and the history of this Congress. And we're so proud to be carrying on that tradition now. And how better to begin the content of the talks on this fourth Congress than the godfather of space philosophy, following in the footsteps of none other than Plato and Copernicus in terms of how shifting our mindset and shifting about how we think about space and Earth and our place in them. Really, there's nobody that does that better and has achieved that to a higher degree than the person who saw what the astronauts were seeing and feeling when they went up in space and knew that that's a feeling that all of us need to feel, and the astronauts need to share that. And who's done that? Who has brought that feeling of space back down to Earth, none other than the amazing, incredible, dear friend, space philosopher, Frank White. Everybody, please welcome Frank.
Well, thank you so much, Robert. What a great introduction. Let me share my screen and we'll get right into it here. Okay, I'm assuming everyone can see the screen.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go then. So
You can
we're
put it
talking
full
about the
screen.
quality of life on Earth and beyond.
Can you
Frank,
put
the
it full screen?
presentation cannot be seen. It's just your screen can be seen, not the presentation.
Okay, let me stop. Start again.
I saw your slides.
Oh,
Yeah, it works. It's fine.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it worked. It was
start
fine.
again. I'm sorry
Just
for those
need-
who can't
you
see it.
just-
We'll try again. Here we go.
That's much better.
Everybody can see it now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. We're talking about the quality of life on Earth and beyond. And of course, we're all committed to large-scale migration of humanity into the solar system, living and working beyond Earth. I would like to suggest that if we don't get the quality of life right on Earth, it's going to be very difficult to do so off-world. And so the topic of my presentation is the overview effect, a needed new paradigm. And it's a great honor to share it with you today at the SRI Congress. Robert actually started things off by talking about paradigms, and what I'm going to say is that we fundamentally need a paradigm shift. What is a paradigm? You probably know, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, it's a standard model, pattern, or framework that defines how something is really understood or perceived. It's like the filter through which we see reality. What's important to us is this. Once a paradigm is dominant in our society, it's really hard to replace it. When it happens, it's known as a paradigm shift. Today, I am calling for nothing less than a paradigm shift. This is a model or a paradigm, and many of you probably recognize it. It's a geocentric view of the solar system. The key to this view is that it was held for thousands of years, and at the center is something called terra immobilis. What is that? Unmoving Earth. Please note, everything is revolving around the Earth, the sun, the moon, the stars. Everything is revolving around the Earth. It's called the Ptolemaic view, the geocentric view. Ptolemy was the great astronomer of his time who defined this view. We now have a heliocentric paradigm, at least in our minds. The problem here is that the geocentric model makes sense. Just think about it. Right now, do you perceive yourself moving through the universe on a spaceship at hyperspeed? I doubt it. The geocentric model makes sense. Our senses tell us we're on an unmoving platform, terra immobilis. Our senses tell us the heavens revolve above us. We're the center of the solar system and the universe. For almost all of us, the heliocentric model is a concept, not an experience. That is the difference between you and me and the astronauts. When they leave the planet, they experience the heliocentric model. They see that we are on a spaceship moving through a dark and somewhat foreboding universe. The heliocentric model solves a problem the geocentric model could not solve, which is retrograde motion. Ptolemy and his friends never figured out, why is Mars going backward? That's called retrograde motion. And they invented all kinds of ways of understanding it. I won't go into that today, but the heliocentric model solves that because it shows that the Earth and Mars are both moving. Sometimes one is ahead of the other, sometimes one is behind. What's critical is a heliocentric model was proposed by a Greek philosopher in the 3rd century BC. Just proposing a new model doesn't mean it's going to become the paradigm. Paradigms die hard. Why is that? Interests become wedded to a paradigm. The real beginning of the heliocentric paradigm was created by Nicolaus Copernicus, and his book was published in 1542. Why do I have this picture of him in bed with his book? Not because he liked to read in bed. No, it was because he was afraid of the church. He did not publish his book until he was on his deathbed. He was afraid of the church. And he had good reason. Giordano Bruno, who believed in the heliocentric model, was burned at the stake. Galileo Galilei was put under house arrest because the church really was wedded to the idea that humanity was at the center of the universe. When astronauts started leaving the planet, we began to see something new, a new paradigm. It started with Yuri Gagarin. Now, he had never heard of the overview effect because that term had never been used in 1961. But he had a lot of overview effect comments. I'll just read one of them. Orbiting Earth in the spaceship, I saw how beautiful our planet is. People, let us preserve and increase this beauty, not destroy it. Astronauts since 1961 have been saying the same thing, and it's a new paradigm that we really need to bring down to Earth. A few of the themes of the overview effect are that there are no borders and boundaries on Earth, even though we fight and kill each other over them. The Earth is amazingly beautiful and precious. A thin blue line called the atmosphere protects us from outer space. Our civilization is pretty fragile. There's no lifeboat that's going to save us, and the astronauts keep saying, we're all in this together. This begins to be what I call overview thinking. It was really reinforced by Artemis II, and we actually have an Artemis effect because it demonstrated the difference between overview thinking and surface thinking in real time. The Artemis astronauts were talking about love. They were talking about togetherness. They were talking about just exactly what the overview effect is all about. And the overview effect went mainstream. At the same time, if you flip the channel, you could hear about war, conflict, polarization, and one leader actually said he would be planning the destruction of an entire civilization that evening. So we had overview thinking, we had surface thinking, we could all see it. There was no avoiding it. Overview thinking is the kind of thing Victor Glover said. This is an opportunity to remember who we are, where we are. We're all the same thing. We got to get through this together. Christina Cook said a crew is in it all the time, no matter what. A crew is inescapably, beautifully linked. Planet Earth, You are a crew. We are the crew of Spaceship Earth. That is the new paradigm. Surface thinking cannot capture it. This is the globe many of us grew up with. It's the globe of surface dwellers. There are nation states. They are pink, they are blue, they are yellow. They have borders, they have boundaries. Surface thinking focuses on division, conflict, difference, and othering. This globe cannot possibly show you that everything on Earth is interconnected. Everything is interrelated. Once again, we are the crew. We're all in this together. That is the attitude we must take off-world as we realize the ideals of SRI, which is space for all. Not for one nation, not for one group, space for all. Overview thinking sees unity, oneness, and cooperation. Surface thinking, the old paradigm, sees conflict and division. We are the crew of Spaceship Earth. I just want to mention that again. There are no passengers. This is what the astronauts tell us. There are no passengers on Spaceship Earth. If you talk to somebody who says, I am just a passenger on Spaceship Earth, that's not right. They are a crew member who is not doing their job. Thank you very much, everyone.
Wow, thank you so much, Frank. What a great way to kick off. We appreciate your kind words, your time, and your brilliance. Thank you so much. Past crew members, here we are. I'm very pleased and honored to introduce my co-host for this this introduction kickoff here today and for this whole week. Somebody who has joined recently to SRI and really been the booster to invigorate and bring everybody and the entire organization and all of the initiatives to the next level. Somebody who has been a long time, her entire life, a champion for space and the sustainability of space, and is showing that by walking the walk, not just talking the talk, by leading and chairing the sustainability initiative for the 18th SDG that Barnhard spoke about. She has been the leader of the SRI delegation to Copias and a dynamic driver in building this ecosystem here at SRI. Back in Turkey, where she began, which is we're going to be returning to, hopefully, for everybody's going to join us at the IAC. Coincidentally enough, maybe not coincidentally, maybe they're having it there because of her. And somebody that has really invigorated and taken all this to the next level. And you'll see why when I introduce my amazing co-host, Dr. Gülin Didi.
Thank you very much, Robert, for your kind words. So also, once again, a warm welcome to all of you from my side as well. It's a pleasure to join this opening session of SRI's 4th Congress as moderator alongside you, Robert. So I will help keep us moving through some of our keynote contributors and make sure we give the floor to them smoothly. Therefore, next we have Jan Wörner, former Director General of the European Space Agency and Chief Strategy Officer of Space Cargo Unlimited. On a personal note, it's a special honor for me to introduce Jan today. I had the privilege of working at ESA during his tenure as DG, and I have seen firsthand the scope, the vision, and the openness with which he shaped Europe's space dialogue. So Jan, we're truly delighted to have you with us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I will share my slide in order to give you some ideas in some pictures. So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to speak today. And I would love to talk a little bit about some perspectives of the title of Quality of Life on Earth and Beyond. So, you know, oh, wait. That was too fast. I have to start here. So, exploration. Exploration is a big word, and exploration is something which is in the soul of humans. If you look back, Christopher Columbus went on sea to see what is happening on other parts of the world. We have Roald Amundsen going to the South Pole in 1911. Nobody had done that before. Then Mr. Hillary and Tenzing Norgay, they were on Mount Everest in 1953. And the other direction, down in the deepest sea, Jacques Picard and Don Walsh in the Mariana Trench in 1960. So what we can learn from all of these examples is that the people went to places where nobody went before. So this is the history of humankind. And this is also, of course, then the race in space, which took place, let's say, in the 60s of last century. Going beyond Earth, going especially to the moon at that time. Now, if we look what is exploration today, we are looking to the ISS, to the moon, Mars, and beyond. And the question is really where to go. We have global challenges on Earth. We heard it already, that there are challenges for humankind. And that means all of these different challenges I have here on the list are very important and are really challenges which we have to tackle. Now, the question is how to tackle them. And there was one answer from a philosopher, from a physicist. He said, okay, we have so many problems on Earth, we better leave the Earth. I don't agree. I should not say bad words about a dead person, but I think this is not a good message to say we are leaving Earth because we have done so badly with our home planet. So I don't agree with that. But there is some meaning in it, looking abroad, looking beyond Earth. But where to go? That's the next question. And of course, many people believe the best place to go is planet Mars. Now, planet Mars is not as nice as Earth, not at all, as we all know. So therefore, the question is, should we really go there and what to do there? So is it really the next destination for humans? I doubt. And if you compare with today's technology, whether you want to go to Moon or Mars, then it's clear and obvious that to go to Mars is a different story. To go to the Moon, you can do it in 1 week in the summer break. You can go there and back, no problem. But to go to Mars is time-wise a difference. Think about Apollo 13. If you have, after a couple of days, some real issue, yeah, if you go to Mars with today's technology, you have to wait 2 years to come back. Or if you have a health issue, the same. So I believe to go to Mars today with today's technology is not a good idea, but the moon. And the moon is excellent. So the Americans were saying, let's go back to the moon. And I had the opportunity to talk to Mike Pence, the former Vice President of the United States of America. And I told him, Mr. Vice President, I believe it's not a good narrative to say going back. We should always go forward. And therefore, I proposed all the time going forward to the moon. And if I say going forward to the moon, that it means also not to go in competition against other countries. Maybe competition is good, but cooperation is even better. Go together to the moon with many nations. Still, it's a dream, but I hope it will really be coming true. And therefore, I developed at a certain time, in a certain point in time, what I called a multi-partner open concept, which should say we are taking institutes, we are taking countries, we are taking commercial actors, and all of them should meet on the surface of the moon and do some activity over there. And a journalist told me, and this is one of my messages, you always need a good narrative. And multi-partner open concept is not a good message. It's not a good narrative. It's good contents, but not a good message. And therefore, together with a journalist, the word of the Moon Village was created, which means as a village, bringing together different people with different ideas. My big question is what we see right now is what comes after the astronauts. So Artemis is going towards the moon. The Chinese are going towards the moon. So it is part of the idea of a moon village. However, they are not working together. But at the same time, we see that there's also weaponizing a big story in the space activities. What comes after the astronauts? Is it really the military? Can we prevent it? I hope that we can work together to really go in a civil way and a peaceful way to the outer space. And I will quote another philosopher, we will not cease from exploration until we come back to where we came from and see the place for the first time. I mean, this is a good message, and I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Jan, for this inspiring presentation. Our next speaker is Gabriella Arrigo, President of the International Astronautical Federation and Director of International Affairs at the Italian Space Agency. Gabriella, you are bringing a very important international and institutional perspective to this opening session. We are honored to have you with us at SRIC4. The floor is yours.
Good morning and good afternoon. So, do you see my slide?
Yes, but not in a presentation mode.
Okay, wait. Aha. Okay, so it's a pleasure to attend this fourth edition of the Space Renaissance Congress 2026 under the title Quality of Life on Earth and Beyond. I'm here today, let me say, in my double role and capacity as President of the International Astronautical Federation and Director of the International Affairs at Italian Space Agency. So indeed, my presence today would like to testify to the experience of more than 30 professional years spent in service of space international community in support of the quality of life on Earth and in space. The International Astronautical Federation was founded in 1951 during the Cold War to ensure space dialogue between the off-site scientific communities. And today, the Federation continues to facilitate international dialogue and cooperation for peaceful purposes for the benefit of humanity, gathering space agencies, industry, academia, scientists and researchers, space authorities, and representatives of civil society. Currently, IF has 604 members and from 82 countries. It disseminates information within its global network and the wider space community. To nurture new talents, the Federation has developed many activities targeting student and young professionals. And the Federation confers several awards every year to individuals and groups who have distinguished themselves in space cooperation and space activities at global level. I myself received the Excellence in International Cooperation Award in 2024. At the Italian Space Agency, the same principle guide my work. As a Director of International Affairs, my mandate is related to management of the international relations through three lines: relations with the European Union, relation with the European Space Agency, and relation behind Europe with global partners in line with the ASIS missions and the Italian space guideline. In particular, the Directorate coordinates international cooperation, establish partnerships, support space diplomacy, negotiate international cooperation agreement, and promote higher education in international space studies. Currently, ASI's portfolio consists of approximately 100 cooperation agreements with more than 50 countries and 10 international space organizations. These partnerships include long-standing relation with major space powers, collaboration with emerging and developing countries across different regions of the world, such as Europe, Asia, Africa, Latin America, Gulf countries, and Southeast Asia. Particular attention, let me say, is paid to multilateral relations at governmental and agency levels in key space sectors such as space sciences and exploration, and observation, and space economy. So, what I've said so far leads me to affirm that there are three pillars through which contribute to the quality of life on Earth and in space in international relationship. First, space diplomacy and international dialogue with all interested countries and stakeholders. Second, international cooperation project. And third, promotion of confidence building space transparency. Three tools, in my experience, able to support the sustainability of space activities for peaceful purposes, to meet the diversity and complexity of the international community, and to put on the ground the condition for long-term collaboration. So let me now focus your attention on three Italian international presidency for the upcoming years, particularly significant. Personally, I'm fully committed to making these three Italian presidencies current in the service of the international community. First, the Italian Space Authority chairs the ESA Council at ministerial level for the years 2026-2028, and next December 15, the first relevant engagement will be the Intermediate Ministerial Conference hosted by Italy in Rome. The meeting will represent a crucial moment for Europe, called to define strategic priorities in space exploration, from low orbit to lunar exploration and future deep space ambition. So second, Italy, in particular the ASI president, is chairing COPO's work for the years 2026 and 2027. So the chairmanship comes at a crucial time of great difficulties in international relations due to the rapidly evolving of multilateral context. In international arena marked by growing geopolitical tension, the Italian presidency is promoting an inclusive multilateral approach aimed at fostering shared solution to the sector's key international challenges, fully respecting the consensual spirit that characterized the committee. Within this challenging geopolitical environment, the Italian presidency in particular is trying to collect convergences on the realization of the Unispace 4 in 2027. And third, my presidency of the International Astronautical Federation aims to strengthen dialogue. As many of you know, my agenda for the upcoming 3 years is based on 4 priorities. Returning to the original spirit of the Earth mission born in 1951 to promote dialogue among all countries, regardless of political, economic, technological, and scientific differences. Strengthen the Earth's role in representing civil society, focus the nature of the Federation. Increasing engagement with emerging and developing space nations, and improving communication with the broader public to show space benefit. So before concluding my message in supporting concretely the quality of life, I would like to mention two upcoming events in 2026 that will bring together the international space community. The countdown to the 77th International Astronautical Congress in Antalya, Turkey, from 5 to 9 October, hosted by the Turkish Space Agency and the SAR Aerospace Cluster, has started under the theme "The World Needs More Space." The motto highlights the urgent need to explore and preserve outer space in a secure, sustainable, and inclusive way. It calls for global cooperation to keep space a peaceful frontier, ensuring its benefits are shared by all nations and future generations, and remind us that humanity also needs more quality of life on Earth and in space. And finally, the IF and the Italian Space Agency are organizing this year a new chapter of the International Space Forum at ministerial level. So 10 years after the first event hosted in Trento, Italy in 2026, the International Space Forum, created to promote the use of space technology to face and mitigate economic and social challenges, particularly in developing and emerging countries, comes back to Italy in Rome on November 23rd to review and take stock of the result obtained and open, let me say, a new phase of dialogue on the role of space as an instrument of cooperation and peace. Over the past decade, the forum has engaged with representatives from over 130 countries and several international space organizations, establishing an active network of dialogue across Africa, Nairobi chapter in 2017, South America, Buenos Aires chapter in 2028, the Mediterranean, Reggio Calabria chapter in 2019, the Caribbean, Panama chapter in 2023, the Gulf region, Manama chapter in 2024, and Southeast Asia, Manila chapter in 2025. So, guided by the theme Space for Peace, the 2026 Roman chapter will move around three key topics: the health of our planet, space dialogue for the well-being of humanity, governance, awareness, and responsibility. So, in conclusion, space renaissance, in my experience, means vision, ambition, responsibility, and resilience. It means progressing together toward a peaceful, equitable, and diverse humanity. Space knowledge and technology can greatly support this evolution by bridging the culture of power and the art of cooperation. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Gabriella, for your amazing words. We are so appreciative to have this amazing partnership between IAF and SRI, and to using this as an opportunity to gain momentum and feed into your amazing IAC in amazing Turkey, where on a personal note, I was privileged to be building ground stations there for ComSat, Inmarsat, Intelsat, right there in Anatolia back in the early 90s. So I know firsthand the amazing, incredible hospitality, the warmth of the character, the brilliance of the amazing people of Turkey, as you can see from Dr. Didi. And it's so exciting to be uniting with our friends here from Italy and to be going back there as well. And in Italy, of course, I have a very, very close relationship with the Italian Trade Agency. I've hosted many, many delegations right here at Cape Canaveral. They're very, very active, of course, in bringing their brilliant entrepreneurs here to the United States. And speaking of entrepreneurs, our next speaker is one of the architects of entrepreneurship himself. He worked so hard and diligently to build up the next generation and using opportunities for innovation and collaboration and the opportunities to build commercial space enterprises across sectors, which of course is close to my heart, by working across finance and math and bridging those gaps together. And somebody who has really epitomized being able to transform vision into value. Everybody, please help me in welcoming the amazing Professor Gregg Lee.
Good morning from Hong Kong. My name is Gregg Lee. My students call me Dr. G because they can't pronounce my name properly in this part of the world. I'm one of the co-founders of the Orion Astronaut Space Academy, OASA for short. You can see how much reverence we have for NASA and ESA. Thank you to Adriano and Barnhard for letting Hong Kong play a role these few days. Although OASA is based in Hong Kong, entrepreneurship shouldn't be grounded just in Hong Kong. Entrepreneur is a word we borrow from Spain, for example, and it means entrepreneurship in space. Like many economies who are new to space, Hong Kong wants to play our part in helping humanity understand and work with space. Being an entrepreneur is the most difficult undertaking, and it is like crossing a river by feeling the stones at your feet. One step, then another, very carefully at times, never knowing what's ahead. For this Congress, I would like to pass on the spirit of exploration and courage as symbolized by the Orion constellation. From the east and west, the Orion constellation stands for courage, outreach, and exploration. This is one of the rare constellations that have shared the same meaning, both from the east and the west. At your last Congress in 2021, 5 years ago, you've asked, what should the space advocacy community do to boost civilian space development during the next 5 years? Good question. We know what good entrepreneurs will be doing, stepping forward and making a new pathway, step by step, and we've learned we go further if we travel together. The real plan will only come from forward momentum, and in so doing, entrepreneurs like you will create this path for others to follow. It has been extremely hard for Hong Kong over the past 5 years, and I can imagine for many economies new to space, to convince teachers, bureaucrats who are used to the old ways, to understand or at least comprehend new space or the business of space. My own belief is that education holds the key. The skeptics needed new vocabulary. They need to form sentences to understand this new world. They need more exposure, more perspective to space topics. And of course, a renaissance. I found exposure is the first key to understanding. Mindsets are nearly impossible to change unless we show these skeptics new perspectives. Seeing and listening to new possibilities brings new perspectives. From there, we gain a deeper understanding, and over time, we should begin to have trust in one another and in the other person's point of view. And trust will establish the basis of governance. Indeed, as space governance researcher, trust underpins the basis of space governance. The rich discussion to come over the next few days will enhance our mutual understanding of space, and I believe will further strengthen awareness and acceptance of civilian space development. This has always been an aim at our Space Academy. OASA has been successful so far, and we've now created the new Space Economy Association for Hong Kong. You see, one step at a time, education, perspective, and now trade, or the business of space. On behalf of the 100 charter and founding members at ASA, have a great Congress, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your amazing words, and we are very privileged to be connecting there to Hong Kong. Personal note, I also remember back in the 90s enjoying having a wonderful office there, and we were connecting with all of the brilliant entrepreneurial minds there, and we appreciate all of the work that you and your team are doing there to inspire these entrepreneurs and bring them to in and connecting them with the rest of the world here. So we are really honored to have another pioneer. I keep overusing that word, but Adriano just keeps bringing these amazing pioneers here to share their insight and their brilliance with all of us. So how timely that here we are in the burgeoning, re-burgeoning of AI. Some of us lived through that previously, the AI winters, many of them. And so now we're back on the top of the curve. I was one of them who began my PhD in AI, but people said that was silly, don't do that. Fortunately, this next speaker didn't listen to them and persevered. The father of backpropagation, which is actually one of the cornerstones of all of the work that we see and the results that we see in AI today. I personally have the opportunity of working with him through the National Space Society, NSS, which is a strong partner of SRI, one of the founders of the 18th SDG initiative to support SRI in doing that. He's been a persistent catalyst for disruption as a program director at NSF and throughout Washington, true polymath, not to overuse the word, but Harvard, Princeton, LSE, London School of Economics, really it says it all, driving through the ideas through math and rigor, showing the benefits of space for Earth. Everybody, please join me in welcoming the amazing and brilliant Dr. Paul Werbos. So we can see your screen, sir. If we can't hear you, if you're, I'll unmute you. There we go. I'll unmute you. Okay, you're muted, sir. Sir, you're still muted.
Paul, your microphone is muted.
Yeah, I'm not, Adrian, I'm not able to unmute him from my end.
Neither I.
I could let him work that out, and I can introduce our next speaker.
Maybe.
Okay, I am unmuted now. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so there are two in this huge space. There are two messages I want to bring forward. I'm grateful to the first three speakers for stressing the reality of the strategic problem we're facing. Living in hopes and illusions will do no good if we don't engage with reality. The reality is that we are in a very complicated, tricky, and challenging situation. One part of it is we have many technologies, including AI and space, which connect together. And with wars going on, the human race is in trouble if we don't develop the best new technologies and connect them in effective international ways. When I worked the international community and many technologies, one of the most important things about the space community is you, the people. Whenever we promote space, it's critical that we are also promoting a way of thinking where we think out of the box, but we don't just fantasize, we pay attention to real science. Real science, real creativity, and thinking out of the box in this whole community makes this community much more valuable than just the technology, even though the technology is extremely important. Because this is very complicated technology, am I still sharing the screen? Did that work?
No, it didn't see your screen, sir.
I might I might be able to fix that as well.
But we hear you, so that's a great progress. We're happy with that.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Can you see it?
No, but we can hear you.
Can't see the slides. Okay, I certainly can see them on my screen. Bottom line, one of the areas I've had to pick, boy, I wish I could show you this, because the global futures community, 2 years ago, I was saying as part of the global futures community that we are facing 7 grand challenges in this century for all of humanity.
But Paul,
There are 4.
you can try to share again, maybe.
Okay. Let me go back to share. Okay. Share. It says I am screen sharing, but I wonder if you can see. Okay. And the slides should appear. Do you see slide?
No, we see your desktop.
Oh, God. Oh, well. Anyway.
You chose
okay.
the wrong window, I believe.
Okay. Most of my efforts have been big picture efforts. I've done a lot in space, more than you could believe in my lifetime. I'm sitting here 5 minutes from the Congress and the White House. I have seen the real history of space, which is radically different from what anyone tells you. There are stakeholder companies trying to make money. There are ideologies. Most of what you read is grossly filtered and not true. I have seen what works and what doesn't work. But the bottom line is we are part of the bigger humanity. Space has a critical role to play. But if we understand what our role is and how we connect to other critical technologies and critical challenges, our chances of really developing space will be much greater if we develop these connections. These are connections with politics and connections with technology. On the global policy area, just 2 years ago, I would go to these big international meetings and say humanity faces 7 big challenges in the coming century. There are 4 existential threats that could kill us off, and these big new nuclear wars are a big part of it. And then there are great hopes, and the economically sustainable settlement of space is one of the great hopes. But there's also something like the overview effect, a little bit stronger. But awareness of who we are in the universe is just as important as what we do in space itself economically. And we have many critical new technologies which are needed for areas like energy and climate and preventing war. I gave a major talk in Budapest earlier this year. I wish I could show you all the slides. I see them myself here. I sent them to the conference. I gave a major talk in Budapest. There's several major changes that have happened, and I just realized I should have started with another one. In these past 70 years, the United States and my friends in Russia and China have played a central role in making space a real option. We have led the world, and a lot of the other things in the world really were not so important. They were ways to get local money. But the world has changed in the past few years. The situation now is much more frightening with the new wars, but there are also new technologies at the same time. So to Budapest, the IEEE held a major summit for Europe based in Budapest, and I have the slides from the Budapest talk. You could actually see them on the web. There was a time when the US was really the center of all the most advanced physics. There's a site called Archive. If you know what Archive is, you might have some hope of knowing what's going on. If you don't know about Archive, you don't know about physics. And if you don't know about physics, what do you know about real technology? But this year, there is a new site called Zenodo in Europe, Zenodo. And there are many areas of science where the US has been falling back in the last few years. It's not just the right-wing crazies, it's the left-wing crazies. There are many problems here in the US. And this gives new opportunities and responsibilities to Europe. And that's why I'm glad to speak to you guys, even if I better shut up soon, because there are exciting major new opportunities, but you can only capture those opportunities if you really catch up to what some of the real technological frontiers are like. And I was planning to show slides on some radical new developments in technology. But if you go to Zenodo, 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 that is the main repository for the European Union advanced research. And I have a bunch of papers there, including the Budapest presentation. There's a lot of material at Zenodo. There are opportunities for Europe, which go far beyond what our present US government is doing. And the only question is, will you be bold enough to get out of the stakeholder bullshit? The stakeholder bullshit is destroying the climate because we're not doing the right things on climate, because all these stakeholder politician types are not getting the real technology out. And the space community is our best hope of doing that. Now I'll shut up. Sorry for going over.
No, we appreciate those, I would say, inspirational, transformational words. Thank you very much, Dr. Paul. We appreciate your work in your AI and then backpropagation and then where that brought us to today. But speaking of transformation and revolution, I am really excited to introduce our next speaker. What can I say about the original space maverick? Long before new space was a real word, he took that word and brought it to the front lines, founded the Space Frontier Foundation, relentlessly battling bureaucracy, as Dr. Paul just mentioned, he also does. But not just talked about it, he actually fueled the ecosystem. He put his money where his mouth was and founded the first space VC, the first space fund, literally called the Space Fund. And where there he was able to turn what I call science fiction into science faction by bridging that gap and fueling and partnering with entrepreneurs and astropreneurs, both with his money and his mind, to bring those transformation reality technologies into reality. Such an amazing, incredible champion for space for all, epitomizing my saying that there's a place in space for every face, a truly revolutionary voice, but most importantly, a unbelievably dear friend and fearless force for transformation in the industry. Please give a massive space maverick welcome to the incredible revolutionist Rick Tumlinson.
Wow. Thank you, Robert. I hope you can hear me all right.
Yes,
Great.
sir.
Great. All right. Well, I appreciate the opportunity from SRI to say hello to you all. I am on the road. I'm in a town called Vyshgorod, just along the edge of Kyiv in Ukraine. I've been here about a month and a half now. And I will come back to that in a couple of moments. But I've been listening to some of the previous speakers, and I love what they're saying. This is a global endeavor. This is not a government endeavor. This is not a private sector endeavor. It is a global endeavor by whoever is willing to step up, roll up their sleeves, and get involved. I was very, very lucky to be part of the beginning of the revolution. In '95, I called for all transportation to and from the station to be, the International Space Station to be privately provided, the expansion of the station to be, ISS to be commercially developed by civilians. And it wasn't that I was some genius, I was speaking for the team. And what we were talking about was that we believe the government shouldn't drive trucks and build buildings. That's what people should do. And not just corporations. This isn't that, we're not out here. I divide the idea of the space community, the space movement, the cause of space from what some people call space commercialization. That's part of it. That's the engine. We cannot confuse the engine for the vehicle, and we certainly can't confuse the vehicle, which is the rocket ships and the capabilities that we're developing in space, for the destination. And in this case, the destination is not a physical destination per se, even though we are talking about going out into the universe. It is a spiritual destination. It is the destination of what humanity can be, what you and I can be as human beings, and what we can create in terms of opportunity for our children and their children. The breakout into the universe is a physical movement, yes, but it is psychological and spiritual movement, more importantly. We have the chance to transform what it means to be a human being. We have the chance to change the relationship between ourselves and the rest of the living creatures around us, from one wherein we are attacking them as we grow our technology and our civilization, to one where we are protecting and expanding their domain as we expand the domain of life in this space. The breakout is right now. You see the news. You've seen the transformation, by the way, of the Artemis program into something new. It's shifting. It's becoming something about putting people first rather than going through kabuki dances of what governments think they should be doing in space. It's happening. It's all starting to change. The access is about to occur, is actually starting to occur. And we're going from back in '95, when I did my testimony in front of Congress, there were a handful of space companies. There were a handful of space organizations. Very, very, very few people. Now there are thousands and thousands, millions of people employed, and people like yourselves who are beginning to pay attention in a very big way, if not take leadership roles. And that's the next point, leadership. It's time to get off the couch. It's time to put down the remote control. It is time to step away from even going to all the conferences, because Lord knows we've got a bunch of them. I've got one coming up, by the way, in Houston, called the New World's Fair, the first week of December. Please check it out. We'd love to have you there. Our theme is going to be Return to the Moon. But having said that, it's time for us to stop being the audience. It's time for us to lead, and you can lead. So I'm just going to say, get involved. And I'm going to end with one last thing. I've been here now for 3 attacks. I've hidden under stairwells. I've hidden in garages. And a few nights ago, for the first time in my life, I saw a ballistic missile come in. It was taken out by a Patriot battery. I'm near the major dam of the Sea of Kyiv, which is a giant lake that is above the city of Kyiv and a prime target. It was harrowing. It was terrifying. And it was the absolute darkest possible use of rocket technologies that humanity has conceived of. And we have to stop it. We have to stop it. We in the space community who are leading this planet into space have to stop it. We have to tell our leaders no. There needs to be a ban on all offensive weapons in space. And SRI has been working, for example, on the SDG program. Brilliant. I think the next thing that has to be done is a push for a ban for all offensive military capabilities in space, period. I know there's a line between dual use and things like that, but some things are clearly meant for destruction. And we cannot carry the same cave person attack, kill, plunder, pillage technology into this magnificent frontier that awaits us. We go up to grow up. We don't go up to blow up. It is time for change. Make the change, be the change, and let's go. Thank you once again. Have a beautiful day. And by the way, that's Kiev behind me. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Rick. Please continue to stay safe. We look forward to seeing you soon here back in the US and back in Houston. Thank you for your amazing words. Thank you for all the work that you've done to get us to this point, and for not even passing the torch, but allowing us to all grab the torch with you, because you're still holding on to it. And so we're working dearly, and we appreciate all of that. Another dear friend now, of a longtime friend of SRI, a longtime friend of the 18th SDG initiative. We're pleased to introduce another visionary, the original architect of the Red Planet, somebody who literally wrote the book on how we settle the Red Planet for the case for Mars, and is recognized by all as the really initiator of that. And then he founded to support that, the Mars Society, which is now the biggest group supporting Mars, the genius behind Mars Direct. And again, another master of what I call satisfaction, taking science fiction and turning it into fact for science, and a relentless champion for settlement, who insists that humanity cannot be trapped in a closed planetary system at all. Another brilliant astropreneur, looking forward to opening the new world through Mars. Everybody, please welcome the brilliant and never shy Dr. Robert Zubrin.
Well, I'm afraid Bob couldn't join for some reason, and so I'm afraid we should go to the next speaker, because Bob is not here. I sent him a couple of emails, but perhaps he is in some situation where he cannot write even.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, Robert. And so then this will be the very famous and one and only Professor Sergio Marchisio, Professor of Space Law at Sapienza University, Rome. And he's also chairman of the European Center for Space Law at the European Space Agency. And he's also serving as General Counsel of the International Astronautical Federation. Professor Marchisio, you support our work within SRI as well, also on the 18 SDG front, and your work is truly central, not only to us within SRI, but to many of the legal and governance questions that are becoming more urgent as space activities expand. So we are looking forward to hearing your insights. The floor is yours.
You have to unmute, Sergio. Professor
Yeah,
Sergio.
yeah. Okay. Thank you, Gulin. Could you hear me now? Yes. Thank you for your very kind words. In fact, we had the opportunity to meet several times this year at the COPOS meeting, even though I should say they were a little bit disappointing, because there were a lot of difficulties in there, and I think that they could be overcome in the next future for the benefit of multilateral cooperation in space. As I heard from Barnhard, time is running, so I would like to restrict my intervention which is focusing on one point, well-known point, but I would like to again repeat it because I think that for the development of rules of road in the outer space activities, it will be central in the next years. And this is normative sustainability beyond treaties. Beyond treaties, because we have until now and for decades rested upon a relatively limited number of foundational treaties that provided a stable legal architecture. The Outer Space Treaty remains a foundational, resilient treaty. I think that its resilience depends on Article 6, which anticipated the openness of outer space to private entities, even though under the condition of the authorization of the appropriate state. This is really a central and key provision for all the system of space law. Now, but while resilient, the treaty is also an aging treaty, and it can cover everything that is going on in space activities. We face a more complex environment characterized by orbital congestion, proliferation of satellite constellation, growing risks associated with space debris, the expanding role of private actors operating at an unprecedented scale and speed. In this context, we have to rely more and more on technical standards, operational guidelines, and expert-driven coordination mechanisms, which are central element of space governance for the time being. But what is the legal significance of forms of normativity that emerge beyond treaties, and how this sustainability on Earth and space fits on it, on this kind of legal instruments? Over the past decades, I have personally participated in several international processes aimed at developing non-legally binding instruments in the field of outer space activities. I would like to recall only two of them. The first was the process called the Draft International Code of Conduct for Outer Space Activities, which was promoted by the European Union between 2008 and 2015, which sought to establish political commitments, high-level political commitments concerning commitments related to anti-satellite tests and avoidance of long-lasting space debris. This process failed in 2015 in the United Nations in New York because of the opposition of several countries, and also, in my opinion, for the maturity of the international community at the time for accepting any kind of commitment, even non-binding, on this issue. And in fact, we have nothing also now. We have only unilateral declaration of good intention, which are non-binding under the guidance of the the General Assembly First Committee. The second one was the process which went along more than 15 years for adopting the 2019 long-term sustainability guidelines of outer space activities, and which are guidelines, technical standards, which took the final form of a non-binding resolution of the United Nations. So we see political commitments of high level, technical standards, General Assembly resolution, which we call together soft law. But this concept is sometimes misleading because it tends to group together instruments that differ greatly in origin, function, authority, and practical effect. In any case, we do not have any other option. We do not have, for the time being, any alternative. So we should rely for consolidate sustainability on Earth and in outer space to this kind of normative instrument. I say normative because I want to keep some of the legal effects even being not legally binding. And the point is that we are in a phase where the preservation of outer space is perceived as a common concern of humankind. And if we look at the definition of sustainability in the preamble of the guidelines of 2015, we see that, I quote, the sustainability is the capacity to conduct space activities indefinitely into the future while ensuring equitable access to the benefits of the exploration and use of outer space, meeting the needs of present and future generations, and preserving the space environment for future generations. And this was a real conquest in 2019, because we should consider there were powerful states that thought that sustainability had nothing to do with outer space. It was a concept born in another sector of the United Nations, environment, Rio de Janeiro Declaration of 1992, but without any linkage and connection with outer space. So it was at the time a heavy battle, a heavy fight in order to have this concept of sustainability in the field of outer space normativity. And I believe that this is a key really point, and I very much supported the initiative of SRI in order to have the 18th Sustainable Development Goal, space for sustainability in space, for space and for Earth. And this is something very important. As I said, unfortunately, we are currently witnessing a deeply concerning political trend because there are attempts to remove from the discourse and practice of international space governance at the multilateral level, including the United Nations, concepts such as sustainability, capacity building, and many others. We couldn't, as you were there, Gulin, you can remember that the COPOS was not able to adopt the report this year. So I don't know what will happen now, because if we do not have a report, the subcommittees have no agenda and they cannot meet next year. So if this problem is not solved at the level of General Assembly of the United Nations, I imagine with a votation or something like that in the fourth committee and then in the General Assembly, we will have troubles for the survivance of COPOS. Of course, this is the darkest picture that we can make. I'm sure that they will solve with the appropriate revisions, the agenda and everything and the report of the committee. But in my mind, if we have to expulse from the discourse of outer space law, outer space normativity, the concept of sustainability, this is, in my mind, a serious political and normative regression at a moment when the growing fragility of the space environment requires more than ever a shared commitment to responsible and sustainable governance. We need more and more normative guidance, even with non-binding rules. And within this framework, we should reflect on how international law could accommodate, resist, and integrate forms of normativity that do not derive from treaties. We should support this process for consolidated what has been acquired in the past years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your amazing inspirational words, and thank you for your continuous relentless support of SRIs and the 18th SDG initiative. We're deeply grateful for that. Another great supporter we mentioned, NSS, was one of the founding members supporting SRI in that initiative. We're pleased to have a special guest from the National Space Society, somebody who's one of the creators of what I call cosmic cognition, the master of science faction through his videos and podcasts that reach millions and inspire millions and connect to millions throughout the world, throughout the spaceship Earth, to all the crew members of Spaceship Earth. Another polymath, physics graduate, and Army combat vet. Thank you for your service so much. Please welcome somebody who is leading the charge throughout the National Space Society and beyond with our partner organizations, the president of NSS, Isaac Arthur.
Well, thank you, Robert, and thank you for inviting me to speak at the World Congress. I see a lot of familiar faces, giants in our field, and please stay safe. And while we say it a lot, the term pioneer is very appropriate. It is an honor to join a gathering focused not only on space exploration, but on the larger question of how human civilization grows beyond Earth. For those who do not know me, as Robert said, I am Isaac Arthur, the president of the National Space Society and host of Science and Futurism with Isaac Arthur, home to over 1 million space enthusiastic subscribers. I spent a great deal of time discussing the long-term future of humanity in space, not just rockets and missions, but habitats, economies, settlements, and civilizations. That is why the phrase space renaissance resonates with me. A renaissance is not just a new technology or a new destination. It is a change in how a civilization imagines itself. For most of the space age, space has been a place we treated as a place you could visit. We send astronauts, probes, rovers, telescopes, satellites, and the occasional billion-dollar nuclear robot that has sometimes crashed into the landscape. And overall, that has been magnificent. Exploration inspires us. It expands knowledge. It gives humanity shared achievements and shared stories. But exploration alone does not make a spacefaring civilization. Civilian space development begins when space is no longer just a destination for heroes, but becomes a domain for citizens. And that, I think, is the shift before us now. The great achievement of the last century was proving that humans could reach space. The great task of this century is proving that human beings can live there, work there, build there, trade there, raise families there, create culture there, and gradually make space part of ordinary civilization. Not ordinary in the sense of dull. Space is rather stubborn about trying to kill you, but ordinary in the sense that oceans become ordinary, aviation became ordinary, electricity became ordinary, and the internet became ordinary. Things that begin as miracles become infrastructure, and infrastructure changes civilization. We are at a remarkable moment. Launch costs have fallen to the earth, even as launch rates have soared. Reusability is becoming real. Private companies are building capabilities that once belonged only to superpowers. The moon is no longer just a memory from the 1960s. Sustainable space is becoming a serious economic and strategic domain. Robotics, automation, artificial intelligence, and advanced manufacturing are giving us tools earlier generations of space advocates could only sketch on paper, and the innovation and R&D from that has already helped us here on Earth. And yet, the public imagination has not fully caught up. Many people still think of space as science fiction, national prestige, military high ground, or a handful of astronauts doing heroic things very far away. Those are parts of the story, but not the whole story. The missing piece is civilian development. Civilian development means asking different questions. Not only can we get there, but can people thrive there? Not only can we plant a flag, but can we plant an economy? Not only can we survive a few months, but can we flourish for generations? Not only what can space do for governments, but what can it do for humanity as a whole? But transportation is only the beginning. We need life support systems that are not heroic emergency equipment, but reliable civic infrastructure. We need serious work on radiation protection, closed-loop ecology, and human health. We need artificial simulated gravity experiments, because if we are serious about children, families, workers, and long-term settlement, gravity is not a luxury feature. It is one of the most basic environmental questions of civilization. We need in-space manufacturing, in-space propellant, orbital construction, debris recovery and reuse, and vehicles designed to move from space to space, not only from Earth to orbit. We need to stop imagining Earth as the only factory, warehouse, and gas station in the solar system. We also need legal and political clarity. People will not build homes, factories, farms, businesses, or cities where rights are unclear, where resource use is treated as taboo, or where settlers are imagined as temporary guests, forever dependent on distant bureaucracies. That does not mean carrying every terrestrial mistake into the heavens. We have enough of those down here already, and shipping them uphill is expensive. But it does mean recognizing that human beings do not stop being human beings when they cross into space. They still need law, liberty, dignity, responsibility, representation, and a future they can believe belongs to them and their children. This is where geopolitics and astropolitics matter. Space is becoming more strategically important. That is unavoidable. The moon, system of space, orbital infrastructure, communications, navigation, resources, and industrial capacity will matter to nations. Rivalries will exist. Coalitions will form. There will be competition. But competition does not have to mean stagnation. It does not have to mean space becomes only a military high ground. One of the best ways to prevent that is to make space a broad civilian domain as quickly as possible. The antidote to space becoming only a battlefield is for it to become a marketplace, a laboratory, a workplace, a neighborhood, and eventually a homeland. That requires cooperation among space advocacy organizations. That is what we are here for. We will not agree on everything, and we should not expect to. A healthy space movement should include engineers, scientists, entrepreneurs, legal scholars, settlement advocates, planetary scientists, educators, artists, and dreamers with spreadsheets, especially the dreamers with spreadsheets. They are dangerous but useful. What we need are shared priorities clear enough to communicate. First, space settlement is legitimate. It is not fantasy, escapism, or distraction from Earth. It is the one way a growing civilization protects life, expands opportunity, and increases resilience. Second, life and health in space deserves serious investment now. If we wait until after people are living there to ask whether they can thrive, we've done the process backward. Third, the moon and orbital space should be developed not only as symbols of a national prestige, but as stepping stones towards a larger civilian economy. Fourth, space law must enable peaceful development, resource use, and eventual settlement, while protecting human rights and preventing destructive conflict. And fifth, advocacy must tell a human story. People do not rally around infrastructure alone. Nobody falls in love with a propellant depot, except perhaps a very specialized kind of engineer. People rally around features they can imagine themselves inside. We need to talk about space not only where astronauts go, but where nurses, farmers, welders, teachers, children, families, entrepreneurs, artists, and even normal ordinary citizens may someday live. Exploration inspires, development transforms. So the task before space advocacy is to make civilian space development understandable, respectable, urgent, and hopeful. If we do that well, the space renaissance will not be remembered only as a slogan or a conference theme. It will be remembered as the moment when humanity began to see space, not just the sky above us, but as the future around us. Thank you, and ad astra.
Thank you so much, President Isaac. We appreciate those inspiring words. Hopefully we can heed those, as I think you'll see our next speakers will indeed. Another dear friend of National Space Society, I'm pleased to introduce a quite an iconic creature that
Robert,
you won't. Yes.
Just let me say just two words about the speech of Isaac Arthur. That I am very, very impressed by that, and I think that is exactly the philosophy of space renaissance. So we want to have you in SRI also, not only in the NSS, but you are needed also here because you expressed exactly what we mean for civilian space development. Thank you very much, Isaac.
Thank you again for having me here, and thank you so much for what SRI does.
Yes,
Okay.
and as we said, the NSS has been a proud partner from the very beginning, and we appreciate that so dearly. And another dear friend of mine from NSS has brought together and meet this amazing creature who is pioneering what it is to live among the stars. He's championing that human experience that Isaac talked about, and how everyday citizens, not just the astronauts or the Top Guns, can be able to experience that and have the mass exploration and habitation as our keynote Frank discussed, and how we design that for the everyday citizen, to go from aerospace dynamics to domestic design. Please welcome the founder of most importantly, the zero gravity cocktail glass that we can't forget, and trying to make space accessible for the rest of us. Please welcome the inspirational author of Creature Comforts in Space, Sam Coniglio.
All right. Thank you very much, Robert. Basically, Isaac did my presentation, so I don't really have to talk much anymore. So thank you. That was a really good one there. Yeah, that's good. A lot of the things that Isaac covered is a lot of stuff that I will be talking about. We now know how to get to space easily, or more easily, with the advancements in rockets with SpaceX and other companies. So this is fantastic that we're able to finally get over the hump of transportation, getting from point A to point B into space. The challenge is, though, is what do you do when you get up there? Okay, we have this International Space Station. It's falling apart. You may have heard about what's going on with the Russian side of the space station, having some issues there. There are several space companies that are developing private space stations, and vast space is ready to fly very, very soon. So very exciting stuff. What I keep talking about all the time is about space tourism and space habitats and space hotels and improving the basics of living off world, the things you do every single day, drinking from a cup of coffee, or having a nice dinner, or using, taking a shower, all those fundamentals you do every single day. You don't think about it because whatever, it's just what you do. But when you are torn out of your comfort zone and put into an extreme environment like space, or the desert, or the mountains, or underwater, suddenly the game changes. You have to reinvent how you live. And when you reinvent how you live, you learn a few things that you can bring back to home, back to Earth, wherever you are. And whether that's improving protection from the extreme heats that's going on right now because of global climate change, or dealing with droughts, or dealing with other things. You can learn how to be super efficient with water in an extreme environment. You learn how to practice and recycle those things. You learn how to use plants efficiently, not only for growing by themselves, but also for growing fruits and vegetables, and also to help with the life cycle of recycling wastewater, gray water, black water, things like that, being able to filter things and being able to use the plants to do what plants have been doing for millions of years, which is, of course, process waste, turn them into, fruits and vegetables, and cultivating the land. So now we need to figure out how to apply that off-world in a totally different environment and use that to help keep us alive, basically bringing Earth with us wherever we go. So I have a whole book about creature comforts in space, talking about enjoyment, talking about going beyond just the survival aspect of living and having baby wipes as the way you take your shower and keep clean, to a real shower with real water, recycling everything as much as possible, sending it to the garden, the wastewater garden, where it processes it and you can use it again and again. So I talk about hotels, I talk about long-term habitats. We need truck stops up there, we need gas stations up there, we need hotels up there, we need all sorts of orbital infrastructure beyond just science and labs. That's important too, but we need to go beyond that. If we keep talking about space for humanity, let's design space for humanity. Okay, that includes the artists, that includes the creators, that includes not just the engineers, but other folks who are, teachers. We need other people beyond just the engineers going up into, low Earth orbit or beyond to help create this new frontier. And that's what we need. We need the plumbers too, and the electricians, and all the maintenance people, all the support stuff, because things will break. And AI is also extremely useful for automating processes and information. And we should have a support system of AI-powered robots to do a lot of the different tasks, with the mundane tasks and the boring tasks and the dangerous tasks. Those are extremely useful to have. And we just need to realize we have to have standardized parts for the construction of, if we're going to do these space habitats over and over again, maybe these different companies should like agree upon consistency of how large the airlock should be, or how what the windows should be size wise, what parts and components they can use, so we can interact with each other much more easily, and so we can build a whole city in space. Really, and also designing for space, you build for Earth. All these different components and systems that I've been talking about, and what all these other speakers have been talking about, once we understand the fundamentals of how to deal with an extreme environment, we can learn how to be more efficient with water management and other things. We can bring it back to Earth and learn how to improve basic housing, basic power management. Why can't we all live off the grid? We don't always have to be dependent on larger systems, which tend to break down or have various issues. So by developing for off-world systems, just even the fundamentals of doing dishes, doing laundry, doing other elements that we do every single day at home in an extreme environment where we have to be very efficient with our power, very efficient with our water, very efficient with our resources, then we can learn from that and bring that back to Earth to create new products and services to make things better down here. I was going to do a slide deck, but since no one else is doing a slide deck, I thought, I'll just wing it to see how we're doing here with this. So I think this is good stuff. So yeah, we are learning how to live better off world, slowly but surely. We have to understand that without gravity, surface tension becomes an issue related to liquids and bubbles and floating around, and how do you manage all that? So there's a whole group of folks that are redesigning dishware and cups and toilet systems so they can manage the fluids in a weightless environment, because you don't have just simply water pouring down, because nothing pours down. There is no down. You have blobs. So how do you manage that blob of liquid that's floating around? So you create a container that control that blob through capillary action. And that is how plumbing is being reinvented for off-world living. And that helps us with showers, it helps us with toilets, it helps us with cooking and cleaning and so on. There's a lot of critical lifestyle improvements that are needed, which I won't dive into because I don't have enough time, but there's just so many amazing things that need to be improved upon, from sleeping to laundry to entertainment, farming, toilets, and so on. Currently, I'm very excited to talk about, there's new research that's happening right now. You probably heard about the Chinese taikonauts that made their first barbecue chicken in space. It was kind of fun. So yeah, new ways of cooking, new ways of cleaning, is happening right now. Designers right now, like Interstellar Labs, are designing space farms. There's another company called Thesis that's creating new types of space ovens and a food prep table. Vast Space just revealed a new human-centric interior design system. There's all sorts of really good innovations going on right now. So I'm very excited to hear and see these changes that are happening in our industry, and now realistic habitation is coming now really, really fast. I'd say starting early next year, starting with Vast Space, we're going to see some dramatic changes in the way people work and live and play off-world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is what we are very much keen also within SRI. Our president personally supports off-world habitats, and also here we try to mimic them on Earth. So this is part of our ongoing space SR Academy as well, studies programs. So with this one, I would like to now welcome Dr. Joe Pelton, Dean Emeritus of the International Space University and President of ACES Worldwide. Joe, your contributions to the space community span across education, policy, communications, and long-term thinking on the future of space activities. I often find myself referring to your books as I teach on space entrepreneurship to my aerospace university students as well. Your perspective is very relevant to the spirit of this Congress. And thank you very much for being with us today. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you. It's great to be here. I feel like what I should say is listen to everybody who's spoken before, because we've covered so many key topics, everything from international cooperation, peaceful use of outer space, more commercial development, things that we should do to eliminate mass extinction events, and a whole host of things from saving copious and better space governance and on and on and on. And I was recently at the National Space Society event, and it was exciting to hear messages such as has been presented to us by Isaac Arthur today. I'm going to talk a little bit about what my organization, which is called ACES Worldwide, stands for Alliance for Collaboration and Exploration of Outer Space, and some of the things that we're doing that I think are important. Our number one job is what we are doing to get users of space systems to expand their use of space, meet the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And it turns out that almost all 17 of them can be furthered by very active use of outer space. The idea of compact agreements, which we are pursuing, started with the energy objective and clean energy, where there's been great progress made by governments. But what we're trying to do is to work with space agencies and other user groups to sign up to use space for coping with a whole host of issues, from environment and climate change issues to better farming for more food, and for education and for healthcare and so on. And this is sometimes called Space for All. And we have had an initiative in South Asia where we have fishermen signing up to use space to help with their fishing and safety. We have people in India who are harvesting seaweed and making it into a high protein food, again, using space systems to do that job better. We have a number of organizations, educational groups who we're working with in terms of space-based satellite education. I must admit that probably the most important thing I ever did as an individual action was when I was Intelsat. We basically gave away free satellite time for space education, and that started the Chinese program. It started out with about 20 Earth stations that grew into many tens of thousands, and millions of students received education produced by the Chinese Ministry of Education and by Central China TV. It ended up with over 1 million teachers participating in this program and over 10 million students. But these are just some of the examples of the ways that we can use space systems to not only make the world better and achieve goals, but also work to overcome issues such as climate change. I really hope we could also get space debris as a key element to be working on as a prime issue, because this really could deny us access to space at the rate it's going. We now have 45,000 objects the size of a tennis ball. And people say, well, that's not very much of a problem. Well, that's a grenade. That's a hand grenade at 17,000 miles an hour. So anyway, these are things that we're working on at ACES Worldwide, and we're just about to sign a new agreement with the Nigerian Space Agency, working with the Indian Space Agency and with the Nepal Space Agency and so on to expand this program. But job two is very much about some of the things we've been just talking about, working with Adriano and SRI and the National Space Society. We have a number of things going under the banner of Living in Space. And in fact, we do have a website which 14 space-related organizations are now members of. And this is just simply www.living-in-space.org. where you can read about things that we're doing. But we have a special issue of the Frontiers in Space Technology Journal, where we have 8 articles now published and 2 more pending. One of them is by Adriano and the O'Neill space habitat history. And the other one is a book. And this book covers almost everything we've talked about, from better space transportation systems, from space elevators to nuclear fusion based vehicles to rotational large-scale space habitats, to better space governance, to the importance of space entrepreneurial and new space activities, and something we haven't really talked about that much, which goes, I guess, under the official name of bioregenerative life support systems. But basically, it's getting back to recycling and making both the Earth economy and our space economy able to live long-term in space, rather than just thinking that the key is to have various missions from space flying up your water and your food and so on, of how can we farm and live in space on a long-term basis. Anyway, that book we hope to be out maybe by the end of the year or early next year. And many of the people who are on this are contributors to that book. So the thing is, I would just like to end with our attention to what I call future compression or time compression. I put together the concept of a super month, where every day of the month represents 2 years in human life, and that's 4 million years going back to the start of the month, where we had Artie and Lucy, the first humanoids, to today. If we look at that 30-day month, we find that for 30 days and way into the 30th month, we find that an hour and a half from midnight of that 30th month is when we started having farming and setting up towns and permanent settlements, stopped being hunter-gatherer nomads. That was an hour and a half from midnight. 4 minutes from midnight is the Renaissance. 2 minutes from midnight is the Industrial Revolution. And the last 15 seconds are the age of space and computers and AI and so on. And the point is, we are moving faster and faster. If you look at that speed up record of what's happened in the last hour and a half, and what's happened in the last 4 minutes, and the last 2 minutes, and now what's happened in the last 15 minutes. And here's the super month thing, that's a little slice of time is where we're gone. And the question is, where are we going to go in the next 15 seconds? I think we will accomplish much of the things that are in the Living in Space book in those next 15 seconds. We really need to have to move faster and faster to achieve what can happen in this age of future compression. So I do feel a little bit like Zsa Zsa Gabor's sixth husband, who spoke after so many other accomplished speakers, that when he said, "I know what I was supposed to say, but how do I make it interesting?" After being the sixth husband of Zsa Zsa Gabor, or the 12th speaker after some of the really brilliant minds that are driving the space revolution forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe. Yes, another brilliant mind there. We appreciate your insight. The super month, I wish I could compress time every day. I think I'll take that to heart. Thank you so very, very much. And so you mentioned space governance, Joe, and how important that is. And it's something that doesn't often keep up with technology. Sometimes it's trailing and it has to try to keep up. especially the way our governance works. But one of the architects of astropolitics, of learning how we govern ourselves in the stars without the borders that we saw are dissolving when we go into space, as Frank talked about. And then the hyperconvergence that we talked about of engineering and technology and law and security and art and science, and bringing all of those together. And how do we provide a framework for those, for self-regulation? So to solve this problem, he found Astro Consulting Firm International, Astropolitics Institute, and how we work together to have a peaceful expansion, the champion of the peaceful expansion. Everybody, please welcome the astropolitical pioneer himself, Dr. Eligar Sadeh.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Robert. Thank you for the kind introduction. It's an honor to be here and follow so many influential and speakers and leaders in the space community. Yeah, I'll be leading actually a panel more on that topic tomorrow on astropolitics, particularly looking at the cislunar domain that we're expanding into now with the Artemis program. So more of the focus on the governance element in that will be in that panel tomorrow. Today, I kind of wanted to focus on some larger thoughts. This draws from a TED talk I gave on how the current space revolution really is the key to our future as a human species. And I want to kind of make the argument I'm going to make is that the reason we're in the state that we're in and we're facing existential threats, as we all know, whether it's technology that provides an existential threat, human-driven climate change, most scientists are in complete agreement that we are driving ourselves in that regard to an existential event this century. And the reason behind that is that we still are tied to a paradigm of disconnection versus connection. We talked about paradigm shifts earlier. Frank White talked about it. Adriano talks about it. The space renaissance is all about that idea of a space renaissance shift. And it's this paradigm of disconnection. We're separate. We have borders. We conflict. And I think this ongoing space revolution, and we're nearing 70 years of that since the launch of Sputnik in 1957, provides a way out of that. It provides a way to look at space and Earth and the connection between the two, the cosmos-Earth connection, in the lens of connection. And I think that's the future to perpetuating the human species. I think it starts with looking at the image of Earth from space, the Earthrise image. Frank White made the point earlier that the astronauts and those that have traveled into outer space, the taikonauts, the cosmonauts, have experienced this profound transformation, the overview effect. But I would make the argument that that can manifest here on Earth to all of us. The images of the Artemis flyby around the moon that repeated like the Apollo 8 mission in the 1960s, the images of Earthrise are profound. I think they have cosmological implications. The idea that we're a spaceship Earth flying in space. It has global implications. The idea that we're all in this together. We're interconnected. And I think that has implications for thinking about things individually as well, right? We talked about the emotional, the spiritual aspects of this. So if we really begin to look at the Earth from outer space, whether we get to experience it firsthand, which is probably more profound, of course, or we experience it here on Earth by looking at these images, sharing in the exploration of people going there, I think there is a cognitive shift that is beginning to take place. What Frank White so eloquently talked about again is the overview effect. And I think this leads us to thinking about, one point in terms of thinking about connection versus disconnection. And this is reinforced, I think, through the lens of science as well. If we look at science in different contexts, in one context, I'll talk a little later about global climate change a little, we're seeing an idea of holistic thinking, systemic thinking. I've engaged in a lot of this myself and in my own work. But we're also seeing about this through the lens of physics. If we think about things like the connection between the large scale, the cosmological, and the smaller scale, the quantum, and the connections between the two, what physics theorists are long searching for in terms of a theory of everything. And I think there's some interesting postulates that are still more at the margins, I think, of mainstream science. But they're interesting postulates to think about in terms of how we're moving to, again, a paradigm shift of connection that can be enabled by space exploration and by the frontiers of science as well that are tied to that. And to look at 4 different postulates, one is thinking about a unified science approach, the idea being that really everything's within a unified systemic connections versus disconnection. That the universe is really unified in many, many ways. It's an entire cosmological system. It's an Earth-space cosmological system versus being reducible, right? We tend to view science as being reducible to all its individual components and parts instead of thinking about it this way. We can also think about another postulate that intelligence versus randomness is ultimately embedded in the cosmic space-time fabric. Further, we can think about a balance of order versus a dissolution, that there are increasing and decreasing cosmic dances occurring through transfers of electromagnetic energy. And finally, that the vacuum of space is not really a vacuum. You know, it's energy and connection. And there are some really interesting theories that locked into the elements of space is all the abundance we need as a human species. The abundance of the cosmic fabric itself is locked with abundant energy that's infinite. To further explore this argument, I think it's interesting as well to look at, you know, this argument of connection versus disconnection, is to look at what I would argue more holistically is something called intelligent civilization theory. The Kardashev scale, it's sometimes known as. How do we move from being a type 1 civilization confined to planetary Earth to a type 2, type 3, type 4, you could think about difference across the scale, but ultimately to emerge as at least a type 2 civilization initially, becoming a fully manifested spacefaring civilization. And a lot of this has to do with the idea being that any intelligent civilization is going to be driven by the need for energy and resources to advance technology, to advance itself. And we are nearing the capacity of mastering that on planet Earth, but to our detriment, right? Current estimates, you know, Carl Sagan played around with this. Current estimates place us at around 0.75, give or take. At a fully manifested type 1, we've mastered planetary energy resources. However, in nearing that mastery, we are inducing a planetary extinction event, right? Human-driven climate change. Currently, you know, as many of you are well aware, we've crossed the threshold of 430 parts per million of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere. Based on science, that hasn't occurred in millions of years in Earth's history. So in a near-term context, we are perpetuating an extinction event here. If we begin to think about space as a place of abundance, energy and resources, we begin to think about off-Earth. You know, some others have talked about this. We need to get an off-Earth paradigm shift going to think about ourselves as a type 2 planet, a type 2 species. That means we are a spacefaring species where we begin to think off Earth for the resources, for the abundance we need, resources and energy. And I think the beginnings of that are in place. You know, we begin to think about space mining, in situ space resource utilization. We begin to think about space as a basis for energy production. I've been engaged in workshops on how we could as a species, put into place space-based solar power systems that could provide base power for planet Earth. There have been concepts of producing, once we master that, and I think we're nearing mastery of that, we're the beginnings of experimental reactions with nuclear fusion that are being sustained. But if we are able to scale that over the next 10 to 20 years and be able to create nuclear fusion power systems, the resources in abundance for doing that do exist on the lunar surface. If we think about like helium-3 as one of the isotopes needed for that particular reaction. So I think and others have talked about even off-Earth manufacturing, off-Earth space industrialization. So if we begin to think about all these different elements, I think we can begin to look at space as really the solution to planet Earth. I think in the near term, it's interesting to make the arguments of a planet B or human civilizations off Earth, on the moon or on Mars or elsewhere possibly. But I think in the near term, until we're able to travel to recently discovered exoplanets and other solar systems that are Earth-like, the best place for us to live as a human species is obviously on planet Earth. And I think thinking about space exploration in the context of Earthrise and what that means, looking at Earth from outer space, in terms of moving to a paradigm of connection through that lens, through the lens of science, beginning to think about us moving from a type 1 to a type 2 civilization, getting off Earth, and looking at outer space as the base for our energy and resources that we need to continue to perpetuate ourselves as an advanced technological intelligent species. All these elements come together, and ultimately it leads to that paradigm shift that we need of connection, right, versus disconnection. Lastly, I just want to leave with a couple other ideas of how do we manifest this. And I think there's a couple interesting thoughts here I just wanted to share, just to conclude. And one is thinking about the quantum and the quantum world. Within the quantum world, it's understood by physicists that quantum observation theory, just to kind of encapsulate that in a broad context, is that any reality is possible. The reality we choose to manifest is when the energy wave collapses into a point in time that then we define as reality. So I think any reality we choose to manifest, we can manifest. There's also another very interesting study. You could look it up. It's called the 3.5% rule. This was an analysis done of over 300 social and political revolutions worldwide over more than a century period, from 1900 to 2006. And these authors concluded that when we had 3.5% of people focusing on a paradigm shift did in fact occur. This would imply, if we look at current global population, it would imply around 300 million people are needed to focus on this paradigm shift of what space exploration can provide for us. So I think it's possible to manifest this. We need to move in that direction. And there are many, many problems to work on and to solve. I've been dealing in my career with looking at issues such as, governance and astropolitics, and how do we advance regimes of governance that ensure that space exploration is peaceful, I think ultimately for the benefit of planet Earth, as I have, kind of tried to lay out the context of that today. Well, thank you again, and I appreciate the forum and the time here.
Thank you so much. We really need that type of astropolitical view, and that the governance to bring and link everything together, and that interconnection that you talked about is so vital, and that's we're doing in real time. Everybody's seeing that sausage being made, as you will, during this amazing first day of the SRI World Congress. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker, next dear friend, the next advocate from the National Space Society, somebody who was at the very beginning of the SRI 18th SDG initiative and been one of the biggest champions, building ecosystems, building relationships, expanding out to sister organizations, and been a incredible champion for the collaborative expansion of this movement throughout the world and the cosmos. Everybody, please, hopefully they're the right slides for Gary Barnhard.
Oh,
is that Madhu?
It's Madhu on the air. And are you able to see me? Am I next?
You aren't, but you can. Gary, is Gary there? If not, Madhu, you can go ahead. Nearly the same introduction works because you're a dear friend from also NSS, and
thank you, Robert.
Another area of brilliance. Madhu, go ahead. Take it away, dear friend.
Okay, good, great. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. We can see them very well.
Oh, perfect. It's delightful to see all of you at this meeting, and many of them are known to me personally. The previous speaker's father gave me some lessons on space design in New Mexico, where I presented my thesis many years ago, and it's delightful to see you all. My name is Madhu Thangavelu, and I teach in the astronautical engineering department at USC, where Neil Armstrong went to school. So we have an association with the moon for a long time. And I also happen to teach in the School of Architecture there at the University of Southern California. I happen to be on the faculty of the International Space University, on the board of directors of the National Space Society, and also with the Moon Village Association. Some of it is paid, some of it is voluntary. And 2 days ago, we had the AIAA meeting inviting us to talk about Asteroid Day, which is today. And you will notice here that there are lots of activities happening in and around the United States and around the world about asteroids. And this happened 2 days ago. In the middle is none other than the man who watches out for us in case a rogue bolide happens to come our way. And it's going to be a very bad day, and he reminds me. And so we were all thinking about what to do about it. Now, a lot of people have been talking to us about why it is important to keep planet Earth safe. And there are many people here you will be talking. Frank White talked, and Michelle Hanlon will talk here again, I believe. I wish we had Jeff and Elon voice their ideas on why saving planet Earth is important, and that is the reason why we want to go to space. Now, at USC, the program you have is a very small one, very selective, and the astronautical engineering program is a very small one. And within it is nested my class, which really is about asking questions about what can we do in space? What can humanity do in space? It's all about creativity and imagination. The only thing that prevents them from getting a grade in this class is to keep quiet and not present your own creative ideas. And I welcome you all to come to school and talk to us about our program, about your creative ideas. If you have a chance, take a look at these projects we've been doing since 1992. And so I like to tell my students that many of them were not born before our class began. Now here you'll see some of the celebrities that come to class, and they include my own professors, astronautical engineers, scientists, doctors, cinematographers, lawyers, trial lawyers come into class. And our class is small, 8 to 12 people, but usually 100 people attend because they want to know what's cooking in space. Of course, the notoriety goes to our moon book, third edition in preparation, and I'm told it's well received. And we talk a lot about how humanity can help in using space technologies and space operations to make Earth a more livable space, as some of you have mentioned before. This is my school of architecture students. Again, USC is an international school of sorts, and we have people from all over the world expressing their own ideas about what space can do for us. Particularly the architects, they are very earthy people. They want to know what architects can do for space. And this is my pet peeve, that space community looks up towards the stars with questions, while most of humanity looks down earthwards for solutions to problems. As Eligar mentioned, we have serious problems. And if you go into Rockström's work, you will see what it is that we are dealing with right now. As you know, Europe is having an incredibly hot summer. Records have been broken all over the continent. And Catherine just came back and says it's very, very hot, unbelievably hot, hotter than New Delhi. This is what is happening in terms of climate change. So to just wink it away is not going to solve the problem. Now, the United Nations has been thinking about this for a while. And they have been talking about various things dealing with sustainable development goals. And these are some of the tiles that they've been promoting for a long time. And if you look at those tiles, you'll see that the space community has been helping for a long time. The International Space Station is literally up there and telling us that we can provide clean energy, clean air, and clean water for the astronauts. We should be able to do this for planet Earth. And I think you're familiar with energy, air, water, earth, and space as part of the symbolic representation in the philosophies. And this is true when we look at the physical aspects of living. And I think if we can do this in space, we should be able to do it on planet Earth. As you know, when people go out into space 50 years ago, and just in fact, a month or two ago, the first thing they realized is planet Earth is really one body. It belongs to everybody. And if you look how thin the atmosphere is, you'll realize how fragile we are as a species and how fragile the biosphere is. So some years ago, Adriano and group at SRI suggested that we should really include a tile in the UN SDGs that talk about space, because when I look at these tiles, every one of them is connected to space activities. And so we've been struggling with this, and hopefully by the 2030 space agenda, the UN space agenda happening, we will have something by then at least. And this is my own representation of clean air, clean energy, clean water, and space for all. Now, space for all is a very interesting theme because I came across it first at the IAC in Paris. And I think Barnhard and others had a part in coining that. And the National Space Society, as Joe Pelton mentioned, happened just a few weeks ago, and they too talked about space for us all. And this is very important because that is what space can bring for planet Earth. Now, let me tell you what is happening here, just a few blocks down the road from here, is SpaceX.
And thank you so much, Madhu. Indeed, a beautiful event with so many dear friends all brought together. Thanks to Adriano, Dr. Didi, and Barnhard. We appreciate it so much. So as I mentioned before, we have another great renowned friend from NSS and one working down in the trenches with Adriano and supporting his efforts for so long, since the very beginning of many of SRI's initiatives, especially the 18th SDG, which he's worked tirelessly to help build and create. As you mentioned, Madhu, I mean, we look at those tiles and it's obvious to us that space is embedded in each one of them, because all of us here have actually worked and doing that, but we don't actually get the message out well enough. We assume everybody gets it. We assume it's obvious to everybody, and it's not. I mean, a lot of the disconnect with this world is it's on us. It's on us. We don't communicate it strongly enough that how much everything we do, every move we make, every breath we take is accelerated and turbocharged by space.
You're so right. You're so right, Robert. You know, we are preaching to the choir all the time, and we need people to go out there and say it. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is part of what SRI does. We go outside of our bubble and meet people where they are, be able to express to them that 99% of everything that goes in space is looking down at Earth and being able to help make it better. So we need to continue that. And again, as I said, somebody who continues that and carries that message stronger than many is the wonderful dear friend Gary. Gary, take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Robert, and the Congress for the opportunity. My presentation today is about the realization that we need not have any unnecessary sense of self-limitation. Our quality of life is not just about surviving, it's about thriving as a spacefaring species and society. Why space? In these challenging times, the importance of the investment we make in providing for the future, including space exploration and development, is not to be underestimated. It offers access to functionally unlimited energy, material resources, and habitable area. It serves as a foundation for hope. It serves as an affirmation that we are a resilient species and society that will not be deterred from lending our efforts to forging a brighter tomorrow. We have the controls. I often speak of this in terms of arcs of opportunity. Where there are multiple venues, multiple work vectors, multiple flows of people, material, energy, and data, and multiple stakeholders, including government, commercial, nonprofit, educational, and individuals. And it's our understanding of the orchestration of those flows as we extend our sphere of influence into cislunar space and beyond that is really the question of our becoming, if you will, in evolving as a spacefaring species and society. This is, as I noted, space is no longer just the province of nation-state space agencies. We increasingly have a combination of government, commercial, nonprofit, educational, and individual actors. The cornucopia of nascent, emerging, and evolving technology development, demonstration, and deployment missions from the XISP Inc. Mission Development Consortium is a testament to this paradigm change. So-called TDQ missions are less about following the money and more about leveraging the available resources to suspend disbelief and make things happen. These all of these ideas started off as nascent, mission concepts that were deemed with some degree of incredulousness, if not so with extreme prejudice. You may note that now most of them are not so strange, if you will. Indeed, in a number of cases, such as the space power and ancillary services beaming, particularly for lunar applications, it's part of the program of record. There's been a real evolution here that has occurred, and it is something that the stakes associated with the same have become dramatically more manageable. And I can offer you an interesting analogy in those regards. If we engage in a bit of symbolic math, if the cost of a landed kilogram of mass on the moon in the era of Apollo was X, there have been perhaps some rather enthusiastic souls that have claimed that the Space Launch System is going to bring it down by an order of magnitude. The folks associated with SpaceX, in particular, Elon has said in no uncertain terms his goal is to reduce the cost by 4 to 5 orders of magnitude. To put this into perspective, at that cost range, it would be cheaper to land a kilogram of mass on the surface of the moon than it is to transport it from the continental United States to Alaska. Now, one could argue that this is, a case of, or if not the embodiment of irrational exuberance, to quote a economist of note, but rather, I think there's a different way you can look at it. What we're facing is effectively a paradigm shift. Heretofore, everything that we have done in space, with the exception of a certain Tesla roadster, has been hyper optimized for size, weight, power, volume, and then you see what's left to perform the functions you need to have done. At a paradigm shift we're running into, and I think it's around 3 orders of magnitude, things change. You then can go through and find the best way you know how to do something, and then figure out how to fly it. And you can afford to do so. This, ladies and gentlemen, I suggest is indeed a dramatic paradigm shift. Another way of viewing this is what's the basis in which we're going to find a confluence of interest among us. The National Space Society Big Tent mission focuses on drawing out the confluence of interests needed to provide for a positive future for our species and society, with the notion that we all must come to understand the future we wish to see come to pass and how we're lending our efforts to making it so at every level of community in which we choose to engage. What we're talking about is evolving into a thriving, sustainable spacefaring society, which will entail a transdisciplinary fusion of science, engineering, and architecture within a framework of understanding. We must learn to wield the application of science, aka technology, the orchestration of systems engineering, the art of design, and test the limits of our understanding to be the best stewards of Earth, life as we know and come to understand, and our off-world infrastructure and settlements. We have to provide a framework for space development. We need to identify the critical outcome elements. We must ensure that what we are architecting is mission enabling, sustainable, and affordable to use. We have to reconcile programmatic objectives to fiscal and economic reality and the critical outcome elements necessary to sustain the political will. We must find ways to make coordination, cooperation, collaboration, and competition work for us all. We must be able to bias our actions towards better outcomes. We have to get better about characterizing both the problem space and the potential solution space in terms of what we know, and what we know we don't know. The bottom line is that outcome-driven paradigms that leverage mission requirements pull and technology development push maximize the probability of success and make incumbent orchestration of the real and perceived cost, schedule, and technical risk tractable. Paraphrasing Lewis Carroll via the Cheshire Cat, it's a whole lot easier to get to where you're going if you know where you're trying to get to. In terms of understanding the outcomes, architecting the future, like all aspects of human endeavor, requires understanding, convergence, connectedness. You can think of the model of data leading to transforming to information, to knowledge, to wisdom, and the incumbent facilities by which we understand that. And I'll stop that for a moment. In orchestrating symbiosis between humans, machines, and advanced autonoma through shared hierarchical control offers opportunities to not just survive, but thrive. And what we have to come to terms with is what authority and responsibility we choose to delegate will ultimately define us. And in summary, in terms of understanding outcomes, we face a number of choices. Things like the fate of the International Space Station. Is its best outcome turning into an artificial reef at Point Nemo or an evolving infrastructure element? How are we fostering the commercial dysphoria that's necessary to extend our economic and sphere and civilization into the space environment? How are we providing for evolving technology development, demonstration, and deployment facilities? Is it a point of departure for cislunar infrastructure? How are we going to make manifest an off-world arcology for sustainable infrastructure and settlement? We're going to be doing things like building the Lunar Power and Light Company. I think, and I challenge you all, let's not wait for the future. Help us build it. Thank you all very much.
And thank you very much, Gary, for leading the charge to build that together and for your outreach. I know that you lead strategic partnerships at NSS. I know you're vice president of the Moon Village. And speaking of Moon Village,
actually, I've transitioned out of the Moon Village participation, but I still have a role both with respect to the Space Development Foundation, the National Space Society, and Extraordinary Innovative Space Partnerships.
Awesome. Well, extraordinary. Everything is that we're involved with you, Gary, is extraordinary. And I'm pleased to introduce the founder and president of the Moon Village Society, a rather incredible space station synthesizer who's been over 35 years supporting ESA and their work at the ISS, whose strategy for settlements has formed the thesis of the Moon Village Association that has also had a similar big tent and brought and connected with many other organizations, including a big supporter here of SRI and the 18th SDG, which we're deeply appreciative for. Everybody, please welcome what I would call a strategic, synergistic spark plug. Everybody, please welcome Giuseppe Reibaldi. He was on mute, sir. You're still on mute, sir.
Is that better now?
Can you
Yes,
hear me?
sir. Yes, sir.
Hello?
Take it away.
Okay, all right. So, okay, I was saying Reibaldi, not Reinaldi, but it's close enough. So again, thank you for the invitation to SRI, and of course, thank you to Adriano and of course Bernard and all of you, which we are colleagues and friends. So I will try to watch my clock and try to give you a highlight of what's the organization and how we are working also with many other organizations. So let me basically, first of all, try to tell you what you probably already know, but just briefly. The moon is very busy, and basically we have a lot of countries going to the moon, as you can see there. So there is hundreds of mission planned. I think NASA recently has even indicated even more mission. But the message there, and you can see who is actually playing important names and rules. I think we should not forget the Chinese, because in the conversation which I heard in the last hour and a half, I've heard very little about China, but I remind everyone that China is a major stakeholder with ILRS program, and so therefore I think they are really important players. So the moon is busy, and so I think we do need to try to have some sort of coordination as well as improving coordination. So that's why I created, together with the French colleague, the Moon Village Association in 2017 to act as a platform to bring together a number of organizations, stakeholders dealing with lunar activity. So we are, like many of you, organization, member of the International Astronomical Federation, as well as permanent in United Nations COPOS, where we have important activity at every meeting, including the last COPOS, where I will briefly talk about. So trying to get together on interdisciplinary topic, industry, government, space agency, and of course, last but not least, the public. So the organization is global, and I think it's probably the largest moon-specific related organization dealing with that. So we got about 57 countries. I remind the people that we have about 110 countries at the level of the COPOS. So basically, we are covering a little bit, nearly half, more than half, and we have our members from 6 continents. We are not going to go in detail on anything related to the activity of the organization. I will just focus on some of them just to give you an outline. I'm sure many of you are aware. And I would like to start with the lunar governance. Many of our colleagues have already spoken about the lunar governance and the fact that there is no coordination mechanism. And so I think this is one of the important issues, apart from the technical important topics. And so I think we do need to have basically de-risking, particularly the main goal is de-risking future lunar operation. Many will land next to each other. And so naturally, the United Nations is the place where those high-level discussions are taking place. And what MVA is doing since quite a long time is actually doing what they are called in diplomatic term track 2 discussion, which is basically preparing the discussion between countries. And so we created an organization called GEXLA, which is Global Expert Group on Sustainable Lunar Activity, which includes 37 experts as well as many countries. And this gives the credibility of what we have been doing. So again, this is just a flash of all the different working groups. One is dealing with lunar environmental protection. The other one is on technical coordination involving industry. And the other one, lunar multi-stakeholder. I just want to let you notice that 2 out of the 3 working groups have co-chair, Chinese co-chair. And so I think we are very pleased that our organization has a very important participation from China at the management as well as the technical level. And this helps a lot preparing discussion, which later on take place at the level of the COPOS. Talking about COPOS, this is just an example how we work together with other organizations, NGO, COSPAR, International Astronomical Union, International Academy of Astronautics. So we held a side event related to Friends of Lunar Site of Special Scientific Interest that was last June. I had the pleasure to moderate it. And I think this is a very important issue
the one that basically we need to protect, but to rather than protect, manage, because protection is very much a word which is very much, let's say, dangerous from industry point of view. So I think we need to manage some site with special attention, which be from the science point of view as well as from the natural heritage. And so this is an important topic which we are moving forward. We also had the pleasure to get approved the International Moon Day as a result of our own proposal. I hope all of you are aware about the International Moon Day, which you heard earlier about Asteroid Day. So I think Madhu mentioned about that, but we do have also the International Moon Day, which is 20th of July for reasons which are obviously clear to you and to us, is the date when the Apollo 11 astronaut landed on the moon. So we are organizing main events and global events. And so I think, as you can see there, these are the previous events, and we have so far in 2025, we had 60 events. So I can only encourage you. I think all your discussion that you're having today and the next few days and weeks, I think you could easily organize International Moon Day global events. And I think this will be help also to make yourself visible at the level of the United Nations, because we make a report. So we have many other activity, which I'm just going to scan very quickly. Cultural activities is an important element, and we have been dealing also with SRI in a number of occasions. So you can see there right now we have Christoph Kokinos, which is well-known writer who is now co-chair of this event. We are dealing with the participation of emerging space country. As you can see there, there is just been set up a Latin America lunar exploration group in order to make them together. Artemis, it's a political, let's say, tool, but I think you do need to be prepared to get involved also in the Artemis. We have also an academy from the point of view of outreach and education. And of course, you are welcome, if you like, also to have work together with us. We have a number of global network present all over the world. And we have recently initiated Moon Village Center. We have 2 Moon Village Center who are going to be set up, one in China and the other in Bulgaria. Then we have initiated also a seminar called Back to the Moon. And so we have many activity for the public. I'm going to end up pretty soon. So somebody was talking about quantum. Well, I think together with an organization called Wörner from Dubai, UAE, we are participating in the Quantum Innovation Summit, which is at the third times. And we have set up a specific symposium related to how to manage lunar governance and the quantum technology. So open quantum technology also to what is the potential ecosystem of the moon. Our next annual workshop is going to be in Thailand, Bangkok. So you're all welcome to join us. And just ending up, we have newsletter for GEXLA as well as for the MVA itself. And then finally, we have also a main report. So I will leave it there. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity to participate with this esteemed colleague. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate hats off to the Moon Village Association. Yes, we participated right here at Cape Canaveral. We were one of your sites recently last year and the year before for the Moon Day, which was a great success. And we appreciate hats off for creating that movement and for your continued global outreach. So we're all big fans.
A little comment. We are organizing a number of International Moon Day events with some of our partners at COSPA, but also at the occasion of the total lunar eclipse that will take place on 12th of August in Spain. So that will be a great opportunity for people to think about the moon when it passes in front of the sun.
Excellent, Bernard. Great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Right. Awesome. Is Haroon on? Haroon. Is Haroon on? Okay, we will come back to Haroon. Steve, are you there on deck?
Hey, how are you?
Okay, Steve. Super excited to introduce another dear friend from SpaceCom, from Spaceport Alliance, Global Spaceport Alliance. Really been an amazing strategist, an accelerator at the national level, bringing together diverse communities. He created Beyond Earth, which is more than just an event and more than just an organization. It rigorously brings together the brightest minds and creates policy and has an action coming out of the events, which is really, really important. He continues to be a strong advocate for building infrastructure to be able to become a catalyst for acceleration in space. And helping to bring us all from cradle to commercialization in so many ways, using spaceports and using policy as the igniter to underpin all of these in an amazing way. Everybody, please welcome the brilliant Beyond Earth boundary breaker, Steve Wolfe.
Thank you, Robert, for that great introduction. And I'm really happy to be here. Thank you, Adriano. Wonderful conference so far you've set up, and really honored to be amongst these individuals that you have in this lineup, in this sort of keynote lineup today. And I appreciate that Robert went into a little bit about what the Beyond Earth Institute is about. We're an organization about 5 years old now, and our focus is on the policies that can help enable this sort of space migration future. And we've been hosting conferences and convening webinars and producing research papers and been communicating with policymakers, primarily in Washington, although we are very much a global organization, trying to adjust the levers of power, if you will, that will get us closer and closer to the sort of multi-planet existence in very practical way. We like to say that we take a sober approach to all the initiatives that we do. So, but if I may, Adriano, I think we have somebody. Okay. If I may, Adriano, and with the indulgence of the folks, what I would like to do for this part is to talk about the philosophy of space. And I think so many folks have been sort of waxing on this as sort of the ultimate question of why we're doing this. And Adriano, you remember it was 20 years ago this year that you invited me to Italy, to Montecrivello, for that wonderful in-person conference that you held there, which I still remember. And you gave me an opportunity to share. I think that was one of the first forums where I publicly shared the views that are contained in my book, The Obligation, and where I expressed for the first time that this urge, this desire to expand beyond Earth is very much woven into the very fabric of the universe, right? We talk about this as being an evolutionary step in mankind, but it's actually, it's an evolution of this Earth to expand life beyond this planet. And I would take it even a step further. It's an evolutionary process of the universe itself, that this was something that was that is integral, that is part of our universal DNA, that we and humanity for its part in this process, right? We don't become multiplanetary, right, without the humans. And we emerged on this planet, if you will, if you'll stay with me on this idea that we emerged on this planet for the purpose to expand life, to take the seeds of life from this planet and take them elsewhere. And we almost, if you look at this history, we know this because when we first started building huts and we started clothing ourselves, that was the first space habitat. And the clothes these were the first space suits that separated us from the natural world. We now live in space colonies, I would even say, on this planet. It's a space colony that's on this planet, not off this world. Because we live in the built environment. We spend 99% of our time in the built environment, except for those excursions. And I do this too. I go out for hikes on the weekends with our dog, and we let him run loose. And it's great to be back in nature, but those are very short amount of times, and especially in the aggregate. But we live in a built environment, and that's how we'll live in space. So when people say, how could you live in a colony? It's really, we're already kind of doing that. Our atmosphere is controlled, our environment is controlled. Most of us, there's actually statistics that people in the United States spend less than 2 hours outside of a controlled environment, either outside of their homes, businesses, workplaces, or cars. So, average of 2 hours a day in aggregate. So we're already used to being sort of in a controlled environment. And that's really what we're going to need to do as we move into space. So we are already space colonists. We have been from the very beginning. And I say this because there are a series of things that make up humans who we are that sort of point in this direction. And I cite what a series of what we call endowments, and these are things that we're explorers and we're builders and we're visionaries, right? All these things that sort of are all integral to this iterative effort for our technologies to evolve and our psychology to evolve to where we are today. I want to talk about, though, in my last couple of minutes here, is about the seventh endowment. So if you read my book, there are 7 endowments that make who we are, that will help us get to this future and multiplanetary existence. The 7th endowment is so important because this is the capability of becoming a conscious evolver, our ability to consciously step off of this planet. Now, what does that mean? And this is very much tied to what a number of people have already said on this call. And it is obviously we have to be conscious to do anything, but when we're consciously evolving into space, we're starting from a premise that recognizes that this is our raison d'etre, if you would, as a species, that this is why we are here fundamentally, is to expand our life. So there's a philosophical underpinning that recognizes this purpose that we have. Now, yes, some people will resonate with the economic development, with the excitement factor and the benefits that can come back to Earth and so on and so forth. And these are all important, especially even as we become consciously evolved to recognize this ultimate purpose. We still need to communicate in whatever manner in which we can to our fellow citizens, and that it is. But if we take this even further, this conscious evolution concept, the 7th endowment, if you will, it is that recognition, ultimately, that we go into space, so that it also helps us to recognize that we live on this planet that is indeed precious, must be maintained and supported, and that also we are connected with each other ultimately, right? So this idea of cooperation and participation amongst each other, and so we can help to dampen it. We can compete, but there isn't a degree of the kind of animosity. There's a shared family, if you will, of the human race and really of all the beings that we share this planet with, and ultimately, who knows, all the beings that perhaps we share the cosmos with as well. I'm going to be sharing sharing some very granular information later about the Artemis moon program and the moon-based program that NASA and Jared Isaacman are proposing. That's going to be my nuts and bolts presentation. But with this one, I just want to share this view with you, and hopefully there are people on this call that are thinking that maybe are new to this, because when you want to feel this evolutionary impulse, is what I call it, feel this sense of an evolutionary impulse that's pulling us towards taking action to taking humans beyond this world and really making ultimately and finally making that bridge. So with that, thank you, Robert. Thank you, Adriano, and everyone. I'm glad to be here.
And thank you to you. We're super glad you're here. And that perspective of that genetic defect that we have to go outside the comforts of our cave and see what's around the corner at great risk to being eaten by a saber-toothed tiger, and many of us were, but those that survived are carrying on, and despite those risks.
Robert, if I may, Steve mentioned something that is very precious, and that is, we build stuff, we live inside them, and we unconsciously we are directed by the things we build. And this goes back to Winston Churchill, and I quote this to Steve, that what we build shapes us as we go forward. And, there's James Lovelock. I think all of you are familiar with his work. He says that the way we deal with climate change is to become tough. And I think space makes us tough, Robert. Okay, thanks.
Yes, I mean, I think that we've lost some of that resiliency that brought us to where we are, but we need to recapture that resiliency to take us to the next level and continue that. Because yes, we didn't get to where we are as a world by being quivering in the fear in the face of risks, but taking them on head on.
True that, yeah.
Yeah. So, sorry, gentlemen. I apologize. I mean, we did have great speakers, but gentlemen, we're saving the best for last. And I'm sure you will agree. Again, this luminary needs no introductions, but those of you that are hiding in those caves that didn't go out, she has been a sovereign space safeguarder. When she created the for all mankind, all moonkind, all women and mankind, all moonkind. She is a legal luminary when she created the Center for Air and Space Law at Ole Miss, which I invite everybody to go to in person. There's no experience like that. She has been a astroethics architect. With her creation of the Institute for Space and Law Ethics. And we all know her very well as a policy powerhouse pioneer in her work with the One Small Step Act and her incredible work at the United Nations, where she is a permanent observer to COPIUS. Everybody, please welcome the diplomatic space domain defender, Michelle Hanlon.
What can I say? I feel like you just sort of said it all. Now I'm just going to disappoint everybody.
No chance.
So thank you, Robert. Thank you, Adriano, for always including me. It really means a lot to be a part of this. I've been listening in all morning, and I've sort of changed my 8 minutes about 17 times since I've been listening, because so much has been said. So much of it that we all agree on, and I just it's so much fun to just sort of have this even in the background and listening to all these great ideas, all these great perspectives, and it's really an honor to be in this company. So thank you. For those of you who don't know me, I am Michelle Hanlon. I am the co-founder of For All Moonkind. We're the only organization in the world that is focused on protecting cultural heritage in outer space. And that is much more than just archaeology and anthropology. We really believe it's the path to good and responsible governance in space. And so, when you think about, I'm a space lawyer also, when you think about law, when you think about trying to protect something in space, you are immediately violating the Outer Space Treaty. So I love the document. It's a beautiful document, but it needs help. It needs some interpretation. But I'm going to take 8 minutes, and I'm going to move us from sort of these very soaring concepts, which I embrace completely. I agree. We owe it to our ancestors to explore, to continue the human species We owe it to all the species on Earth to try and protect them. You know, there's so many reasons to explore, but one of them is historic. But I want to talk about what is space legally, and how are we going to build communities in space where we don't really know what it is, what the concept is. Can you own territory? What is property? What does that all mean? And so I've been really sort of digging into this. I was sent a treatise a couple days ago that really set me off, if you will. It was talking about sharing benefits, and I really thought, okay, we don't even have any benefits yet. I mean, we have completely shared the benefits that we have received, that we have earned, remote sensing, GPS. But now people are talking about sharing benefits from space mining. And I'm thinking, all right, well, sure, then share the risks. You know, and so I started looking. Of course, the Outer Space Treaty doesn't say that. It doesn't say you have to share the risks. It says you have to share the benefits. So looking into that, I want to talk about what space is not. Space is not a global commons legally. A global commons does not have a legal definition. Therefore, we cannot say space is a global commons. Space is not the common heritage of humankind. We know that because we have treaties which use that language that were negotiated at the same time as the Outer Space Treaty, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, the Antarctic Treaty, the one that came after the Outer Space Treaty, the Moon Agreement. But the negotiators of the Outer Space Treaty decided not to use that language, and so we don't have spaces. Space is not the common heritage of humankind. Space is not even the province of all humankind, and people make this mistake a lot. The Outer Space Treaty does not say space is the province of all humankind. It says the exploration and use of space are the province of all humankind. So the drafters of the Outer Space Treaty did something really clever. They decided not to talk about property in space. They decided not to talk about space as a domain. They decided not to characterize space. And that's smart because space is infinite and would be, you know, the utmost hubris to decide that we can characterize the universe in some way vis-a-vis humanity. So what is the province of all humankind? What is this exploration and use? It creates an expectation. We do have Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty, which tells us that a state party cannot claim territory by national sovereignty or by any other means. And I always ask this question. Do you think Elon Musk is going to go to Mars and claim it for the United States? I don't think so. Can Elon Musk claim Mars for Elon Musk? Sure, why not? I don't think the Outer Space Treaty prevents that. And I think that this is something we really need to think about. I don't think the Outer Space Treaty prevents that because we have Article 11, we have Article 12, we have Article 9. The Outer Space Treaty knows that we're going to have installations in space. The Outer Space Treaty allows us to exclude people from those installations. The Outer Space Treaty requires that we have due regard for each other in space. That's going to mean due regard. We're going to need to create boundaries. I said this in class the other day, good fences make good neighbors. And a lot of my students were like, what are you talking about? So I hope people know Robert Frost, once the poet laureate of the United States. And he said, good fences make good neighbors, and that's true on Earth, and it's going to be true in space. So what were the negotiators thinking when they were talking about the Outer Space Treaty? Well, what do we know? We know it's a demilitarization treaty, right? The main focus of the treaty is to not have war in space. Secondly, we know that we're focused on liability. So people look at Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty and say, well, that means everything that applies to a state also applies to a private entity. But that's not true. Article 6 was drafted because the Soviet Union was concerned about liability. We want you to be responsible for all your nationals. It doesn't say we want your nationals to abide by the exact same rules that we are imposing upon states. The treaty uses the words in conformity with, not in compliance with. And so I think all of these things are really, really important as we shift to putting humans in space. The other, when we look at the Outer Space Treaty, it doesn't even mention humans, except in Article 5, the return and rescue portion, right? It talks about objects in space and having liability over for those objects, having jurisdiction and control over those objects. So what happens when a human is in space, when that human is not part of the International Space Station and the special contracts created under the ISS regime? Are they objects? Under the current law, they are. And so we're really been handed this incredible opportunity. And I think that it's not stressed enough. I try to stress it every time I'm at the UN. We are living in incredible times. The decisions we make today, the things we decide to do today, are going to have repercussions for eons. We today are on this threshold where we get to decide, what does it mean to build a community in space? Can you build a house on Mars or on a planet of Jupiter? And can you exclude other people from it? If you have to share the benefits, what does that mean? How are we going to determine what that is? Are we going to look at history? Are we going to try and create something new? I don't know the answers, but I know that we need to have people like the people on this call thinking about those questions and starting to make concrete decisions and not just continuing to expound, because now is the time to start framing out those rules. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so very, very much. We appreciate you bringing it all home in such a poetic and effective and powerful way. So thank you so very, very much. So you've heard from so many luminaries. This has been such a remarkable beginning, end of today's session, but beginning of the week for the incredible 4th World SRI Congress. Thanks to the wonderful Adriano and Barnhard and so many, and Dr. Didi and so many amazing, brilliant, hardworking minds who tirelessly put this together for the benefit of all here. We appreciate it so, so much. You heard Frank kick it off by saying we need a paradigm shift. I feel that beginning. I feel that very much underway with everybody here coming together, with Steve and Madhu and everybody, and all these different perspectives to all converging on the same ideas that space is not just for astronauts, but for artists. It's not just for mathematicians, but for musicians. It's not just for physicists, but also philosophers. And here, as we all gather to connect, communicate, collaborate, how we can use space for observation and for communication and for navigation, exploration, and ultimately habitation, that we are living, Michelle, indeed in amazing times where space is becoming that ultimate cosmic convergence connector. And it's ironic that now we're doing this during the 250th anniversary of the US, the Declaration of Independence. Maybe now it's time instead for a declaration of interdependence, reversing that, where we show clearly to the world how all interconnected we are to each other through space. And thank you very much, everybody. I will invite Adriano to come and wrap it up, just like the Earth, spaceship Earth. All of our crew members make a full circle every day. We're going to make a full circle back to the wonderful, amazing Adriano. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Robert, for your excellent conduction, and to Guling too for her part that she made also. And thank you for giving me the floor after this very intense session, that it was really fantastic, because we had heard two friends that we know since more than 20 years in many cases. And we collaborated, and we are collaborating, and we exchange our ideas and impressions, and that is really the life of our organization. Space Renaissance was founded as a philosophical association. This is the characterization that we maintain, and I think it's very, very important that we can have these moments of general confrontation about, I think what we heard today is to talk about our task as a space advocacy in this very critical age. What is our role? What can we do to make the public, general public, more aware of the urgency of our starting expanding into space? Because without that, the civilization is condemned. Therefore, we have to make all of us, all of our associations, individually and all together, a quality jump ahead in our capacities of outreach, of communication, of education, and so on. And I think we also should try to go over some kind of sectarianism that sometimes we have toward the other organizations. Well, what I can tell you that today I have heard some speeches that were very, very near the space renaissance philosophy. Isaac Carter, for instance, Sam Coniglio too, and Stephen Wolfe too. And so in the past, I think that kind of resonance could generate sometimes some kind of rivalry, no? Oh, look, they say the same things, but we are distinct organization. No, today it is not so. When we hear somebody speaking our same language, we are happy. We are very, very happy because we know that we can collaborate. Finally, this is what humanity needs: collaboration. We need to put together on some. We don't claim to unify all the space movement in one only single organization. No, we can maybe agree on some goals, some shared goals, and decide that on those goals we can make a joined cultural fighting. That I think that is very important, and I think we can for sure to take note of some of the concepts that are emerged. Rick Tumlinson proposed a priority for a ban on space weapons, ban on weapons, and I think this is already one of our priorities, and we will develop a campaign on that for sure. Professor Marchisio talked about the survival of Copos, and we could say the survival of the UN maybe in a larger vision. So the survival of COPOS, the Committee for the Pacific Peaceful Use of Outer Space, can become one of our goals as a space community. Can we work for that? Can we make the people know what is COPOS? Because the normal people, if you go into the street and ask what is COPOS, people will look at you as if you are a Martian. Can we take it as a goal to make people be aware that COPOS exists, that UNUSA exists, and that they are trying to make all the space people of the world to talk together, 110 different states, that many of them are opposite now, military opposite, but when they go to COPOS, they try to speak together. They try, I said, because we know that it's not easy. Isaac Arthur mentioned 5 goals. I think we will take good note of those goals, and maybe some of them, and if not all of them, will go in our final resolution for this Congress, and so on. I was very, very happy to hear by Stephen Wolfe when he recalled his 7 different attitudes, human attitudes: the explorer, the settler, the defender, and so on. And I don't know if you know, Stephen, I don't know if he's still here, that I have used in my studies about humanism, about space humanism. I have used your concepts of the 7 different human attitudes, and I have put them in a matrix together with the Howard Gardner 8, maybe 8 or 9 different kinds of intelligence. Our Gardner classified 8 different types of intelligence: linguistic, mathematical, space awareness, and so 8 different types. So if you take these different types of intelligence and Stephen, different types of attitudes, you put in a matrix, you get an incredible high number of different human types. So you understand, you have a scientific proof that each human being is a type, is different from all the other 8 billion and 500 millions of humans. So you understand why such a big complexity, such a big difference of cultural types needs space, definitely needs space to be free to evolve, to be free to continue growing up as a cultural community, as a cultural species, and so on. So this is very important. I put this I want to put this emphasis on the philosophy development, on the space philosophy development, because that is very important. We will talk about that in the next sessions, in our thesis and so on. And so focusing on philosophy and political focus, that is very important if we want to try to talk to the people. That's our main.
Okay, so I fully agree on it's important to think, but with this paradigm shift, it's important also to have another shift, a gear shift of our space vehicle towards action, because we have been talking for decades, and so it's very important also that we concretize some of these values, some of these ideas into action that really are going to benefit our society, our world. So otherwise, we are just a club of people that are, speaking beautiful words, but parole, as we say in Italian. We need also a kind of plan of action, how we can take up this challenge of this space renaissance now. It's accelerating. There are also threats, as everybody mentioned, the threat of conflict. So how we use space for peace, how we use space for unifying, giving goals to our youth. So I think also it's important beyond the thinking, the words, that we can also propose a plan of action and that we can engage together with all our partners. So I think we should also go beyond philosophy, go beyond action, go towards action.
Of course, a philosophy without a plan of action is useless. A plan of action without philosophy never.
I have a suggestion, Adriano and Bernard. Why don't you write something up or connect with the NSS and TPS and make the volume louder with the larger membership? What are the problems associated with budgeting?
Yeah.
Okay. About NSS, I was so impressed with the International Space Development Conference, with the quality of the presentation, and also the way NSS engaged the young public into activities, into competition. So we love this model, and we are looking forward to work together, in particular, possibly organizing a European ISDC event next year with Space Renaissance and a few actors before the ISC. So yes, this will be part of our plan of action.
Excellent.
Could I say something about Adriano? You did a sum up, but one of the things you didn't mention that I mentioned that I thought was important is the issue of space debris and whether we are in danger of stopping access to space. So I think that really is something that needs to be into the discussion. The other thing is with regard to Copius. In the article I did on the Living in Space book, I noted that as Copius has grown in size to now well over 100 members, that there has been various indications of sort of going other ways. In other words, to a certain extent, the U.S. and Artemis Accords has gone sort of to say, here's what we think are the rules of the game for going to the moon. And then China has also created its international lunar agreements, and a number of people are signing on to that. So there is some danger, I think, that if COPIUS is not able to come up with new agreements and so on, there is a danger that people will go off and try to create their own agreements, thinking that they will never get the COPIUS accords that they need. So that's a danger rather than
about COPIUS, the fact is that the way it is organized with delegations, which do not always include experts. You have not many space experts. There are mostly foreign relation representative, mid-level ministerial people, which, for instance, leave the room when there are technical presentations, which do not give easily the voice to NGOs that have the expertise. So we have found a new way to work with COPIUS is to have group of friends where we do all the technical work, and then we present it to the delegates. So the group of friends for site of scientific interest, like that was mentioned, or sustainable resources. So maybe that's a way to help COPIUS by doing the work on the side, and then helping them to have everything done before they can take a decision, because indeed they are doing it with very slow pace, and sometimes without the understanding of some of the space technical aspect, or or no, the complexity that we know from our experience. So maybe a way to save COPIUS, they have to COPIUS delegates have to figure out to work more efficiently, but we have to help them also from the outside by doing some of the work in an independent way.
Well, Bernard, I fully agree with this problem, which is that we have a technical group that is conversant and enjoys the technologies, and then the humanitarian group that does not pay attention to some of the laws of nature. And how do you bring these people together is something that we've been trying to do at USC, and with some amount of success. But it's very important that lawyers and doctors meet up with engineers, because at the end of the day, we are putting beautiful people into space, and we have to take care of them. And it's not only engineering, but all the other subjects. How do we do this?
Yeah, let me mention, this is an endemic problem in government in every sector of future planning that I've ever been involved in. Climate is another beautiful example. We had people talking about the wonderful lessons that you should follow to do it right. Here are the stakeholders, here are the ideologies. And I thought to myself, this is why Europe is so successful in staying cool this summer. The reason why they are so successful in not stopping climate problems is exactly the old paradigms, the old ways of thinking, focusing on ideologies and stakeholders. Having the right kind of dialogue where you get to be substantive is essential, not only in climate, but in space and in many areas. I have this feeling I should talk to the people at USC. There are a few people here and there in Budapest and Virginia who say we need new kinds of cross-disciplinary research centers to bring together key elements which will never work if they're done with a stovepipe.
Thank you, Paul. This is something we all need to spend time on.
So we have developed a practice where we put together for 1 week in a moon base a scientist, an engineer, a lawyer, a journalist, and they have to learn to work together.
And see who will survive.
They survive 1 week without window for the moment, and you are all invited to join some of this experience because it's very transformative, and you learn really also from the others, and you learn also to solve problems together. So that's a practice, in particular when we go to the moon, we have already to train on Earth.
This whole notion of how we achieve a realized arcology, basically develop our understanding of the relationship with humans to both the natural environment, the built environment, is something which we've seen just in the realization that human beings don't go into space alone. Okay, we travel with our own biome, and it is at our peril if we do not take the other forms of life with us. And so this understanding of how we have to orchestrate science in terms of our understanding, how that drives our requirements, how systems engineering, how sound architectural design, and all of those in the broadest sense, because we are not just trying to engineer something where people will survive. We want them to thrive. That is, it's the bottom line for us.
Absolutely. We definitely want to thrive. We will have a ton. This is a great discussion, which pains me to pause it. But we will have, this is what the entire week is about,
Yes,
to be able to have time.
We have a session living in space. That would be a great topic.
Yes. So we have, this is what this week was designed. This is exactly what was supposed to happen. This initial lineup of incredible luminaries to inspire, to ignite the discussions which we're starting to have, and then let's let these carry on for this rest of this amazing week, of this rest of this amazing Space Renaissance International 4th World Congress. So thank you very, very much. Adriano, do you want to tell us what's next?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we can start our second session for today. That is about Thesis 1. Our main paper of the Congress is our Thesis 1. And so we will have also in this session some speakers. I will first of all introduce the main thesis document. It's a big document, almost 70 pages. Of course, I will not go over everything, otherwise we will not finish anymore. However, yeah, I think it's time to go there now. Sorry, I continue to see Barnhard, maybe continue to see you, Barnhard, even if I am talking, but I don't came up in the.
I do show you as the only person. You and me are the only people unmuted.
Yeah.
We see you.
Yeah, we see you, and you're coming in loud and clear, Adriano.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, I'm here. Okay, I'm here. I'm talking, so I should come up in first, but I don't. Okay, never mind. I will share my presentation. Just let me take it. Presentation. Yes. Okay. Let's share it. Okay, now Go full screen. Can you see it?
Looks great. Looks perfect, and we can hear you great.
Okay. So, of course, I cannot go through the whole document and all chapters and so on. I will try to give you a general overview, and then, of course, you can read the paper. It's the best thing to do.
Yeah. And we have to keep to the time because we are 1 hour behind. Huh? So we want to launch this rocket. Yes.
Sorry, can I go? So, okay, I want to say that this thesis is a collaboration made by myself, by Alberto Cavallo, by Werner Grandel, Jerry Stone, Walter Hammond, Mary Louise Hoyser, and Amalie Sinclair. So it's a collective work. Most of all was made by Alberto and myself, and we had big discussions also on some parts. But however, yeah, at the end, we think it's a good document, maybe more concrete than, more realistic than some documents in the past. However, let's go ahead. We are facing an imminent implosive crisis. Earthbound civilization faces critical, irreversible limits due to the overlapping ecological, economic, and geopolitical systemic failures. Current closed-world sustainability models are mathematically incapable of proving long-term equity. Solution framework: a rapid civilian space expansion is the definitive path forward to unlock human potential and guarantee long-term safety. By moving past our planetary constraints, we secure the future of both humanity and Earth biosphere. So this is very clear nowadays that starting moving outside, moving our development outside is the only real way to try to preserve Earth natural environment, even if it's the Earth environment is no more natural in any way because it is, of course, humanized very much. But of course, the problem is to try relieving a little bit, to try to make a less heavy, a lighter footprint, human footprints on this planet. So, treating Earth as an isolated box forces resource dynamics into a zero-sum game, leading to systemic physical deceleration. The closed planet paradigm triggers an institutional authoritarianism aimed at containing carbon emissions, devaluing work and human utility. The resurgence of survivalist theories declaring human population growth as an objective evil to be actively suppressed. So this is, let me say, our adversary, our enemies, ideological enemies. We have advanced, starting from 2023, we have advanced the 18 SDG focused on civilian space expansion to add a new 18 Sustainable Development Goal focused entirely on civilian space expansion to the 17 SDGs. Open access to astronomical fields and unconstrained raw resources in cislunar space directly unlocks heavy industrial pressures and environmental extraction strains of the planetary biosphere. We have made a detailed review of the status of the 17 SDGs. Based on the latest 2025 UN report baseline data, out of the 17 established development goals, only 2 display meaningful progressive velocity since 2015. 12 vital objectives remain entirely stagnant or structurally delayed, while 3 critical goals are actively deteriorating under multiple crises, namely zero hunger, climate action, and peace and justice. These are declining. This situation can be called a failure of the 2030 agenda, substantially a failure. What is today the main problem? The main problem is our escalating energy bill. A cultural species needs energy. We passed from animal power to mechanical power to electrical and now to electronic and robotics, AI and supercomputers. Human aspiration demands an ever-increasing energy bill, reaching the peak with big data and AI. It is clear nowadays that the energy required cannot be anymore extracted on Earth. Not because the sources are void. The sources still exist. We still have oil, we still have carbon, we still have all the fossil fuels. The point is that to extract the resources is a devastating process, devastating the environment. And even the new resources that are needed to feed the electronic industry and to feed supercomputers are even more heavy in their extraction and working process. So definitely the energy that we need to continue our cultural evolution is not sustainable on Earth. The huge and growing need for energy of our cultural society cannot be satisfied within the boundaries of our mother planet. Asking such a sacrifice from Earth is outrageous. We risk the death of the planet or the collapse of her entire biome. This is the need of an essential paradigm shift. We need to start thinking about moving energy users offward. Instead of bringing more energy on Earth's surface, that is something that would increase the pressure, increase the environmental pressure, and to increase the thermal waste on Earth, the biosphere. We need to think about start moving, migrating massive computational data center is the first case that showed this key necessity to move in space, everything that requires a large electrical feeding. The reason is clear because in space you have solar energy 24 hours on 24 and 360 days on 360 days. And even the cooling issue can be easier resolved in space. On Earth, to cool the supercomputers, we need incredible amounts of fresh water. And that is not sustainable. In space, we have naturally the temperature that is needed to cool the computers. And the same reasoning can be done for other industrial processes. When we make a trade-off about where the space communities should establish, it is clear that the on-air model that foresee to create large rotating space habitats endowed with simulated gravity is the winning choice, because basically because we can generate 1G, that is the same gravity we have on Earth, instead of living on the moon at 1/6 gravity, or on Mars at 0.37, if I'm not wrong. Living in rotating habitats at 1G will mean that we will have the possibility to migrate and come back if somebody will decide to come back. Because our physiology will still be able to live on Earth and on the rotating on-air towns. So we are very, very late in the experimentation of the simulated gravity. It is time to start. In Space Renaissance, we have a visionary. He started this project in the British Interplanetary Society. His name is Jerry Stone. He proposes a project called Island Zero, that is a small demonstrator of the on-air rotating big towns. Island 1, called Island 1 and Island 3. That will not be too much expensive to realize it. It can be modular, it can be, okay, I don't want to go too much deeply in these details. That will be discussed in another session in the next days. Today we have heard, for instance, Sam Coniglio and Isaac Arthur too, to talk about designing space for humanity. What does it mean? It means that the space habitats should be designed according to requirements of beauty and redundancy. Beautiful life in space, thriving, not just surviving. Life and health protection from cosmic radiation and low gravity. Redundant design, a non-mere utilitarian approach. We have to shift from military functional to civilian residence. Freedom and human rights, psychology, ergonomics, well-being, well-interacting, privacy, green environment, gardens and water mirrors. Beauty, ergonomics, and comfort are not low priority. Culture, education, arts, cultural and human flourishing beyond mere survival. So we reported in this presentation a few images that you can, of course, in the document find a better description about Werner Grander's project, the AGOS project, Artificial Gravity Orbital Station. It is a modular system designed to allow also industrial activities, not only residents. Of course, in the central zero gravity hub, where several activities, industrial activities can be done, etc. And okay, so this is one thing, and this is the Island Zero that I was mentioning before, the Jerry Stone project. You see, this is 100-meter radius and 3 rounds per minute that should give a comfortable zone as far as the Coriolis effect is concerned. So the minimum, of course, minimum, because if we think about bigger structures, the Coriolis effect is decreasing proportionally. So what you see here are modules, so they can be connected in a ring. We can have this 1G ring, but we can have also lower gravity, 0.70, 0.80, 0.90 for research goals, and even for some particular needs like illnesses, elderly people, and so on, that would maybe choice to live forever in space, never returning to Earth, but feeling better because the gravity is lower. Yeah, there is a big discussion about that, and in another paper of mine presented to the Congress, I will discuss it better. So ethical space development, we have to also evolve the legal framework from an old minimalist paradigm to a compromise model to a civilian development. These concepts were developed. Okay, sorry, I forgot to tell it, but of course, Dennis O'Brien is one of the co-authors of this document, very important for all the space policy part. From Outer Space Treaty that prevents state land claims, freezing commercial investment, to complete ownership rights over extracted and processed resources only. From advanced space tech remains locked with elite spacefaring nations to establishment of patent pools to distribute engineering intellectual property to developing states, and from national weaponization or strategic exclusion of world planetary bodies and strict functional safety zones that outlaw resource sorting or military blockades. So, okay, also this, of course, is more detailed, but just to give you an idea. We will be developing a principle-based ethical approach to space governance. We will make a campaign on a ban of all weapons in space. The Outer Space Treaty only forbids mass destruction weapons in space. The UN states parties to undertake not to use any space asset under their control to deliberately harm, destroy, damage, or disrupt integrity of humans or any object in outer space. Behavior-based governance prioritizes conduct over classification. No need to define what a weapon is, since any object may be used as a weapon. So even the concept of dual use is completely a nonsense. Needed to agree on what constitutes responsible and unacceptable behavior in space. The principle-based approach for this offensive action performed with any device. So a path space humanism from here to 2031. Now, in this Congress, we formalize in Thesis 1 as the SRI 4th World Congress and coordinating global policy lobbying, announcing the strategy for civilian space development. 2028, solving life and health protection issues and constructing prototype rotating free space habitats ISO 0. We will have a panel in the next days about promoting better funding to the life and health protection research that is definitely underfunded. So this will be one of our goals of the next 5 years, to help supporting the research to solve protection from radiation and start working with rotating space habitats. Geo-lunar industrialization, kick off lunar and asteroid mining, producing fuel in space, recovering and reusing orbital. Then deploying early hardware modular pieces in orbital coordinates to build on a habitat, bigger on a habitats. Achieving international formalization of the 18th Sustainable Development Goal across major global bodies. Then we have the concept of the space launch window. Humanity shall start expanding into space now while capacities exist in areas of this planet. The launch window for stepping toward the stars is supported by the great development of space science and technology, but it is conditioned by the social, financial, and environmental situation. The window may close very quickly as the world's social and environment condition will keep worsening, while there will be 9 or 10 billion of us locked up in one single planet. Even before that, resource and territorial conflicts might progressively expand to the war fire up to saturate all inhabited region of Earth. Unlocking the high frontier, extra-atmospheric migration is an urgent civilizational survival requirement, not an ethicist project or a militarized race. The paper concludes with a philosophical history, starting from Prometheus stole fire to enable civilization, symbolizes the eternal pursuit of knowledge and progress. Then we talk about the Odyssey, the Homer novel. Odysseus as the polytropos, multifaceted man driven by curiosity to explore, never resigned to rest in harmony with nature. In several situations where Odysseus is attempted to stay there in harmony. But he decided to continue exploring and go back to his home. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King's defiance of even reflects the human desire for freedom and individual. This is a Chinese hero, a mythological hero. A space as even ancient civilization viewed the sky as a sacred regional inspiration for art and culture. There is also an initial discussion about the Renaissance, utopia, and reason. So the concept of utopia, moving from Thomas More, autopos, no place, to eutopos, a good place. The space offers a new canvas to experiment with social models. The Enlightenment and the Romanticism, the two big philosophical threads that developed after the Renaissance. The Enlightenment focused on rational thought, empiricism, and the scientific method, advancing the engineering required for upward activity. Romanticism, subjectivity and imagination, fueled creative speculative fiction, keeping the space dream alive against materialism skepticism. This part is particularly due to the research made by Dr. Marie-Louise Heuser, that is the head of the Space Renaissance Philosophy Laboratory. And okay, a new modern horizon. Space travel is no longer a worthless dream, but a continuation of humanity's greatest collaborative traditions. Collaboration from the 1975 Apollo-Soyuz mission to the enduring spirit of the ISS. Overview effect that Frank White today has illustrated to us. A global shift in perception, fostering reciprocal assistance similar to maritime traditions. Incubator, these communities as laboratories for new social, economic, and cultural models. Oh, well, it's finished. So, thank you very much. This is our thesis. Of course, we will present a motion during the last day for the approval of our main thesis, and everybody is invited to read the paper that is linked online on the program, on the Congress program. Let me try to exit from here. Okay. Fine. So okay, we share again just to show you where it is. So if you go on the Congress website, on the session, Status of Civilization, you click on the thesis, you get, I hope so. Yes. Okay. So here is the whole document, 68 pages with okay, detailed description of what I tried to sketch before. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Our wonderful kickoff to the paper presentations as we transitioned this morning from our previous session from the keynotes. Thank you for kicking off the paper presentations for this session, which is the status of the civilization and quality of life, which you, Adriano, are chairing, and I'm assisting you with that. I am now pleased to bring back the illustrious and amazing Beyond Earth Boundary Breaker, Steve Wolfe.
Robert, before we do that, I wanted to ask Adriano if he's familiar, because he's a computer guy, he should be familiar with technologies that deal with the heat dissipation, particularly in the optical arena of computation. And once we've developed that, the thermodynamics of chips would see dramatic advances. And there are several companies here in the Southland that are working in this arena. And I wonder if Adriano is looking into those to see the next step in the evolution of chips and AI systems. Thanks.
Okay, we think that a discussion can be made at the end of the session. We don't without discussing on each paper, otherwise it
Okay. Okay, thanks. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so we'll think about that. Thank you, Madhu.
All right. Do you want me to just go? Hey,
Yes, sir.
everybody. Yeah. Hey, everybody. Glad to be back here. Listen, I think this is a wonderful conversation that sort of is matching sort of the philosophical, mythical side of space with the practical applications. What are we going to do, right? So we we're reminded of Gandhi, right? So he's a mystic. He spends his time in deep meditation and contemplation, yet he's about action as well. And I think that is a good way for us to think about this. So a little bit ago, I was sort of off in the philosophical realm, talking about who we are as we have evolved. And now I want to talk about what the Beyond Earth Institute is about and some of our thinking, which is very granular. And specifically, I want to speak about the new moon base initiative that was launched by NASA this year. And with that, let me share my deck. Oops, that's not it. Let's try that again. That's interesting. I don't want to share all of this.
So we can see the individual slides.
Yeah, hold on a second. I don't want to see all the. I'm going to stop sharing for a second. Apologize. That should have been a
Take
little
your time.
smooth. Should have been a little smoother. I know we're a little bit behind schedule.
Okay, take your time.
Okay. Looks like it wants to open all of my share. And okay. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to go full screen. So here we go. Yeah. So we're all very okay. So yeah, you should all see this now. So we're all very excited about this this initiative. Several months ago, Jared Isaacman of NASA announced a moon base initiative Many of us here on this call have been advocating for that. Beyond Earth Institute, almost from our inception 5 years ago, had been advocating that NASA needs to follow on the Artemis moon landing mission with a very clear intention to build a moon base. And so we finally received that this year. And however, our excitement is sort of mixed with some concern that we're not focusing enough, that initiative is not focusing enough on how the private sector will be able to take advantage of that opportunity, and that creates certain risks. I'm reminded what Rick Tumlinson very astutely said, that we're excited about space commerce and the space economy, but this is the engine of where we want to go. But just stepping back a minute, we kind of been here before in terms of big grandiose plans about lunar and Mars exploration and habitation. We had both Bush presidents had presented very lofty ideas for human exploration of the solar system. Unfortunately, in both cases, the price tags became large, in excess of $100 billion. They received criticism inside and outside of government, and ultimately those big ideas sort of did not come to fruition. And so here we are now with yet another attempt at this. And so we want to make sure that we're not going to deviate. Now, a couple of things that Isaacman is doing well is that he is giving very detailed plans, right? There's 3 phases of this. He wants to move very rapidly. He wants to put infrastructure elements on the moon by 2028, almost around the same time that we're actually going to put first human boots on the moon again for the first time in over 50, 60 years. Now, most people think that even the time schedule of 2028 to getting people back on the moon there is ambitious at best. But the intention here is to move rapidly, and particularly with infrastructure elements, and that and again, I'm not here I'm not going to share all these details with you. Probably a lot of people on this call could sort of go item by item in terms of what the intention is here. We want to put in these phases, the initial element phases, over the next 7 years, right? And this includes power, communications, habitats, transportation capability on the surface, the beginnings of in situ manipulation technologies, and so forth. And we want to do this. He says that we could do this essentially within the current funding levels of NASA, to the tune of $20 billion, which is an extraordinary statement to make, especially when we look at this kind of an initiative to have habitation on the moon, within 7 years, and you compare that it took us some 20 years and $150 billion to get us to have an international space station, right? So I agree that there are definitely reasons why we have hope for reduced amounts. The cost of getting into orbit has come down dramatically. Our ability to partner with industry is a potential there in terms of having the private sector support some of these activities, but we're not clear on that. So the concern right now is that the concern right now, and let me just kind of contextualize this a little bit, is that we are moving forward with this plan, this mission to the moon, in a way that is a vendor-based, cost plus arrangement with industry, right? So it's not a partnership with industry, like we did with the Commercial Crew mission, where we saved many billions of dollars of the taxpayer money because we partnered with SpaceX for that initiative. We're partnering also with industry on the commercial LEO destination, or the commercial space stations on orbit to replace the ISS, and that's going okay, not great. So we don't want to fall back into this trap, if you will, of being of NASA contracting these elements and then creating this contractor vendor dynamic over time, and then all we're doing is just repeating the kinds of industry relationships that we had during the Apollo era, right? That would be, I think everyone agrees, would be a huge mistake. So the critical structural gaps, oh gosh, I'm already out of time, and I apologize for that. So I'll just go through let me just make a couple of more points. The full paper is on there for folks to read. I don't want to hold up this group, but we lack a commercial development strategy. The private actors are treated as vendors. I just mentioned that. There's no mechanism to attach independent commercial investments, not yet. Maybe some point down the road. There's risk of the risk of reproducing the government independent. Okay, I just made these points. I apologize. Moving on, we understand the difference between the vendor culture and the market culture, right? And I think most people on this call understand this thing. You know, we want to be a supplier to government, meeting government specs, or economic actors to help to independently move the economy forward. And I think so. I think we understand where we want to be. We understand that we've already unleashed the market for this, and so we know that there's the launch costs have come down, and we're sort of familiar with this image where 99.8% of the cost reductions from the shuttle to the Starship, and we'll have our hopes planted on the Starship as really being a tremendous game changer for us. But I do think that we want to move to sort of a dual mandate, if you will. So we have to recognize that NASA wants to move very rapidly, and that's part of their rationale, right? They want to just get infrastructure on the moon. They want to get habitats set up. And let's face it, they want to do this, and I haven't even mentioned it yet, but they want to do this ahead of China, because China has the same interest to do that. So in order to move rapidly, you know, a contractor-based relationship can help to get those initial core elements on the moon rapidly, or I call minimal viable operational capability. We want to get there. And some of you may have noticed that just this week, NASA's already released some 40 agreements, partnerships with industry to help to stimulate thinking on this. It's not actual contracts, but they're what they call an announcement of collaborative opportunities, and 37 companies get to work with NASA to develop a range of technologies as we listed here. On the other side, though, we need to be looking at commercial opportunity structuring, right? So we need to be incorporating the structuring and understanding, looking at the long-term demand signals, structure ISRU as a market creation, allocate surface access rights transparently, and signal commercial co-investment opportunities at the same time. And we're certainly not seeing that. So as far as the minimal viable capability, NASA has a legitimate role in that regard. We want to keep their scope very disciplined, so they're not sort of expanding this scope, because in the third point here, we don't want them to crowd out opportunities that could be going to commercial sector. So they should be looking for where can this commercial sector be plugged into this sort of into this ecosystem that is being created. And then the mandate with regard to mandate number 2, we want to publish these long range demand signals. We want to understand what even as we look at the initial habitats, what's beyond the initial habitats. We want to structure the ISRU market creation. ISRU meaning utilization of the resources on the lunar surface, both for on-site utilization, but also for development for perhaps sending those resources in some way, whether it's helium-3 or rare earth minerals or water ice, and how we're going to utilize those. And then allocate surface access rights transparently. So we want to start looking at how we're going to utilize or provide rights. It's not ownership of the moon, but how can we provide rights? One thing Beyond Earth is doing, we're going to be hosting a workshop on what we're calling a International Lunar Authority concept. Won't get into it now, but that's our thinking. Governance is very important. We understand the Outer Space Treaty, the Artemis Accords. These are, it's 3 prerequisites before this commercial capital will flow to the moon. We need a legally enforceable resource rights and property framework I just mentioned, a binding dispute resolution mechanism, and an environmental, and then my oh boy, sorry about that. And then let me just go on to the next slide. One moon, 2 legal frameworks, right? So you guys are familiar with the ILRS, that's the Chinese framework. So this is sort of what we're dealing with, and we need to get to the moon so that we know that have our presence there. We definitely want to work with China over time and to understand that that we're both. China's going to be there. We're going to be there. Other nations are going to be there. Other private actors are going to be there over time. So we do need to work out a framework that is going to work for everybody ultimately. And then evolving NASA's role over time. So we understand this. So it can be they are an operator. They can create a minimal viable capability in the near term. Then we want to move in sort of this a hybrid actor, and then of course ultimately they should be a tenant, and then the private actors and so forth should then be the providers and the maintainers overall of the infrastructure and the capabilities and so forth. So with that, this is a little bit rushed. I apologize for that. But certainly encourage you to take a look at the paper, and there's more to come from the Beyond Earth Institute on this. So thank you all. Thank you, Adriano and Robert.
No, thank you, Steve. Thank you so very, very much. Yes, it's just the tip of the iceberg if there is ice on the moon. But thank you so very, very much. We look forward to that. And thanks for the update for Washington, keeping the pulse on Washington for us. Adriano?
Yes, so thank you very much, Steve. It was very interesting, many concepts to think about and to introduce in our global picture. Now we will listen to Alberto Cavallo. Alberto is one of the co-founders of Space Renaissance International back in 2010. And he has several skills and experiences. He is an electrical engineer, a doctoral engineer, and he worked all of his life making energy, big plants. He was a director in a big company making energy plants. So he has a very, very good experience and knowledge of energy industry and energetical plants and so on. Besides this professional life, Alberto always has nurtured his philosophical knowledge. From the very beginning, during his school, he developed philosophical studies. And yeah, so he can discuss very, very well philosophical topics and space philosophy and all the history of philosophy and all these kind of things. The paper that he will present today is a critique of Maslow's motivation theory with special reference to human expansion into space. That this comes from a discussion that we had during the development of the Thesis 1 paper, where I was thinking about using some of the Maslow concepts about the hierarchical pyramid of the needs and so on. We had a discussion, and at the end, Alberto felt the necessity to put his thought on writing, even if there is maybe a very small mention of Maslow in the papers now, in the Thesis 1 paper. However, okay. Alberto, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Adriano, for the introduction. Now I start sharing. Okay. This one probably is the right one. Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yes, looks
Okay,
great.
perfect. Okay, so Adriano has just already introduced the topic. The reason why I am talking about Maslow is that we used this reference, Adriano used it, and then I wanted to implement these concepts because I thought that they were incomplete and maybe misleading. I'll skip this. I'll try to be as short as possible since it's late and I have just a few minutes in the end. And this is a very large topic. Anyway, the most famous concept by Maslow is the pyramid of needs, and that I won't explain details. This was described by Maslow in Motivation and Personality, one of maybe his first important book. Then he developed the concepts into the psychology of being, and that must be considered, and I did consider a lot in what follows. I won't explain the pyramid now because it's not we have no time to go in details here about this. I'll explain some basic concepts. What are the missing parts? Because essentially, a number of motivations that are present in humans are not accounted for in the pyramid. It doesn't classify motivations according to positivity or negativity. This is very important because essentially it only classifies positive things, but it doesn't consider negative ones. And this causes inadequate analysis of human motivations in general. It's essentially based on the study of external behavior. This is a general fault of all Western psychology, because Western psychology, since it's based on the concepts of hard science, is essentially is unable to study correctly the mind in the end, because it doesn't include, because it considers the mind as a black box. And this is essentially the limitation, one of the biggest limitations of Western psychology. And the other point is that Western psychologists mostly come from clinical work, from examining pathological conditions, and they are not investigating too much the negative parts that are not pathological, but are embedded in the mind of any normal human being. So, we start from the top of the pyramid because we won't go into details of the other levels. The concept of self-actualization, that is the top of the pyramid, is seen by Maslow as fully positive. But most people consider their own self-actualization as having power on other humans, being as rich as possible, enabling having luxurious houses, having fine food, enjoying vacations, working as less as possible, and it's not written here, but and doing fashionable activities, having relations with attractive persons, being praised and famous, and for whatever reason, in sports, because you are rich, because of many other factors, because you are a movie star or something like that. This is self-actualization for most people. And Maslow, in his psychology of being, goes beyond that because, in fact, he doesn't examine so much that part, and this is what is really missing. He examines the real top of humanity, what is he thinks he is, and it is known, and he talks about that athletes, dancers, musicians, even scientists and philosophers, and everyone experiences joy and bliss connected to high-level physical and intellectual performances. What do all these activities have in common, and why we feel so realized when we do that? Because they all require, and they require a lot of training. They require high levels of mind concentration. Such levels of high concentrations are in fact well known and studied. They have been so for millennia by Oriental science of mind. Meditative methods to reach them have been developed for thousands of years. So the concept is concentrative meditation, that is called shamatha in Sanskrit, has been practiced for several by Oriental schools, and it allows high levels of concentration leading to meditation absorptions, with the effects that Maslow describes, not only for your activities beside the meditation, because meditation is a tool. You use meditation to develop concentration, and then you use the concentration you have developed for the activities you do. And so meditation brings this mind status outside of it, because meditation is just a training. And it also becomes an instrument to investigate the mind with the purpose of understanding it better and training to reach more important results. What is the concept is mind can be investigated only by introspection. And this is a big mistake that is in all Western culture. Well, Western culture is based on external analysis. External analysis doesn't work with mind. Mind must be studied from inside by introspection, and the methods that have been developed in history, in traditions, do exactly like this. Give you instruments to do this kind of investigation. The next level, but I'll skip about that because it will become essentially Buddhist. But I have to go back to Buddhism for one thing. Maslow uses the word nirvana. And nirvana is a Buddhist concept that means permanent liberation from all affliction and the seeds. But there is no time and no space to explain exactly the whole concept. But clearly Maslow confuses nirvana with meditative absorption. These are two completely different concepts. Meditative absorption is what I described earlier. These are temporary conditions that are mind training. Nirvana is totally another thing. Unfortunately, in Western culture, this word is totally misunderstood. So we will not talk about that. We will talk about mind training. Of course, there are superior conditions, but they belong to something that is not our topic now. But going back to that, like in the last century, and it is almost, it is more than 40, about 40 years ago, the Mind and Life Institute was created by the Dalai Lama and some Western scientists. Like Adam Engel was an entrepreneur, and Francisco Varela was a neurologist. And this institute has been created to bring the Eastern traditions to meet Western science and to develop methods that are not within the traditions that can be considered religious or mystic, and but can be introduced become part of science or recognized science in the West. And that's why I want to say we should replace. Maslow is very old. I'm not criticizing him because he developed very interesting concepts. But we have people like Daniel Goleman and John Kabat-Zinn who developed these concepts, introduced concepts of destructive emotions and emotional intelligence, because intelligence is not a monodimensional thing. Intelligence is a multidimensional thing, and emotional intelligence is what is lacking in our civilization, in Western civilization. Also in the modern Eastern civilization is also a problem. While mindfulness is based essentially on meditation, that is a technique for instance, for stress reduction. And it has already practical uses in several organizations, Western organizations. We know that the status of humanity is not good. There are many reasons for that, but the simple idea that material progress can solve this is not correct, because we need also the progress of the mind, not just material progress. I know that space analysis is focused on material progress, but it's also introducing all the philosophical part, and this is essential if we want to reach our goals. We put the economy in the West above all. Money is king. The cult of economy, in fact, is something like a religion. It doesn't make people happy. We know very well this. And leaders are not interested in improving the life of people. They just want to seize and preserve power. These are general concepts. I'll skip this because it's very, very long in the end. I'll skip to the concept I wanted to introduce. The pyramid is something very heavy and it's static. I want to replace the pyramid with a rocket. That is a Copernican revolution, because instead of self-actualization, self-estimation, being loved and being safe, it's focused on the others, on altruism. So physiological needs, of course, are the base of everything. We know that very well. So from this point of view, it means helping everybody to have the basic needs solved. The level of safety and security means doing no harm to anyone and offer protection to those in need. Not taking part in fighting, but creating conditions for a safer world. At the level of relations, love and compassion means giving love and compassion instead of taking them. Because if you look at the original pyramid, it was about being loved. But the opposite is important. Is loving and not being loved. Esteem and recognition, more than receiving that. Being gentle, helpful, and being humble is the solution to being really esteemed. And at the top, there is no self to be actualized. That is the need of training our mind to be concentrated on whatever we do. So we do it better and better, and we can benefit always all, and not just ourselves. A further level must be added as I have added this further level because the point is the benefit for all. Because if there's not about the benefit for all, we are not solving any problem. So true quality of life is based on inner peace and one-heartedness and working for others. Then I'll skip to the final summary. The summary is life can be improved in space only if positive values are actively fostered. It will not happen automatically for the simple fact that we go to space. And this can be discussed much further. This is the main concept. The opportunity to create a better future is there, but it requires deliberate effort. If we lose the opportunity, then be ready for space wars and space empires like we see in science fiction movies and negative science fiction. Because this is what we will get if we are not working on the philosophical side and on mind development and mind training. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we can go to the next presenter, Elina Chanda. Elina, you're here? Maybe not. No, she's not here. Okay, then Alastair Browne.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
So, yeah, maybe we could say something about Alastair. And he's a writer and lives in North Carolina. He is the author of Cosmic Careers, a book on future jobs in the coming space movement, published internationally. His other writings include topics pertaining to different problems the world is facing today and how they can be resolved for the benefit of all. Alastair attended North Carolina State University, Raleigh, and earned a BS degree in statistics and the University of North Dakota in Grand Forks, where he obtained an MS degree in space studies. Besides his passion for reading books and writing essays, Alastair likes to play music with friends and likes to travel, especially in northern regions of the world. So, okay, Alastair.
Okay, first of all, I have another book out called Building the Space Infrastructure, and a lot of this presentation, it's only 10 minutes, will be based on it. And this is a slideshow, and it's on Google Docs. So if tell me, I'd like to, it has to be shared. Can you help me get this on? It's on. I have the link for it. Just guide me on how to get this on this screen.
Okay.
Oh, Docs. Here it is. Docs. And
do you already have your presentation?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
I do.
Okay, click on share. The share
I have
button.
that.
Okay. And then choose the window where your presentation is showing.
It's on Google Docs.
Yeah.
So go ahead and display it on your screen, and then you share the screen. So click on it so it displays on your web browser, and then you share that tab of your web browser.
Okay. I may be taking you off to go on my web browser. Let's see.
Yeah. Or if you want to send the link in the chat, then I can display it and I can share it for you. It's up to you.
Of course. Send the link to me, and I will share it for you.
Okay, great. I can do that very easily. Let's see. No, I'd like to. I have to paste it. If oh boy. Wait a minute. Google. I may have to go. Excuse me.
If it is, Okay.
Docs, google.com. Okay, and I've got, okay, here it is. Here it is. Can you see it?
No.
To here is the link right here. I can, well, it's copied.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I will guide you. Okay.
Okay. Uh-huh.
So you are seeing your Google Docs now.
Yes.
Is
I'm
it
on it.
Is it open on your?
Yes, it is. Yes, it
Okay, so
is.
you can simply share that window.
Okay. Share with
Share.
copy link. It's share right now. With you, Adrian, and Adrian.
No. Sorry. Not that way. Click on the share button in the Zoom dashboard. In the Zoom menu. You have a share button.
Okay. In the Zoom menu. All right.
You see it? Share. On the bottom, in the middle.
Ah, boy. This is one thing I don't know how to do. I thought I was ready.
Okay. Okay, forget it.
Wait a minute.
Let's do it the other way.
Okay.
On your Google Doc, there is a button called Share where you can get the link.
Yes, a copy link.
Yeah, copy.
I got that. It's copied.
And now paste it in the chat of Zoom. Paste it in the Zoom chat.
Okay, where you are?
On the menu of Zoom, there is a chat button.
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
All right.
Then message everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Paste it. Paste your link over there.
Okay. I'm back to where you are, Zoom Workplace, and unfortunately, I cannot find the paste up. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. There it is. I got it.
Okay.
And I just click it.
But I don't see it.
On the link.
You want to send it via email, maybe?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay. Then send it, paste it in an email to me.
Okay. Shall I leave the meeting?
No, you don't need to leave the meeting.
Okay.
Just open your email software. Was it?
Okay.
Thunderbird or what you are using, or
I'm on. Wait. How about if I leave the meeting right now, and I'll send it on the software. All right.
You don't need to leave the meeting. Jesus.
Okay, maybe we can pass to the next one while Alastair will resolve his problem. Is Veronica Chiaravalli.
Hello, I'm here. Hi. Yeah,
Hi.
just a second. I have to share my screen. There it comes. Okay, great. And it has to be in presentation mode. So just a second. Everybody there? Okay. Do you see everything? Okay.
You have to go full screen, possibly.
Yeah, and hello. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, but I have I'm showing my presentation. Don't you see it?
Yes. I see it, but it's not full screen.
Yes, it is. Okay.
Okay, we will see it as it is. Never mind. Go ahead.
Okay. Wait a minute. Let me go back. Let me see. you caught me by surprise. You were chatting with Alastair, and then all of a sudden you called me. Okay, yeah, layout. Otherwise, I have this change presentation layout, but I'll leave it. Okay, okay. So, thank you everybody for this opportunity to speak to you. I'm Veronica Chiaravalli. The name of my company is Emerging Technology Sweden, and I would like to talk to you
Great.
about civilization building intelligence. Yes, somebody told me to wait.
Do you have it now?
Okay. What should I do?
Sorry, Alastair. Wait now. Veronica is presenting. You will go after, okay?
Okay, thank you. Okay, civilization building intelligence, what humans must become on the path to two worlds. Now, it is important to understand that this is a civilizational shift that is happening right now. Why? Because before we used to send rovers to the moon, etc., with astronauts, and then leave them there, right? Well, and the astronauts came back, etc. But now we're talking about colonizing the moon, sending people there to work together with robots. And that's a very big shift. It's working and living together with robots. This is a civilizational change. Now, when we talk about civilization, we talk about not only technology, but also culture, literature, everything that means being a society, off-world society. And so we're going to need people from different areas. For example, space farmers, right? Architects, space architects, psychologists, roboticists, and I see the opportunity for human-robot interaction because if you have read the book, The Last Economy, it talks about the inversion of intelligence inversion. And this means we will be seeing more automation, AI agents, and a cost of zero. At the same time of this intelligence inversion, the robots are coming out of the labs in 3 years. So these two things are happening at the same time. What does this mean? This means that all these big companies like NVIDIA are getting ready, and we will be seeing more robots around us in the workplace and the factories, etc. But people are not prepared for this. This means a huge impact, and it also means a super acceleration. Now, in today's world, we see how fast things are moving, but we're moving into another world, right, where we will see even more acceleration. And this brings me to the topic of policies. Policies move too slow for this world that we are moving into. And so I see the opportunity for protocols to come into the picture.
Veronica,
Policies. Yeah.
Sorry. Are you turning your slides or not?
Yeah, I am.
Because
it's a short presentation. Yeah.
We always see the first one, page one.
Okay. This is actually, okay, the second one. Okay, so, yeah. This is what's going to happen. Acceleration, the cost of zero, because the robots now are going to come with AI, like, for example, Grok. And I see this already. There are desktop social robots that can be used also by children, not only adults. And these come with Grok inside. Grok is like ChatGPT. Now, if we bring this to the bigger robots, and we take them to space, because this is what's going to happen when we go to space, right? We will be talking with these robots, right? And it's like talking to ChatGPT, but inside a robot. And so we're going to be seeing like robot dogs, humanoid robots, and they're going to be helping us to carry heavy things and solve problems in space. Now, I see a gap here, and the gap is the following. When we talk about human-robot interaction, we see that this is usually something that like MBA professionals and PhD professionals are working with inside the labs, especially research. I want to democratize human-robot interaction, because we're going to be living with robots and working. And so it's important that we start now to open up this field, create job opportunities, and teach the youngsters as well to live and grow in this environment. So I created a program to teach HRI within the area of leadership. And to me, leadership is super important, especially for this new frontier. And we need a kind of leadership that is empathetic, right? Because we have many crises. So we need somebody that can focus on humanity and understand, also have an understanding of the environment, the challenges, and be able to innovate. And so I think that it's important to have teams that come from different backgrounds and that can work together, even remotely. I also see the opportunity of, for example, analog astronauts working together with astronauts, and then maybe they can form these teams, right? Another thing that I see is what I call the in-between, low Earth orbit, for example, and also this area that is opening up, the Arctic region. We can learn a lot from that region, of, for example, remote teams working in harsh environments. And this is what we will see in space. Now, we are already reaching out to the moon, because not only with Artemis, but with space elevators, with a company called Space Perspective, which is like a balloon. And so there we have tourism. But then there's also a space hotel. And this brings us to O'Neill, right? That is so famous and everybody loves his work. And so I think that it's important to focus on his work, and because this is going to make everything faster. And another thing that I see is I created, for example, something called operational sprints. Instead of having design sprints, operational sprints, where leaders can, meet and discuss things, even in the metaverse, and take action. All this inspired me to create an application to solve a problem in the healthcare industry with the technology from Amazon. So this has been created with AI. And yeah, I created some protocols and a framework on how to work with all this, and make our transition better, more effective. Yeah, what else I can say here? I think that the space industry is moving very fast right now, but that we need to talk to each other, create job opportunities. And I also think that it's time to change the definition of space entrepreneur. When we say space entrepreneur, we think about Elon Musk and satellites. But now space entrepreneur works with other areas, AI, robotics, human-robot interaction, etc., etc. And so we also have space that is more commercial, right? And so I think it's time to think about how we can define this. And then regarding careers, I think it's an opportunity for us to sit down and think about the gaps and come up with new titles, new opportunities. And this we have to do right away because we are lagging. We are very slow and we're moving into something that is super, super fast. And so the in between, yeah, I think we must focus on this. Regarding leadership, I created something called orbital leadership. And it's not about discussing things that we already know. For example, the Disclosure Project, this is moving fast. And I think this year it all comes out finally. And so we have passed the phase of denial. So now we must get into another phase, the phase of knowledge, that we have to learn fast. We have to prepare ourselves, but not with fear, with knowledge. And the people that hold this knowledge will not be around forever. And so it's important that we start taking steps. Yeah, and so yeah, what defines us is being human, our feelings, right? Awareness, perception, lots of things. And so we should maintain our humanity. And I think the best approach that we can take is a peaceful approach, peaceful even towards new civilizations, and try to focus on conflict transformation, diplomacy, and really, really focus on this and stop the proliferation of nuclear weapons, because this is the moment when our civilization is about to take off, and we're not so far away from becoming a type 1 civilization. Because when disclosure is finished, we will learn about technologies that have been hidden from us. And so there we will have to also discuss, right, how we're going to incorporate this into society in the best way. Okay, so yeah, so you can find out more about my work on my website, exponentialtext.com. I'm Veronica Chiaravalli, and feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. Thank you, Adriano. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Veronica. Okay, so we are now ready to present
Alastair Browne.
Alastair Browne, exactly.
Yes.
And I'm sharing his slides. So Alastair, you can start.
Okay, is there a way I can like progress the slides if control these? Here we are.
Just tell me next slide when you want me to turn.
Okay. All right. As we all know, there have been wars over resources, whether it's food, wood, coal, oil, precious resources, resources that people need. And usually people would go to war. In prehistoric times, they just take the stronger tribe would take it from one another. It hasn't changed much in countries. In countries, they would invade another country and they would take them and sometimes conquer the country. Times haven't changed much. Look at the Strait of Hormuz, look at Ukraine, look at Greenland. And this is just greed, personal wealth, or just plain power. Now, to get what we really need, is war really necessary? Next, please. We have agreements with countries willing to sell us their resources, but the agreements, as you can see, are falling apart. Take the case of Iran. There are also hostile countries that have resources but won't sell them to us unless we agree to their demands, mostly political. Next, please. Why? Power and greed. Many leaders feel they should invade, even annex these countries, but the countries don't want us. And the sad part was we don't have to, because countries are willing to sell resources, but the aggressor want the entire country, and the tyrants just want more. Next, please. This leads to war, and I've given you examples. Next, please. There's Ukraine, and there's Greenland. And the thing over Greenland has calmed down quite a bit, hopefully permanently. But Ukraine hasn't. But Ukraine is winning the war, but they have resources that Russia wants. But hopefully they're not going to get them. Next, please. Is there any need for war over these resources? Absolutely not. And note the quote I got from a writer commercial from the late, great Johnny Cash. There are some things you don't have to own to enjoy. If the world would adopt that very slogan right there, I think it would be more peaceful. Next, please. Precious metals and oil are objects of greed and power. Now, many countries that have them are not our allies. They sway us into giving them what they want. And greed and power are the problems for more money and power and political conditions. And there are some countries, including the United States, I will not exclude ourselves into it, have bullied other countries into giving them what they want. And this is unnecessary because Greenland and Denmark is our ally, and they will sell us whatever resources we need. Okay, now, why do we need these precious resources? Energy, especially oil, computers, medical technologies, and new technologies. And believe it or not, this is all to keep our country rich and strong, but everything is now falling apart. Next, please. Our allies, or should I say former allies, are now refusing to trade with us, and it's our own fault. And our enemies are using the resources that we need to control us. Is there a better way? Yes. Next, please. Space. There's orbital space junk that needs to be cleaned up and mined, that needs to be cleaned up. There are new Earth asteroids. Many pose a threat to Earth, but we can mine them out of existence. And there's the moon. And all of these sources provide us with the resources we need. Now, I think the very last sentence at the bottom is the main idea of this presentation. If there is a country, friend or foe, that refuses to sell us our resources, our industries, and society needs, no problem. We go to space, no war necessary. And that includes no blackmail, no threats, nothing. What is a good resource? Orbital space debris, cleaning up Earth orbit that would not only fit the satellites in orbit, reduce the danger of astronauts and other people in space, but we can take all this junk, recycle, salvage precious metals, and break them down. And there's lots of precious metals because there's lots of shielding, computers, space, solar panels, computer chips, and they're all salvageable. And as I said, it cleans up Earth orbit. And now there are space laws on the books that are forbidding a lot of this. You cannot pick up a satellite, even if it's all broken down and obsolete, that belongs to a company. without their permission, or or they might want to sell it. Now, these laws have got to be changed for our own personal safety. Turn over the rights to the salvaging companies. They salvage the satellites, and then they keep whatever they mine, or they pay for mining rights. But whatever is decided, this has to be facilitated. Next, please. Here is a space garbage truck. This is in my new book. This is done by artificial intelligence. It's the best I could do, but it looks kind of cute. Next, please. Okay, now here are some elements found on the moon. I'm going to go over each one that I explained. Common and precious. You see the common elements on the left, platinum group metals on the right. Also, we have thorium and helium-3 for energy in lieu of oil. Now, at the very bottom, there may be other rare metals presently undiscovered. Next, please. Here is a mining settlement on the moon. I don't want to say colony. That's mining precious metals or ice, but you name it. But there it is. Next, please. Near-Earth asteroids. These asteroids are known to contain iron, nickel, and platinum group metals. Again, here they are. Again, there may be other rare earth metals not yet discovered, because we've only seen asteroids in space. If we see them close up, we will definitely make more discoveries. Next, please. Here we are mining an asteroid, taking a near-Earth asteroid, towing it to Earth orbit, and then just mining it from the inside. You notice there's a little shield completely surrounding the asteroid. There's a reason for that, because when you start mining it, the gravity of the asteroid is so weak that the elements you mine from it will shoot into space and just get lost. Here, it just keeps it within that little container. What would you call it? But so next, please. Energy is the main factor that's the cause of war today, because of oil. But the truth is, we don't need oil anymore. And by the way, you've heard the latest news. Solar energy is now producing more electricity for America than coal. So that's a little bit of good news in this world, and we need it. But the truth is, we don't need oil anymore for energy. We can render it obsolete. We can use it for other things like making plastics and other types of chemicals and medicines, but we don't need it for energy. Now, here would be three main sources of energy: solar power satellites, which you've heard about, helium-3, and fuel cells. Fuel cells could be put in every car, and then put it with hydrogen. They can just run without oil in any form of transportation: cars, trains, planes. And next, please. There's a solar power satellite. Not exactly ideal, because those panels would be 10 kilometers spreading. But again, with AI, it's the best I can do. Go ahead. Now, space resources can be used to manufacture other badly needed technology also. Medicines, life support, computers, anything to be used in space, starting with space vehicles and habitats. Next, please. Now, there are still valuable metals on Earth not yet found in space. This is green. Here are metals in Greenland. And the United States has quite a bit of these metals listed here. Copper is common on Earth. Tungsten is found only in the US. Graphite, and so we don't need to go to war And we don't, with Denmark and Greenland, we don't even need to acquire Greenland because we already have a treaty with them. Next, please. Okay. Here are some of the metals in Greenland found on near-Earth asteroids and on the moon. Now, another fact in Greenland is that most of these metals that many people in America have their eyes on in Greenland are under about 2 to 4 kilometers of ice. And so we have to dig through all that ice to obtain them. And I am totally against it. It'll destroy the environment. It'll affect the whole world to its detriment. If we were to mine them on the moon and asteroids, no problem. We can save the environment. And of course, we could prevent war, which is what this thing is all about. Next, please. Here are rare earth elements from China now. Now, they hold a monopoly for elements needed in some sources of alternative energy, electronics, wind turbines, vehicles, even medicine. So they dominate the production, and China can hold us hostage unless, next please, unless we decide to mine the moon and the asteroids. Now, this isn't a complete match, but many of these elements listed here are mined in China. So again, China won't sell us. Okay, we'll go in space. And again, no war, no hassle. Next, please. All right, now, when you take into consideration all the metals, be they common, precious, or rare earth, and with other metals surely to be discovered, there is no need for any more political disputes. If a hostile country refuses to sell us a resource that we need, again, we go into space and mine the minerals up there, and it will be cheaper in money, and it will save human lives. Wars are expensive. They're a lot more expensive than just simply going to the moon or going to a near-Earth asteroid. They are going into space is cheaper than fighting a war down here. So, next, please. So what are we waiting for? Let's mine outer cislunar space, put an end to resource wars. We can, as I said, save lives, money, and resources, end up a new frontier. And another benefit would be saving the environment as well, because many of these resources that we do mine on Earth do cause a lot of long-term pollution, and we can no longer afford that, not to mention climate change. So space is opening now. Let's take advantage of it. Next, please. And there is the other fringe benefit, not only no war, but a cleaner environment. So I decided to put that in. Who knows? And when you see that picture, how do you know that there's not a lot of valuable minerals underneath that you just don't want to mine because you can get them elsewhere? Next, please. Okay, and here are my 2 books. Cosmic Careers, you've heard about. This is my latest book, Building the Space Infrastructure. And what you saw here, you will read in my book in greater detail. It's about around 350 pages long. It has many chapters on energy, mining asteroids, mining the moon, space junk, and many other topics. And I just covered one. War is mentioned in this book only maybe in a sentence or a paragraph, but I did stress on pollution. So in a way, you can use your imagination in doing this. It's mentioned, but it is mentioned. So and you can order both of these from Amazon, and I hope all of you will. And again, I apologize for the hassle in getting this. I have to learn how to get my get my get my docs on this thing. I went over some of this already, and I'm starting to catch on. But anyway, I've had this before, and I've done it. So I hope you like my presentation just the same.
Excellent presentation, Alastair. I like it very, very much. Thank you very much. I think it contains a lot of very interesting information too, scientific information, technical information about the minerals and the materials, where they are, and all these kind of things. I think is also very interesting. And but about the last concept that you mentioned, that going to space is less expensive than making wars. That is true, but the impression is that our governments definitely don't care about how much the war it costs, because we are spending 3 trillion per year in weapons currently. So what could be made with those money in a different perspective of if we were planning for life and not for death? What could be made? That is the real question: is how can we get politicians that think for life instead of thinking for death? That is the real problem of our time, of this age, I think. May we convince them just putting calculation in front of them?
I don't know if it's calculation or simply get rid of all these people with war on their minds, with the United States and Russia and other countries like us, and tell them, hey,
yes,
we don't want this. So here is something better, which would benefit more people. And by the way, if you're going to be a leader, you have to care about the people of your country.
Definitely.
Because that is what you are there for. Maybe we need to get the right leaders, and we don't have them right now.
I like your reasoning because it is rational. It is rational. So with these solid arguments, we can go to the people and explain that going to space is less expensive than killing everybody.
Yes.
Okay, that is. So good. I think we have finished this session, and I don't know if we want to have some Q conversation. We still have one session.
Yeah, but we are 1 hour, 10 minutes late, so I think that let's go with it.
Yeah, so it's better to go ahead to the next. Of course, we can continue our discussion about these arguments during the next sessions that are all of them are involving some of these concepts.
And eventually, as you have done, to summarize some of the main points, and then we'll have the time to come back to them in the next days.
Yes.
Toward the synthesis. Yeah, that's good.
And can I just mention here, Alastair, I'm not good with Zoom and things, and I managed to connect today, but I have talk tomorrow. So I'll try and make sure I'm connected at 2. And if there's a problem, I'll send you a message, okay? Just so you know. I don't know if I need a password. I couldn't figure it out. It was to connect, I needed a password or an upload or something. It was all beyond me. But luckily I got through.
Well, it looks like I'm not alone. I think what I need, and I think what you need also, is practice. I think that is the main word, practice.
You have to learn how to do this, yes.
Yeah.
Let me say an important information that I wrote it everywhere for days and days, but maybe it's not clear. The Zoom link is this one for the 5 days, is the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the interface with the. Is there a password that you can send, Adriano? Because it's asked me for a password, but I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Is there a password for the Zoom call? No.
I got.
If you use this link, you don't need password because the password is inside the
Yeah,
link.
yeah. I was just arguing with my computer about it. All
Yeah.
right, sorry to bring this up. I'll
Yeah.
let you know if there's a problem. All right, thank you so much.
I got the Zoom link. I just got to learn to connect the Zoom link with the Google Docs, which is another program.
There, isn't there? An
And
enormous.
I did fool around with it just now. So anyway, next
you.
person.
Thank you.
So,
That's
okay.
good.
Robert, can we go ahead to the next session?
I can already
I
try
think
to
good. Yeah.
the next session if you like.
Yes, please, Gulin.
Okay. So once again, good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to everyone joining us from different time zones. Still to this time, holding on to these interesting conversations. So welcome to this session, which is on Space Renaissance International's organization, structure, and planning. For those of you who might not know me, my name is Dr. Gülin Dede, and I have the pleasure of chairing this session together with Adriano, who is going to moderate our discussion. And this session is slightly different from the other keynote and thematic panels because here we turn inward as an organization and we will look at where Space Renaissance International stands today, what has been achieved over the past 5 years following our third Congress, and how we strengthen our public presence and partnerships, and how we are preparing for the next phase of our institutional growth. So I will open the session with my paper, thesis number 2, following the amazing thesis number 1 from the whole theme almost, who worked on it tirelessly. So thesis number 2 is now going to try to shed light on the strategy for our next phase. And it is focusing on paving the way forward for sustainable civilian space development, education, and institutional growth. So after that, we will hear from Barnhard Foing, our SRI president, on SRI's highlights, followed by our public outreach coordinator, Enes Beşli, who is going to also speak about strengthening our public presence and outreach over SRI channels. So Barnhard will then return to his presidency, candidacy, and also is going to touch base on our SRI partnerships. And we will then close with a final discussion before adjourning. If you are going to still be with us joining, we will be very happy to receive your inputs as well on this occasion. So with that, let us begin. I have a little bit of a technical hiccup, so therefore I'm going to share my window. It might not appear as the full window, but I'm hoping you will see good enough.
Yes, we're seeing it.
Okay, perfect. So back to the first slide. So as mentioned, this is a strategy for the next phase of SRI. SRI is already a mature NGO, and therefore it takes a lot of effort and attention to plan for its next phase. So I do this with my hat as Director of Partnerships, where I was able to observe for a while how SRI is interacting and expanding its partnerships, and also by chairing SRI's delegation to UN COPIOS, and also as chair of the 18 SDG coalition. So based on my observations and interactions with our partners with 18 SDG coalition, meanwhile that has reached 120 signatory organizations. So with this amazing base, I looked into the premise, what could be for the next phase during SRI's maturation. So when we look into the scene, humanity's future cannot be understood only within the limits of our planet. This is clear. So this helps us set the vision, the structure, and the impact assessment with it. Space has moved from exceptional missions toward continuous activity. This is now clear to us. The movement therefore must still inspire and advocate, but also organize, educate, publish, partner, fund, implement more institutionally. So now we take on the big responsibility to connect the civilizational horizon with durable institutional capacity in our next 5 years to follow. Again, touching base on this present space context, which is now, I'd like to call it infrastructure of our civilization. So we can call it our civilization's current operating system as well. And with new activity horizons expanding and also with new responsibilities that brings upon us, our challenge is not only to support more space activity, it is to shape its direction as well. Therefore, we see SRI's core mission as civilian space development. That's our core mission, but the nuances that we bring to it will adapt to the changing world around us and in space. So the civilian space development means widening the horizon of participation, technically, institutionally, educationally, and culturally. So these domains are going to show us where we can increase access, also where we can look into habitability aspects, where we can touch base with other institutions, as we have seen today in our calls. So far in our sessions, there are so many organizations that our missions align this way or the other. So it's better to form coalitions than to stand the winds alone. So formation is also as a fourth mission outstanding. So in principle, the aim is not to only reach to destinations, it's to go deeper, to enlarge the conditions under which civilization can continue, learn, create, and take responsibility. SRI's role has been distinctive since the beginning, which is now meanwhile 18 years of heritage. It connects vision, knowledge, and society, and we should continue building on this one. So SRI should act as the global humanistic, educational, cultural, and policy-oriented platform that it is for responsibility in space civilian, in the civilian space development. And for this one, we can again look into how that can take shape. It can take shape through intellectual work and research. We have a lot of publications, papers on that front, and also mentorships, lectures in space, and webinars. And there's so much more about this on our website that you can get informed about. And more to it is cultural and artistic imagination that's fueled by our initiatives such as the Space Renaissance Art Gallery and others. And we also have the activities on the policy and governance dialogue front with UN and other initiatives to follow. And we already touched base on education and mentorship through the SRI Academy. We call it Space Renaissance Academy. And of course, public communication that we are going to enhance to clearly convey our message and initiatives as we go forward. So our activity domains can be structured on 3 strategic pillars, and this is purely for alignment. It's not eliminating one thing or creating another thing, but more it's reorganizing. So when we look into SRI's strong suite, I see these 3 pillars really being very prominent. On one side is culture, ethics, and civilizational futures. On another one is policy, governance, and institutional strategy. And the always very interesting and inspiring engineering and applied systems. So altogether, the purpose is to coordinate these distributed initiatives without suppressing their diversity. Therefore, within the next phase of our organization, there will be dedicated directorates, and for each one of these activity domains, then directors are going to take responsibilities and actions and will be more actively participating to the leadership capacity. So this would be then giving us more opportunities to also present our work on different formats that's going to enhance our public outreach as well. Now, coming to the academy, which is our knowledge hub and information architecture, and the Space Renaissance Academy should also become a SRI's mechanism for intellectual continuity, leadership formation, and ecosystem connection, philosophy and history to policy and governance, taking care of human-centric research, and engineering and culture perspectives are going to lead us into the next 5 years. This is not a parallel structure beside the pillars that I introduced in the previous slide. Rather, it's knowledge and information architecture running through them, also in support to our committee's work, which has been very prominent in producing SRI's academic and scholarly work. The implementation frame ahead us is 2026 to 2031. And with that one, we hope to gain more visibility on our identity and also to increase our capacity for fundraising and education and generations activities to become more visible. And we would like to also pursue our responsible agenda, such as the 18 SDG discussions, human-centric space development, and also the governance dialogues, for instance, as today in our conversations was raised. Weapons ban in space is one of the aspects we're looking seriously into, and we are going to already be preparing statements and circulars about that towards the UN COPIAS front as well. So the coming 5 years should therefore be treated as a consolidation and implementation phase of a mature organization, and this is what we aim for, not rushing by step, taking seriously and implementing. So the governance framework would be then shaped around the strategic recommendations to be implemented in conformity with our current statutes and bylaws. And if there would be anything for amendments, we're going to apply necessary procedures where needed with our board and with our advisory board as well. So the active board composition is, as before, will be led by our president and board chair. And we have now a founder and honorary chair, and we are going to be led by an executive director position to also cross implement different activities on different pillars. And these pillars are then going to be specifically led by directors that are attending to them. And also we foresee the establishment of an executive secretariat for better operations and finance and administration coordination. So as mentioned before, institutional maturity is not going to reduce our spirit of the movement. Therefore, we need to remain agile, and this kind of organization is essential to become effective as we expand our portfolio of initiatives. So for this 5-year implementation pathway, we don't need to rush, as I mentioned. So we have the consolidation, which we are now going through, and the directorates, once formed, we also foresee them expanding because we have seen a surge in our membership as well recently. So we have up to and also expanding 6,500 followers on different channels combined. And I see this increasing as well. So with that one, we're going to be having work from support from more volunteers. That is foreseeable already. People had been reaching up to us and asking what they can do, which we greatly appreciate. And we are going to help form these teams around the directorates responsible for each activity domain. And the funding and partnerships is also going to expand. We can see it happening more intensely in the upcoming years with the initiations that we do today. We are going to go into those partnerships and funding opportunities in the foreseeable near future, we hope. So Also, institutional stabilization. Every organization comes with things that happen differently than the way they were before. That's very normal. So it could take a little bit of an adaptation around how things are done and how papers are published, perhaps how webinars are organized. And these are just the nitty-gritty day-to-day to-do things that we are going to see how to best and most effectively work around them. And also, eventually, we are going to review what we have done, and it's a great moment to stock take and look and see the progress in real numbers, which we hope to have towards the end of this next 5 years. So if we endorse this institutional strengthening today, then SRI can carry its humanistic mission into the next phase of its existence. And with that, I would like to conclude. And as we go toward a responsible space renaissance across the globe and beyond, space development must serve the long-term flourishing of our civilization. Otherwise, what is the point? So the keynote speakers also put this all together. So I see it now as a summary of what has been discussed, and also I'm happy to see that I have not missed out anything as far as I see here. The civilization aspect, the peaceful space intentions, and also the sustainability, the humanities, education, and the international aspect, multilateralism, and future-oriented visionary perspectives. So these are all embodied within Space Renaissance International, and the next phase should be measured not only by how far humanity travels, but what kind of civilization it chooses to become as it expands. So this is what we take on today and going into our next phase for 5 years to come. I thank you all.
Excellent. Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. Also, there is the longer thesis, which is, thanks to Adriano, available online. So you can look into it and go for the details and how the strategy is put together and what are the priorities and where we see the KPIs. So you can get better informed on the longer document as well.
Okay, that's great. I think, well, let's allow all the presentation, then maybe we can have a brief discussion at the end.
Yeah. So I think that it's a great strategy, and it's true that it fits to the phase where we are, and also to the challenge of this time, where really space renaissance can be enacted, because there's so much opportunities outside, and clearly define it as well as a way to shape, how we can influence our civilization to become a space civilization with the benefits for all. So I think it's a very nice strategy. And so now I would like just to go a bit back in time and say, okay, what did we achieve in the last 5 years, and how we can use also some of the experience, some of the tools, and also some of the partnership we discussed a bit later, to also implement, execute some of this strategic vision. So I have 10 minutes to talk about SRI highlights, so that but I will have then 10 minutes to talk about partnership. So I cheated. I put also some material of highlights in what we have done with our partners. So, but I will start now with a flyby over some of the activities that we have conducted in the last 5 years since our previous Congress, and also since I served as president, but most of the work has been done by really the collective of us, but also with our partners. So highlights of these 5 last years. Okay, we had some regular board meetings, and we spent a lot of time with some of this board at late hours for some of our colleagues. We have also developed the academy, and I would say also a very continuous set of webinar, and this has had a very nice continuity and also allowed the diversity of input from our members, but also from our partners at large. I think I would say this is a great, very nice legacy that we can claim. So we had a number of committees that have been operating, philosophy committee, policy, science and engineering, and also art and media. And so some of the activities have been informal, a lot of activities of exchange online through long thread of email, and which I've filled completely all my email boxes over the 5 last year. So eventually we could find a way to capitalize on all this exchange. And this is done sometimes through summary papers that are submitted at conferences like IAC. And so we have to find also a way to professionalize the way we create new material based on our exchange. And of course, a moment like today, where we had this high-level presentation, well prepared, is something that we should really document and also present some of the ingredients of our vision and also of our strategy. On the point of view of regional chapters, yes, we had some active chapters. I would like to mention in particular Italy and Germany, where that have organized events and so on. So we have to really recognize that. Our regional chapter in the US could be more active. So I think we'll have to find a way, because we have a large membership in the US, to revitalize that, and also to do that in collaboration with our big partners like NSS or Thesis and so on. A good success has been the fact that we have been admitted to UN Copios after some insistence from Adriano and me. We will tell you the story later, but we have made it to Copios, and you have a well established presence there. We bring documents there. People know us, and I want to really to acknowledge Adriano's efforts there, also Wörner in this, and more recently Gulin, that is leading our delegation to Copios. Some of our contributions go into publications. That's good. In particular, number of IAC publications. These are nice work. They are not so open to the outside world, because you need to be a member of IF to have access to this publication. So we should also target to have some publications that go to the open literature. So we have done also some in collaboration between Space Renaissance and NUNEX, which is another foundation mostly research-based, where we have also some funding. We have developed some program for astronaut and habitat. In particular, we have a habitat which is joint property of Space Renaissance and NUNEX that we have created in Italy and moved around. And we are also giving access to some analog campaign. We have participated to some lectures, workshops, training at various universities like ISU and other national universities. A program for youth, mostly using some of the activities and funding we have for grants for Human Mars program, but also we had this ethos competition. And in the initiative Space Renaissance for All, indeed, we have developed some action and some also payload we launched to space. So that's the summary. And now I have a kind of also our participation to a number of space events where we have been as individual and sometimes as Space Renaissance. We have taken a part in the in giving talk or even organizing some of the sessions. So this is something where we could also distribute a bit responsibility, having more of us that represent us in various events worldwide. Quite a very a strong effort for Space Development Goal 18. And So more than 120 some institutions that support us, and that's something that is part also of our plan of action. Now let's have some visual of what action we have taken. We have built this habitat, with funding from European Commission, but applied to engage the public, but also provide research. So we built this habitat in Italy, and then we have moved it around in events in Italy, France, Germany, Netherlands. So you are all invited to visit us. It's now near Leiden. We use it for training students for research. It's a moon base. You can stay there for a few days, and we also have outreach events. We have also supported some young professionals to attend some analog astronaut campaign. Actually, Gelin was a commander in one of these expeditions, Human Mars Poland. And so we have supported more than 26 campaigns of 1 week there. And it's a good opportunity to learn what will be the quality of life on the moon base. This is here with some medical doctors from Padova, some engineers from France, some scientists from the Netherlands, so all mixed internationally. We have tested some various technologies, virtual reality, robot, growing plants, emergency protocol. We even had some architect that designed a moon base that could experience living there. So you see here a very international crew. We even had the first Artemis mission, the first couple on the moon, Clara and accompanied with an engineer that spent 1 week as a couple on the moon. So we have also access to some other facilities that are better, more realistic simulation of what would be a landscape on the moon and Mars. We went to some campaign in Etna with some 15 young professionals, but also with ESA and DLR. We have access to a base in Hawaii, and we did also some sporadic mission in some other part. And also we have been very, we wanted also to sustain, according to a recommendation, we had a pillar on culture and arts. And so we had various initiatives like Art Moon Mars, and this one, Space Renaissance for All Gallery, where we use a trade that was launched to space station before, but instead of pure scientific experiment, we had samples from all Earth, all continents, also some seeds, and work of art from 25 artists, as well as a tribute to the various organizations with whom we are working, including UN, including space agencies, NSS, SGSE, and various universities. Actually, a scoop of today, we have also some new effort in the last 4 months, where we engaged some artists for developing products for public and for youngsters for illustrating space exploration. So this is Jean-Marie Avans. He made a comic book about travel to the moon, and also one about a travel to O'Neill settlement. So this is some example. One book is free of text, and this is made available for everybody to put their own text in their own language. And we have also a version of a comic book on our orbital station, the orbital station that can do both 0G, 1G in the exterior, and 1/3 and 1/6 of G for the moon and for Mars and the moon. And this is a version in French for a comic book for children. So that's, in short, some selection of some highlights for these 10 minutes that I had to speak to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Barnhard. Okay, so I think if Enes is here, we can give the floor to Enes.
Yes, thank you, Adriano.
Okay.
Let me share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect.
So Welcome, everybody, and welcome to the first day of the 4th Space Renaissance International Congress. My name is Enes Beşli. I have been recently appointed as the Public Outreach Coordinator of the Space Renaissance International. And together with Priyanka Pavisheti, our Membership Coordinator, we have been working on the outreach strategy, the rebranding of our website, as well as the establishing a more permanent social media presence for our organization. Now, within the 21st century, and especially during the last decade, the importance of the public presence, whether you're a company or you're an NGO or even for individuals, has been increasing in significance. And Space Renaissance has incredible heritage and a strong mission, which can definitely benefit from more exposure to public recognition, either public or professional environment. Now it is our responsibility, and it is beneficial to take the next step and make the work of the SRI more present in different environments. Now the task of these is to clearly convey the SRI's mission and why it matters in a simple and direct manner. And furthermore, we are to connect and engage with our members and expose, highlight and advocate their activities, their success, and including their publications or event attendances. And we are going to be working on like the volunteers and the working groups and highlighting them and calling for action more. And finally, we are going to be converting these external interests into collaboration, membership, and support, which is going to be already established and building upon and making it more present. Now, the main objectives of our outreach and communication strategy could be divided into 4 pillars. First of them is to boost visibility and engagement, basically increasing our visibility throughout different social media platforms, especially nowadays the peak professional platform could be defined as LinkedIn, but also on the social media like YouTube, Instagram, as well as our internal newsletters and events. So reaching to wider audiences increases the visibility, increases the memberships, as well as the volunteers, and increases our NGO's identity and establishes it within the global stage. Second one is related to this as building credibility and trust, as SRI publishes a lot of material, including the meeting reports, the publications to, as Barnhard mentioned, the different congresses, our contributions to the United Nations corporals, and many more. And this will be shared more and basically under one column that it would be easily accessible. And for our partners or stakeholders that would be interested, as well as the common public, to have these outcomes, see them and act on them clearly. And this brings us to encouraging the collaboration and action, as a strong identity is established in the global stage through exposure and social media. We are going to be able to call out for collaboration as well as action even more. So that would increasing the people that wants to join and become members, as well as the different organizations, companies, and actors that want to collaborate with us, make partnerships, or even fund the SRI's activities. In our last corporate session, we have seen this also, like throughout the collaboration, and the importance of the social media presence has been defined by many different NGOs as well as many different professionals that clearly highlighted the importance of such presence. And finally, the 4th pillar is to educate and inform, and this has been going on for, this is an already established practice that we would like to expose to the wider public and share to the wider public to make the civilian space development, SRI focus areas, and society relevance more known to the common public, as well as the actors or stakeholders that are unknowledgeable or that are not knowledgeable enough about this topic. So these are designed to strengthen the public recognition, presence, and the impact of the SRI on the global space community. Now we have designed throughout this, we have designed a public communication plan that can be scalable to either social media or any type of communication that can be established throughout the public or other places as well. So this will be directly going measurable outcomes to defining the audience, developing the content, going through a reviewing process, and publishing to the selected channels, and finally engaging with the audience through like Q&As, discussions, or other types of events. And this will be accompanied by an evaluation process to monitor the indicators and evaluation and refining the strategy if needed. And these target audiences and channel logic are based on the different actions. So for general public, it can be like introducing our mission, history, and activities. Could be through different platforms here mentioned or more, like through website, LinkedIn, or Instagram. And calling for more members and volunteers. So engaging our members in SRI, highlighting their contributions, or performing member highlights that are introducing our members to the public, or calling them out for monthly meetings, their publications, or their successes. And so far, we have also, like throughout the last months, an award credited to us was also directly giving recognition by us as well. So we have seen advancements on this front as well. The third part is the partners and institutions, as mentioned before, as one of the main pillars to show credibility in my collaboration and partnerships. So that would mean that our presence and our interactions with our members, as well as the partners, would yield to the other potential collaborators that we are on top of this, they are working on it, and our contributions and outcomes are measurable, and it will be impactful in potential partnerships as well. And finally, for future generations, that we can also explain opportunities and our academic pathways for any type of activities from youth to young professionals for benefit. And our website rebranding is mainly done by Priyanka Pabishetty with our input as well. So essentially, one of the aims is to simpler navigation and clear content hierarchy, where each individual that will be going into our landing page would be easily have access to our main activities, our main project groups, committees, and so on. And that will be able to have a consistent identity across our web pages as well as the social media, and to have easier access to monitoring between the meetings, academy, publications, reports, as well as the working groups, and directly have like clear membership guidelines, volunteering possibilities, as well as the partnership pathways, and better call for funders, institutions, and the public. Now, the image here is just for reference. We have just recently started to work on this, but currently we are going to be restructuring the existing website as well as rebranding a completely new one. And as mentioned before, the evaluation of the outreach activities is going to be done through multiple different pathways. And this includes the audience growth, whether our social media campaigns or communication campaigns work to followers, subscribers, or towards increasing. Also our engagements to how many people interacted with us, or how wide of an audience that we have reached. And also measurable outcomes like website traffic, how many visits we had, how many clicks, and how many people went to the website. And through participation, such as the Space Renaissance Congress, or through our other activities, other events, as well as our academic interests, committees, and projects. And the last two are the contribution and reliability, with contribution mainly being about the membership increase, volunteering, and maybe potential partnerships. With reliability, that will be able to have us show the stakeholders and our partners what the social media campaigns have outcomes as such. So the main guideline is to measure our impact, let's learn our lessons towards any ups and downs, refine our approach, and repeat for any type of communication that we are planning to make. So the timeline for this we are planning to do right now, like a practical roadmap for us, was that we are going to be establishing two teams, mainly two teams, and with a membership as such. So we are calling for volunteers right now for website development. That is going to be supporting Priyanka Pabishetty on this front, as well as we are going to be forming a social media team to increase our content creation as well as their frequency on different platforms that we are active on. And finally, an additional membership team for coordinating our existing members, as well as coordinating the new volunteers as well. Now, throughout the rest of this year, we are going to be focusing on the website development, as I mentioned before, making our current website more accessible and creating a brand new one. And we are going to be making social media campaigns to increasing the presence of SRI, as well as our activities regarding the 18th SDG, the space habitats, and the other factors as well, and our activities on the social media. Specifically, we are going to be focusing on LinkedIn for the foreseeable future. And finally, our aim is to relaunch our websites and advertising the SRI mission at the IAC 2026 and beyond. So this would make, so all of these plans are to set as to have our Space Renaissance content, members, and everything to be more accessible and have clear outcomes and have it more easily accessible to call for partnerships, collaboration, and informing the general public. With this, I invite all of the participants to follow us on LinkedIn through the QR code. And I would like to thank you all for listening. And if you have any questions, feedback, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. We are always open for ideas and calls for collaboration as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Enes. Very, very interesting presentation. And yeah, I think together with the Golin presentation and your presentation, I think we can maybe start seeing a progressive roadmap. Excellent. Okay.
2 comments. First, there's a lot of very useful material on the current website, a lot of information, but of course, to have a tool where you navigate easier, would be a plus. And so there's a lot of treasure into the current website, even in some of the pages. Second thing, clearly what is happening at the Congress in the next days is extremely very good content that we should try also to publicize. So maybe even before the mature website is open, we should try to get some stories for each day that could be already advertised, even with the current tool.
Well, for the papers that are going to be presented, we will have the ACTA.
But I'm talking public outreach, not papers. I'm talking about stories that social media could give, and summarizing, some of the key ideas that we have been talking today.
A journalistic approach.
The journalist, the reporter. So Enes, you are our reporter of this Congress, and we can make some news stories already now.
100% agree with you.
Very good.
We were already discussing something about that.
Yeah, excellent. So let's make a
inside SRI for our members and outside.
And then put it out. But summary of the day would be very useful.
Yes.
Good. So, and you mentioned, Enes, you finished by collaborations, which is exactly the topic I want to address now. What we achieve because of our values, our vision, our people, but also thanks to collaboration that we have. And so now I would like to present a bit of status of partnership that we have cultivated in the last 5 years at least. And so I have 10 minutes to talk about partnership. So clearly, in the partnership that we have the 18 SDG coalition. So we have mentioned that the fact that we are member of the International Circle Federation, and we are co-organizer of a number of events that have been taking place at previous IACs. But in particular, we are organizing a number of events in IAC in Antalya. So that would be great to have all this converging. In particular, I'm organizing the Lunar session there, where I have more than 300 abstracts. And so for the moon, we'll be very present. And I think it will be also important that through our participation to the technical session we show how active we are, and possibly also some of the local events that I count on you also to help us to organize. We have mentioned the key partnership on UN COPIOS, where we are observer and a regular contributor, and we have a rotating delegation where in general we manage to get four SRI members at a given time, and this is also an opportunity for our members to come and see the UN COPIOS way of operation. So we are also collaborating with COSPA. Concerning Artemis and ILRS, International Lunar Research Station, we proposed partnership with these two organizations. And Artemis' answer was it is an organization of countries, but we have been accepted by International Lunar Research Station as a partner. And so we have access to a number of activities of International Lunar Research Station. We are very good colleagues with National Space Society. We have joint activities with Thesis. Also recently we signed an agreement with the International Space Elevator Consortium, and we signed this at ISDC. We have also had a memorandum of understanding that we signed like 4 years ago with Eurospace Hub. This is a consortium of 5 universities and 2 NGOs towards space innovation and business. And as they got some funding, some of this funding has been used also for some grants that we have given to some of our volunteers or for participation to some of the conferences. So we still have a bit of funding from there that we are using for instance, for young professionals that will go to ISC in Antalya or for various conferences, on the condition that they submit abstract and they also that they join SRI. So we had also a collaboration with LUNEX, in particular on the topic of planetary research and also on astronaut simulation. And we have contributed to some courses at various universities. In particular, several SRI members gave lectures at international space universities, also a few other universities. So clearly, we want to increase membership, and we want also to use eventually this partnership with other organizations to cross, a joint membership. We have a Medici fund that is dedicated to young professionals, and we want also to develop regional chapters, sometime also with local partners. Yeah? So some example of the membership that we have conducted with the Lunar Explorer Society or ILWIG. It's a partnership where we have some grants from LUNEX that can support young professionals to do data analysis, instrument development, participate to space mission, also training astronauts, and we have also supported some startup company. We have also developed together with Space Renaissance this Arc Moon Mars platform, and we had also some students working on Space for Peace initiative, or even I had a Space for All master student that worked for 1 year on helping us on Space for All event. So just to illustrate, because I think it's important to establish our credibility in the space world, we show that we deal with space. In particular, we have programs where we support researchers that analyze moon data, like the one we obtained. We have been active in promoting the Moon Village already in the last 20 years, to promote also international cooperation in lunar exploration, where this was my career at ESA before, but it's continuing with collaboration with China, India, Japan, US. We have developed also some project for commercial space. This was a lunar lander for Google Lunar Express that we developed and we made available for testing payload for future mission. And this led us to be able to participate to some quite ambitious simulation mission in Etna, in Sicily, in Italy, where we use some advanced intelligent rovers from the German Aerospace Center and from ESA, teleoperated by astronauts. So we also organize regularly every year some field workshop, and they are open to our young professionals, but also all our members. And so this was a field workshop in the frame of the school that we organized at Vulcano and Etna, and we plan to organize another one next year. This year, our campaign would be around solar eclipse observation in Spain in August. So we have also developed some project of instrument on board of a small rover using a CubeSat, and we had some grant for now for 15 master student level developing different type of project. This is one project developed at DLR, and we are
Can you go quickly to the end?
Yeah. So yes, this is a real stuff, huh? And this is a work because this is part of my 20 minutes. Huh? And we have also developed a CubeSat project showing that emerging countries, universities can build their own CubeSat. That's something also we want to show as a space for all. So as a continuation of program we have conducted in the past using the Mars Desert Research Station, where we can train astronauts. And I think that if you want to put citizens in space, you have first, all of you, to train to live in such habitat for 1 or 2 weeks. I invite all of you. Otherwise, we are just talking and not having the real experience to know what is happening when you are going to move to space. So, and of course, all this is supporting current build-up of this moon base we had discussed and our International Lunar Research Station. So we have partnership also with various sites that have built analog moon base, and we can send some of our young space renaissance and also others to train as real astronaut, like we do. We'll have a program like in July. We have 2 crew that will go on 8th of July and 21st of July to use this habitat in Poland. And we have also developed some payload we sent to space, this Space Renaissance for All Gallery. This is an example of how we brought this Space Renaissance Gallery in an international conference with more than 1,000 professionals that came from all over the world, a few Nobel Prize, the Director General of UNESCO, and showing that we are also active in Asia. So that was a part on partnership. Okay, 10 minutes. Now I have 10 minutes concerning the Space Renaissance structure and my candidacy for president.
Okay.
So, yeah. So for the structure of Space Renaissance, you have heard the strategic description by Gullin, and I think I fully endorse the discussion. We have discussed it together. And clearly, we have to have some executive that is embracing this new dimension of what Space Renaissance can perform and achieve. So an elected president, a past president, that could serve as treasurer as well, and with the continuity of the organization, that's Adriano, and an executive director that is empowered together with the secretariat really to manage a number of tasks in a professional way, but also using new tools that are available to us, in particular the skill of some young professional. So education, public outreach, membership, website, social media, we had a presentation from Enes, so that's all good. I think we have also to include a part on training our members for being executive, increasing the income of resources for SRI, so learning how to better apply for funding and grants. I know some of the funding and grants I have given for my other foundation, which is the research foundation, where it's easier to get grants. If you have if you're a good researcher, you can get grants, or in our case, also we got grants from innovation funds. If you have a program where you develop a startup and so on, it's easier to get grants. So maybe that's also a scheme where we should look with Space Renaissance to have access to some funds, because we are innovative. We are going to create jobs, new jobs on Earth and beyond. So I think we could also apply for grants. And I have some of my students that got some startup funded this way. So we have some Medici funds, but also I have another source of fund, which we call the Young Galileo Explorers. It's a fund we started 20 years ago in Padova, the city of Galileo. And some of it could be used, for instance, for young researchers, like I do now. I'm going to fund 13 master students from the International Space University, starting the 1st of July, and they work on different projects, but they will all join Space Renaissance as well, so they could also bring some of their skill, but also benefit from the Space Renaissance community, the experts that we have, and also rejuvenate a bit some of the approach. Also in accordance with what was presented by Gulin, by Enes, and so on. So as you see, we plan also to have advisory board members for 2 years duration, and we will judge, based on what they deliver, how this can be continued. I think it's also important, in view of a strong partnership that we have, to nominate liaison officers to the partner organization. Yeah. Now, is that too fast? Now, in terms of the directors' structure, Gulin has presented that there will be a series of directors for different topics. And after discussion and also thinking, I propose that we'll be a director of strategy and partnerships, and looking at MOU, joint project, tasks that we could perform together. Also, director of the Space Renaissance Academy, also serving as dean, so academic professional, which knows how an academy works and well connected to the world of universities. And I'll mention, we have also a separate Human Mars Aerospace Sub Academy we have developed for curriculum, which is mostly science, technology, and astronaut training and business, but there could be some synergy with the Space Renaissance Academy. A director for policy and legal affairs, a director for engineering and applied systems, a director for the culture, ethics, and civilizational space, which is really also a very special ingredient that we have in Space Renaissance. A director of intercultural integration, the fact that we are a worldwide organization with a lot of diversity and richness because of the different cultures that we are exposed to. So I think that we have to also to bid on that. A director of young generation engagement and also capacity building, not only engage the youth, but also give them the tool to train and to be active and even to develop their career. A director for Space Renaissance ambassadors, and also, as we mentioned, that a director for nomination and awards. Awards are a good tool to get some of the effort recognized. But I'm also, I would like also to encourage to have some regional coordinators covering the different continents, North America, South America, Asia Pacific, Africa, Europe, also well represented in the directorate structure, because they can present also opportunities for action, growth of membership, and also partnership in these different regions. So that's the director's structure that I propose. And some of the activities I have mentioned, in particular, that we could enhance, and that could be also source of revenue. We have experienced that activities where you have some expertise in analyzing data, making studies, that can be source of revenues for some organizations that are looking for this data. For instance, Earth observation from space can be source of revenue, and that's a methodology that is good to master. And so we are giving grants on this area, and some of our young professionals, even if they started by studying the moon and Mars, now they are analyzing Earth observation data, and they do their business in Earth observation data. Some of them developed even some method to analyze the data from disasters. And as you know now, we just had the Venezuela disaster, and some of our former colleagues are now helpful to those that are suffering from this disaster in Venezuela. But there could be other activities where you show that some of the high-tech AI applied to data that you develop for space exploration could be also useful for Earth application. We have the same topics of developing some habitats that are autonomous in extreme conditions, and some of them could be adapted to a region on Earth that suffer extreme weather. So there could be also some area where there could be some even commercialization aspect of some of the technology we develop for space exploration. And in our case, because we are talking about civilian space, so some exploration that is acceptable to a large majority of humans. And so some elements, yes, of comfort and innovation that could be also benefiting our society on Earth. So, so these are some of the actions. Also, continuing some of the work that we have done in the last 5 years. So these are the preamble to the reason why I would like to apply for Candidacy for the SRI presidency for the next 5 years. And my proposed plan of action is once continue to follow up the recommendation from the 2021 Congress, because we have started some work, but we have also to continue on some recommendation with concrete actions. So add some of the recommendations that are going to come out of this Congress, the Space Renaissance Fourth Congress. And so we will vote on this recommendation in the next days. Enhance the Space Renaissance Academy, develop some pilot projects where we assign also some resources with some deliverables in terms of action, resources for, for volunteers. And some of them could be SDG 18, Space for Peace, Art for Space that we have defined, living in space, and so in particular, contributing to studies of human analog and astronaut, space habitat, and also conducting some studies that could be useful to foster our cause, but also that could be source of revenue towards some possible partners and customers. Develop partnership with joint collaboration plans and possibly sharing of resources, and also sharing membership, so attracting also through the partnership some of the members from other organizations. Engaging the public towards becoming members and becoming active members. So Enes has described that, and also Gudin. So I think that we are on the same line on that. And looking at funding and services to earn resources from our activities. So in the area of grant for innovative research that we perform, for services that we can conduct, and also for some commercial activities, as indicates the expansion civilian space development will be accompanied with economical development. And also organizing and participating to international global events, in particular with our partners like IAF, NSS, COSPAR, COPIOS, Academy of Astronautics. I'm organizing a big event with Your Planet Science Conference. This will be in September in The Hague, So from the 7th to 11th of September, I organized there the Lunar session, but other session, you are all welcome to join in. And we have put Space Renaissance International as a co-organizer of this session to also increase our visibility towards the scientific community. And also having SRI Congress like this one, which was for the first day, extremely instructive, high quality, and of presentation and presenters. And so looking also at a set of SRI events that we could conduct in parallel to other global events to make them affordable. So that's a proposed plan of action. I've discussed about the SRI structure, about the plan of activities. One example in practice is we have developed together with Eurospace Hub, this is this consortium of 5 universities and 2 NGOs that received some funding from EU, a curriculum of Earth space innovation that includes some space science lectures, technical lectures, humanities lectures, also management and business, and astronaut training. And I believe there could be a way to organize some synergy with what we do with the Space Renaissance Academy, which is good for some first level of like webinar and teaching to the general public, but that could be also where we could have a joint material for a curriculum that could be made available for students or lifelong students like all of us that could learn about various topics of space. So that's and my declaration. I have really appreciated in the last 5 years the values, the collaborators. Also, I like to do projects, so I'm mostly project-oriented, and I'm not so good in words, but for this, we can have a good community in Space Renaissance, and I'm looking forward on the line of some of the strategy which has been presented, and also some of the very interesting statement that were given by our collaborators today. Yes, to work on for the next 5 years as a president of Space Renaissance International. Thank you very much.
Could you go to closing, please? Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Fantastic. So, well, I think we are at the end of this session. And for sure, I think the most important things that were said are related to the refreshing of the websites, our website. Easy to be navigated and understood, and to involve our members, our volunteers. We have 95 people who flagged the volunteer checkbox in their registration application. But so far we were not able to involve them. And this is a thing that should be changed. But now I think we can do it because we have a staff now. We have a team. Thanks to Guling and some recent acquisitions. Let me say that, however, we made good work during these 5 years with our committees. So the production of our contents, of our papers was well done, I think. Well, everything can be improved, of course.
Yeah, but there was a lot of good material.
We made a good work, and also in the frame of elaboration for COPWAS, we made a good work with Dennis and the legal committee before, and now the space policy committee and so on. But
one point for today, I am asking everybody today, please post on LinkedIn that you have attended Space Renaissance Congress day one and give some, visibility for what you have seen and so on. And then this could grow up. This could attract also other people to join the next days. And another topic where we have been quite good is the Space Renaissance TV event. Sometime we did some events at the occasion of launch of Artemis or various things, and these were quite well followed. So that's something also we could try to organize. In particular, at IAC, we could have some event like this, where we interview some of our Space Renaissance members and partners, and we put it out on the TV channel.
Good. We have
Yeah.
Enes,
Dennis just posted a note. He says add public outreach websites. to the
the thing
list
is,
of
they want
directors. Yeah, you can see that. All right.
May I say that, please?
Oh,
I
sorry,
just want to
Dennis.
say
Oh,
real
I didn't know you
briefly.
were there. Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah.
Let me just say briefly what I said there. I think that I first of all, Guillen has hit it right on the head. And I think that Bernard's list of directors pretty much reflects that, except it doesn't seem to include a director level presence for outreach and the website and all that.
Yeah, this I put it under the executive director.
Well, I think it deserves its own directorship.
Yeah, but
So
because
anyway, as long as it's
okay.
in there, that's all I was concerned about. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, let's try to see how we integrate that.
right.
To have, yeah.
Could I make another point here? I'm not quite sure what happens to the old board of directors. Presumably they're all retired because you've now got an executive director structure. It's quite different from the.
No, we'll have an interview of each of these directors, candidate, and then I will nominate, if I am elected president, because it's not done, huh? This is only for Saturday. If I'm nominated president, then I will go together with the executive group in some interviews of individual we have identified for some of these specific directors' tasks.
Yeah, I understand that, Bernard. My question was that because the structure is different and the previous structures being retired, if I feel it's very important that the committees and the academies, those working inside the organization, have access to the executive dialogue, that it's not going to be a situation where the people that are working on the development of the issues and the topics are not going to be able to relate to the executive. I mean, I'm not sure if that makes a lot of sense, but I know sometimes executive functions, they're very specific, and then you have sort of more general discussions and things that are going on in the committees, and that interface should be available because it's
Yes, I understand. So the executive director and secretariat, they will do day-to-day work, but the directors for each of the topic, they will have some tasks and responsibilities, but they will also, of course, coordinate for execution with the secretariat.
Yeah, I just don't really understand how the those will.
Bulling is raising her hand. Maybe she.
Yeah.
So, Amalie, thanks for the point. Actually, that's why I have it clearly mapped out in the thesis document, which I just put up on the screen, the relevant part of it. Those functions are well covered under this organization, and there won't be any change, so to say, in the working of the committees and how they engage with the topics and how they report. And that part is going to be more streamlined towards outputs, which are more scholarly, and they can directly be also utilized for Space Renaissance Academy in terms of lecture content or paper content or other production. that is going to go into our online channels as well as LinkedIn posts or short form videos, which is now more accessible by young generations. So those are the things that are all covered, but thank you very much for raising this up. It gives me also confidence that this had been foreseen and embedded. Thank you.
Yeah, I just thought it's important that the lines of communication yeah, I'm glad you've taken that into account. Yes, good. So it's executive functions can be very
You should wait a moderator to give you the floor. Now we have Mike Pelton that wanted to talk.
Yeah.
Yes, I have one comment, and that is, you had a very good speech by almost every speaker today, and they all preached the same kind of thing: collaboration, coordination, engagement. And so I think that's very good. But is there a listing of all members, or at least all the speakers, with their emails so we could get a hold of them and coordinate and collaborate on different issues? Is that a list that's available on the website? I'm not familiar with the website that much.
Okay, we have Google Groups. I don't know if you are a member of some of our Google Groups. Sorry, are you a member of SRI right now?
I believe I am a member of SRI, but I haven't seen a list of memberships with their emails, so we can coordinate with individuals.
No, just a moment. I think you're not a member. Let me check.
I'm not a member. Oh.
No, but please join, please join. And in any case,
I will
you
join.
can join.
I will join, and I
Yes.
have some funding that I can contribute to help out.
Yes, yeah, you are welcome. Yes, you're welcome.
So I would be welcome as a member.
Yeah,
But my
yeah.
comment is on this day's edition is we need to have an email listing of members in alphabetical order and their emails so we can ask questions. There was no Q&A on every speech that was given today.
Yeah. But, you know, in Europe, we are not allowed to distribute email lists. There is a general security protection, but if you are part of a working group, then you can exchange within this working group the email list. But you are not allowed to distribute email list of all members of our organization.
Very easy. It's very easy. All members are in the Google group, on the Google group of the members.
Yeah.
And you can see all the members' emails. It's easier.
Yeah.
Okay. I plan to join and contribute, and I'll look for that membership then. Thank you very much.
I will share the link to join.
Yeah.
In the chat.
Thank you very much. I think I already saw that in one of the emails, so I'll go ahead and use that.
Yeah.
And when you join, you have a special welcome of all of us, huh? So personal welcome.
Okay, thank you.
I have promised in one of my last messages that we will give a special edition membership card for the new members in these days, in the days of the Congress. So yeah, I know. I will have to produce it, of course.
We need a pin.
Yeah.
We need some goodies from Space Renaissance, yes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Adriano, so if I may thank for your fantastic moderation. So shall we adjourn the session? I believe we have well addressed the questions and the points and well informed the community.
Oh, no, but we have so much fun together. We want 2 more hours together, no?
Well, that would be great, but in Earth time in Europe,
so
yes. We're
no, I
close
think that
to
it was a great day.
Yeah, amazing that we still have such a strong engagement following us online right now. And I do greatly appreciate this contribution.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gedin and Adriano and all the team. And so we'll reconvene tomorrow at 13 UT, and we will try to be a bit tighter on the scheduling of talks But yeah, I think that's
more strict.
More strict. And so for those of you that are uncertain about the technical aspect, you can always test it before the start of the session. Like 10 minutes before, you can just come and test that your talk is appearing. So that's a good practice. But yeah, excellent. So
thanks,
Alastair.
This was the first day of our 4th World Congress.
Yeah.
And see you tomorrow, 30 UTC. Everybody.
Yes.
Bye-bye. Ad astra.
Ad astra.